Mandrala Press presents AleksanderKrawczuk, The Last Olympiad, translated by Tom Pinch. About AleksanderKrawczuk. AleksanderKrawczuk, 1922–2023, was a noted classical scholar, a professor at the Jagiellonian University, the Polish Minister of Culture, and the author of 40 best-selling books on antiquity. For 40 years, behind the Iron Curtain, this personally unassuming professor published astonishing mainstream bestsellers on the subject of antiquity. People in the West heard about them, but, for a long time, the Russian Cold War policies and their lingering effects made it impossible to publish these gems in English. Now, finally, here they are. For more information about AleksanderKrawczuk and his books now appearing in English, visit AleksanderAntiquities.com. That's Aleksander with K-E-S. AleksanderAntiquities.com. About Mandrala Press. When Poland lost its independence in 1795, cultivating national literature became a matter of national survival. Publishers became national heroes, and writers acquired the status of prophets. This mindset has made Poland one of the most literary nations on earth and Polish literature one of the most beautiful, stimulating, varied, and interesting literatures in the world. Mandrala Press exists to bring this exciting literature to the West. Find us on our website at mandrala.com. History and the Olympiads. An old Greek parable, probably Pythagorean, compared people's attitudes to life to the scenes one might see during the Olympic Games. Some people went there to compete in the stadiums, to gain fame, awards, and status. Others went to make money, one way or another, by trading or by trickery. And others still, and only they were worthy of being called true Olympians, went not for rivalry, be it the noblest, nor applause, nor publicity, and least of all, to make money. They went to see the magnificent spectacle and to enjoy the display of beauty and skill without the least thought about personal gain, other than the pleasure of contemplation. This parable illustrates how ancient Greeks thought about human aspirations. This system of values remained current among ancient intellectuals, and they propagated it in the society at large. Ancient Greeks loved fame, admired spirited competition, and never condemned the pursuit of wealth. But they reserved their highest esteem for a life devoted to contemplation, to the selfless pursuit of truth. Any truth in any area. In Greek, this kind of mental pursuit was called theoria. Originally, the word referred to any act of observation, the observation of anything. Later, it came to refer to the official state embassies sent to the sacred games to witness them and to worship the gods. And eventually, the word came to mean the intellectual attitude we just described, both a mind contemplating great and abstract things, as well as its conclusions. In this last sense, the word lives to this day in all modern European languages. To ancient Greek sages, theoria was the greatest good, and according to some, the happiness of the immortal gods consisted in it alone, in their ability to devote themselves exclusively to theoria, that is, to looking straight into the dazzling splendor of the ultimate truth. These ancients thought that the more our life freed itself from the bonds of narrow practicality, and the more it turned to theoretical thought, the more divine it became. This Olympic parable remains relevant today. It concerns not only things of the past, but also situations, behaviors, and values that remain with us today. It also serves as a warning, for the Olympic Games again attract hundreds and thousands of competitors from different countries and millions of enthusiastic spectators, and neither group is an example of contemplative bliss. Indeed, it seems at times that a strange psychosis seizes the globe every 4 years, just as it once seized ancient Greece. In ancient Greek, the word Olympiad referred to the period of time that elapsed between the Olympic Games. Sometimes, though rarely, it also meant the competition itself. This means that the title of this book can be understood in two ways. It announces both an account of the last Olympic Games held in ancient Greece and the events of the 4 years that passed between the penultimate and the ultimate games. Of course, it would be best to discuss both. However, we do not know what happened in the stadiums of Olympia, a small town on the banks of the river Alpheus, when the contestants gathered there for the last time. We know neither the course of the competition nor the names of the winners, which is perhaps not a big loss, for even if by some luck we had an authentic and accurate account of those games, we would probably not find it very interesting. After all, few feel passionate about the sports events of even a dozen years ago. Such memories are today no more than a collection of trivia, at best tinged with a sentimental memory of our youth, but no more than a brief indulgence. Such memories do not bring any deeper reflection, except perhaps this one. Have we not gone too far in our cult for a sporting event created by a marketing design? But the situation is quite different if we choose for our subject the interval of history between the last two Olympic Games, a kind of review of the most interesting events and personalities in various areas of life. And especially if we ask, why did the Games die out at that point, though they had been held so regularly for so many centuries? A story about events and people from the period of the last ancient Olympiad may turn out to be instructive in many ways. Indeed, this book could be a part of a larger whole composed of 4 separate volumes. Let us hope that this tetralogy will eventually arise as the result of the work of several authors. The first volume of this tetralogy would present the picture of the world at the time of the first Olympic Games, the 8th century BC, the dawn, or rather, the rebirth of ancient Greek civilization. Part 2, presented here, speaks of an epic 12 centuries later, when the Olympic Games came to an end. The third volume would tell the story of the period of the first modern Olympics, the years 1896 to 1900. It was an interesting period. The 19th century, the century of liberalism and of the Industrial Revolution, was coming to an end in a short but golden autumn, which we sometimes call, not unreasonably, La Belle Époque. Yet, technological advances and various social and political conflicts already foreshadowed the nightmare of the coming period of wars and revolutions. And finally, Part 4 of our tetralogy will be devoted to the last Olympics of our time. Someone will write such a book in the future, if there is a future at all, and anyone still knows how to write, for some historical moment will one day put an end to our games. When will this happen? There is no guessing the future. The end, whether gradual or sudden, may come soon or millennia from now. Indeed, every Olympics, including the games for which we are now preparing, may well turn out to be the last. One thing we know already: the end of the modern Olympics will be a sign of a fundamental transformation of our civilization, just as the death of the ancient Olympics announced the end of that wonderfully rich, long-lasting historical epic, which we call classical antiquity. Part 1. Milan. Milan, January 17th. And yet it is not without significance that the Roman emperor, during whose reign the ancient Olympics died out, was by no means an opponent of public games. Indeed, he was rather passionate about them, sharing thereby the taste of the vast majority of his subjects. For his people, regardless of their education, social position, or professed religion, took every opportunity for entertainment provided by theaters and circus arenas, especially the latter. Only a handful of ascetics, admittedly influential and articulate, but nevertheless a handful, condemned shows, races, and public performances outright. They wanted to uproot them and smash them with a rod of iron, as sinful in essence and disastrous in spiritual consequence. But these exhortations did not find much understanding, not even among their fellow coreligionists, who refused to believe that the emotions of the arena were really nothing more than the sneaky tricks of the devil. But where is our proof that the ruler, whose name is always mentioned whenever one speaks of the end of the ancient Olympics, did not really despise the games, or at least the circus? Let this suffice for our answer. It is but one fact, but it is well attested and significant. Namely, when the opportunity arose to stage games, the emperor, though seriously ill, perhaps even dying, ordered chariot races to be held under his auspices. Moreover, he honored the show with his presence and presided over the proceedings until the wee hours of the morning. To those who recalled the scene on the evening of the following day, it must have seemed a strangely distant and unreal memory, so sudden and sharp was the contrast between the two events of one and the same day of that winter. The scene was Milan. The emperor had arrived from Aquileia, or perhaps directly from Rome, we do not know, already very weak. Those around him ascribed his weakness to the hardships of the preceding year's campaigning. But contrary to popular belief, the cause of the weakness was deeper and, therefore, far more dangerous because for a man not quite 50, commanding military operations in the field could not have been an overtaxing effort. In fact, an incurable disease was destroying his health. In Greek, it was called hydros or hydrops. In ancient Greek medicine, this could have meant either bloating and swelling or an excessive and constant thirst. In the latter case, it would probably have meant diabetes, and in the former, an impending failure of the liver, kidneys, or the cardiovascular system. Whichever it was, the sick man felt so bad that he thought his days were numbered. He was also troubled, it was said, by a certain prophecy of 3 years earlier. He had been in the East then, preparing for an expedition against the usurper who had seized the western provinces, including Italy and Rome itself. The war between them took on the garb of a religious conflict. The usurper, he had been a professor of Latin rhetoric and received the imperial purple by the grace of a Germanic commander, increasingly lent his support to pagan cults, offered blood sacrifices to the gods, consulted oracles, and erected statues of Jupiter with golden lightning in his hand. Meanwhile, the rightful ruler also resorted to religious propaganda. He had ordered it spread about that a prophecy had been made by a certain well-known hermit monk in Egypt. In this war, you will win. But a persistent rumor had it that the prophecy did not end there but continued. You will win only to die. And now the emperor, having defeated his opponent, became a victim of unbearable suffering. He expected the worst. Therefore, he ordered that his younger son, barely 11, be summoned from Constantinople. The older one, already 18, could not come. Important business kept him in the East. As soon as the boy arrived in Milan, his father seemed to regain strength. So much so that he considered it advisable to celebrate the preceding year's victory over the usurper with a chariot race. It had been a total victory, for he had taken not only his power but also his life. The games were held on January 17th. The emperor and his retinue arrived at the hippodrome already past midnight. Who could have guessed that it was to be his last public appearance? When he took his place in the box to signal the beginning of the games, tens of thousands of eyes stared at him intently, with curiosity and admiration. True, he had been to Milan more than once, but only now did he come as the sole, undisputed ruler of the whole Roman Empire. His co-rulers had died, and the unfortunate usurper met a miserable death some months back. For the first time in 30 years, all lands from the Atlantic to the Euphrates recognized only one commander. His sons, though they already bore the titles of Augusti, did not really participate in the government, neither was yet of age. The emperor was of average height, rather slender but shapely. His hair, though he was a native Spaniard, was fair, his nose thin, straight, slightly aquiline. The only symptom of his disease was the ruddiness constantly glowing on his face. It is understandable, as happens in all places and all epochs, that his contemporaries had differing opinions of him as a ruler, but it was generally admitted that, as a person, he was likable. Intellectuals emphasized with satisfaction that he did not lack education. He was especially interested in history and, when discussing it, often gave proof of traditional Roman patriotism. Neither was it a secret how kind and sincere he was in his dealings with his family. He showed great respect to his uncle and to his own father, and he treated his brothers and sisters as his equals. He received his guests politely but without ostentation. In conversation, he excelled in polished wit, skillfully adjusting the subject and register to the social condition and interests of those present. As for his everyday life, he cultivated certain exercises for his health, liked long walks, and ate in moderation. His most obvious fault was that he was easily angered, and when angry, he could be very dangerous. This especially manifested itself when he thought that his authority or power had been impinged upon in some way. In such situations, he tended to make decisions which he later regretted bitterly. That day, he presided over the games until the morning meal. After he ate it, he became overcome with sudden weakness and was unable to return to the box. He asked his son to take over as the host of the games. It seems significant that he did not want to interrupt or postpone them. Certainly, neither he himself nor any of those present would have ever suspected that the end was so near. The races in the hippodrome were to continue for a while yet, as the 16th anniversary of the emperor's ascension to the throne was to be celebrated 2 days later. But still on that same day, January 17th, with the coming of night, he died in his palace, the palace of Emperor Theodosius. I loved. The last word that the people at his bedside heard from the dying man was "Dilexi, I loved." Was he speaking of a great, eternal, spiritual love? Or of love for his subjects, living and close? Or maybe the emperor was thinking back to his old memories and to people who had once been close to his heart. His father, also named Theodosius, had died a tragic death 20 years earlier, imprisoned, condemned, and beheaded in Carthage. A victim of a grim political plot, even though he had held the highest state offices and made great sacrifices on the battlefields of Britain, on the Rhine and the Danube, and in Africa. His mother and his brother died soon thereafter. Both his wives had also predeceased him. The first, the mother of his 2 sons, 10 years earlier, the second only a year ago, in childbirth. Several of his family members were gathered now in Milan. First of all, the aforementioned younger son, named Honorius. Also, Honorius's stepsister, a 5-year-old girl, Galla Placidia. Her mausoleum, built over half a century later, is a jewel of European architecture and still adorns Ravenna today. Further, the emperor's niece, 20-something Serena, and her husband, Flavius Stilicho, commander-in-chief of the armies of the West, a man of at least 40. He was entrusted now with the care of the children of the dying emperor. But the emperor did not leave a written will, neither political nor private. Indeed, such a document was not needed since everything had already been settled. By their father's will, his 2 sons were to rule Rome jointly, the younger, Honorius, in the provinces of the west and the elder, Arcadius, in the east. Both held the title of Augustus already. Of course, the empire was still one and indivisible, the division being merely one of competencies, an arrangement that had been used frequently in the past with good results. Who could have foreseen, who would have believed, that this time, the division would prove final, permanent, and catastrophic? Finally, let us add that the emperor, while ordering the affairs of the state, did not remain indifferent to the fate of his ordinary subjects, plagued in recent years by barbarian raids and civil wars. Everything had already been prepared and only awaited the emperor's signature, an edict granting generous tax breaks empire-wide. At the express request of the ruler, the Bishop of Milan, Ambrose, also came to his bedside. 40 days later, he would give a funeral oration in honor of the deceased. In it, he would repeat the emperor's last word, "Dilexi," several times, not as a direct quote, however, but with the dexterity of a born rhetorician, in an oblique yet transparent reference. And thus he would say, for example, "I loved the man, and he, in the last moments of his life and with his last breath, asked for me." Elsewhere, the bishop would suggest that there had been deeper and less personal grounds for his attachment to the emperor. In that instance, too, the word dilexi appeared. "I loved a man who, more than ordinary flatterers, respected principled men who stood up for their honest views, a man able to set aside all his monarchical insignia in order to atone publicly, in church, for his sin, though he had committed that sin only because of the deception of others." Moaning and wailing, this emperor pleaded with God for forgiveness. He was not ashamed of the sort of things that common people often are ashamed of, that is, to do penance openly. And there was not a single day when he did not bitterly regret his mistake. We could say that Ambrose painted a truly medieval portrait of the emperor, one which foreshadows the humiliation in Canossa. Behold, an emperor humbles himself publicly before a representative of the church. And the sin, or mistake, for which the emperor atoned so deeply was, as we will see, profoundly connected with the mores of the ancient world. Alas, while listing in his funeral speech the various virtues and merits of the deceased, the bishop could not praise him, to his true regret, surely, for hostility or even indifference to public games. And he would gladly have listed this virtue, indeed, praised it to the high heavens if he could. After all, only 3 years earlier, bidding farewell to another emperor, he died in his youth, a tragic death, possibly even a suicide, the same Ambrose did not fail to state with appreciation. People say that, at first, he enjoyed circus games. But later, he uprooted this weakness within himself so thoroughly that he did not stage them even on the birthday of the emperors, even in honor of the rulers. But Theodosius did not show such glorious temperance in the matter of spectacles. And it was better not to touch on this subject at all, since all those listening to the speech still had a vivid memory of how the day of the emperor's death had begun, with the emperor presiding over chariot games. Consuls, eras, Olympiads. Starting on January 1st of that year, the dignity of consulship was held, by the emperor's grace, by 2 brothers, very much too young, practically boys, Olybrius and Probinus. They came from a powerful and well-known family of the Anitii, settled in the city of Rome. The poet Claudian graced their assumption of office with a panegyric in which he said, "You started at what for others is the ultimate station. Only a few old men have deserved what you were given at once. You find yourself at the finish line before your sweet faces were even shaded by the flower of youth, before hair adorned your graceful faces." The fact that 2 mere boys had been entrusted with the noble office testified to how little the office really meant. It had no real power at all. Nevertheless, the honor was considerable because all documents, both private and official, were dated by denoting the names of the consular pair. On the other hand, the practice of counting years from the birth of Jesus Christ, as we do today, did not become general until much later, and, even then, not everywhere, not even within Christendom. Therefore, no one said at the time that Emperor Theodosius died in AD 395. It was enough to say that it happened during the consulate of Olybrius and Probinus. Only some historians reckon time differently. Some counted years from the founding of Rome, and by that count, the year was 1148. And sometimes, but only in very dry chronicles or in the works of very ancient scholars, we find a different way of dating according to the Olympics, usually not very precise. And so, one historian says that Theodosius died during the 293rd Olympiad, and another says that he died in the first year of the 294th. The first statement is obviously too general because an Olympiad covered a period of 4 years. The second is outright wrong. In fact, if we wanted to use that system of counting, we would have to say that the death of Emperor Theodosius took place in the 3rd year of the 293rd Olympiad. But we should not be surprised by such mistakes. By the time these historians wrote their chronicles, the Olympics had been defunct for ages. The games died out with Theodosius, who also happened to be the last emperor to reign over the whole empire. Thus, our 2 historians conflated 2 momentous events, one political, the other cultural. In fact, any such events, symbolically marking the end of one era, converged during the final years of Theodosius's reign. And yet, probably none of his contemporaries realized that a momentous breakthrough was taking place. The old world was departing, and a new manner of thinking and living was coming on stage. But it was. And this is how it usually is. When we declare that a new age is born, the changes that we note are formal, symbolic, and superficial. Conversely, when truly fundamental metamorphoses take place deep within the social structure, hardly anyone notices them at the time. And the posterity then wonders and says that no one at the time noted these obvious changes, that no one understood their meaning. But the posterity sees things from a distance and has the whole panorama of the past in front of its eyes, so it can usually distinguish an anthill from a lofty peak. It was no different when the Olympics were coming to an end and the ancient world with them. And how much even the posterity can miss the meaning of events is clear when we try to answer a simple question: how do we know that the last Olympics were held under Theodosius? Georgios Kadrinos. It was then that the Olympic ceremony, held over the millennia every 4 years, died out. It began while Manasseh reigned over the Jews and continued until the reign of Theodosius the Great. The Greek work from which these words are taken is entitled Synopsis Historian, that is, an overview of history. And indeed, it gives a fairly comprehensive summary of major historical events, or, more precisely, of those considered important at the time of its writing, and that from the creation of the world, too. And thus, it first recounts biblical stories, then discusses the history of Greece and Rome, and finally, the history of Byzantium through the year 1057. Although the author of this synopsis is unknown to us, we can surmise that he was a monk in one of the monasteries of the Byzantine Empire, lived at the end of the 11th century, and that his name was Georgios Kadrinos. But we can say quite a lot about the way his mind worked, and especially about his methods and his sources, which his book amply illustrates. It is not a very flattering testimony. Kadrinos paraphrased and sometimes outright copied verbatim whole pages from the works of his predecessors, various earlier chroniclers. He compiled quite diligently and, in some places, one could say, thoughtlessly. He wasn't a scholar. He did not rummage through archives. He did not engage in methodological research. He did not evaluate or compare his sources. But he also did not make stuff up or add anything from himself, other than the occasional simple-hearted praise or condemnation or a pious sigh. And if he did distort someone else's words, it happened because he repeated them awkwardly, abbreviated them too much, or failed to connect one narrative with another. He was not a master stylist. As for his interests, well, first, there are the outlines of the reigns of kings and emperors and the lists of wars and cataclysms. Then, the history of the Church, treated mainly as a series of miracles, synods, and struggles against the heretics. But Kadrinos had a particular interest in the wonders of nature. Consider the chapter on the rule of Theodosius. There, one finds the short note about the end of the Olympics sandwiched between reports such as, "In the 5th year of Theodosius' reign, a woman in Antioch gave birth to quadruplets. She lived for 2 more months while her boys died one by one." And, "In the 8th year of the reign of this emperor, in the Palestinian town of Emmaus, a child was born split in 2 from its navel up so that it had 2 torsos and 2 heads. And each of these upper parts seemed alive on its own so that while one was eating or drinking, the other was resting, and when this one was asleep, the other was awake. Sometimes, they played together in harmony. At other times, they cried together, and sometimes they even fought. They lived for 2 years. And when one died, the other left the world a few days later." It seems pretty certain that Kadrinos did not come up with the information concerning the end of the Olympics on his own. He took it from an earlier chronicle. Unfortunately, that source has been lost, and we don't even know its title. How symbolic that a single random note in a book of a Byzantine monk writing in the late Middle Ages informs us about an event that could be considered the symbolic closing of antiquity. If Kadrinos had skipped over that fact for some reason, if he had given us an account of some monster instead, or a miracle, or a wonder of nature, we would not know today when the last Olympic Games had been held. And we would suppose perhaps that the Games continued for many centuries, every 4 years, as always, and that they died out quietly in the reign of some other emperor, forgotten by gods and men in their poor corner of the Peloponnese. Kadrinos leafed through old chronicles 7 centuries after the death of both Theodosius and the Olympiads. And he felt free to mention the end of the Olympiads because he had no idea what those ceremonies had all been about. He didn't know how they were staged or what they meant. And if you look closely, even what he did report is 1 part confusion and 1 part wrong. Thus, he says that Manasseh reigned in Judah when the Olympic Games were held for the first time in Greece. It so happens that, thanks to the Bible, this king is well known to us. He ruled between 696 and 642 BC. Meanwhile, the first Olympic Games were held in 776 BC. The mistake of the Byzantine monk, or perhaps of the source from which he drew, is glaring. Perhaps Kadrinos meant another king, not Manasseh, but Menahem. That king reigned a bit closer to the start of the Olympiads, in the years 747 to 738 BC, and not in Judea but in Israel. There existed at the time 2 mutually hostile Jewish kingdoms. So, whoever was responsible for the mistake, the chronological error is clear. That aside, we would like to know which ancient Olympiad was the last. Kadrinos informs us briefly and vaguely that this happened in the time of Theodosius the Great. But this emperor reigned for almost 16 years, from January 379 to January 395, and during this period, the Olympic competitions were held or could have been held up to 4 times. They could have been the games counted consecutively as 290th, 291st, 292nd, and 293rd, held in the years AD 381, 385, 389, 393. Where could we find additional clues to establish the exact date? The last Olympics. There is no clear evidence in this matter, but there are 2 notable clues. First, the information has been preserved that during the 291st Olympics, that is to say, in the year 385, a certain Armenian prince won a victory. Yes, Armenian, a man of foreign origin, non-Greek, though undoubtedly Greek-speaking. This seemingly insignificant fact may prompt certain reflections. After all, centuries earlier, in the times of independent Greece, no one had been allowed to compete in the Olympic Games unless they could prove that they were purely Greek. And so it happened that at the beginning of the 5th century BC, the Olympic authorities sought to exclude the king of Macedonia from the Games. He had to prove to the jury that his ancestors had come from the city of Argos and were, therefore, Greek. Only after documenting his pedigree was the king admitted to the Games. He tied for victory. These rules were not so strictly applied in later centuries, especially with respect to the Romans, and they participated in the Games quite often. After all, who would have dared to call the lords of the world barbarians? But then, centuries later, the last known Olympic winner of antiquity was an Armenian. People who seek symbolic meanings in historical facts should be grateful for this opportunity. The death of the Olympic Games heralds the new games of the distant future, games to be held as a common celebration of all mankind, not only of Greeks and Romans, but of all humanity. Such grand historical perspectives are not our concern here. We are satisfied to know that the Games of 385 had to have taken place. This means that in our search for the last games, the games that did not happen, there are only 2 to choose from, namely, those in the years 389 and 393. Most textbooks and encyclopedias assume the latter date. It is worth noting, however, that the evidence is circumstantial and doubtful. Kadrinos speaks of the extinction of the Olympic Games in the final paragraphs of his account of the reign of Theodosius. And another question comes to mind. Did the Games come to an end for, as it were, natural reasons? Funds may have run out, or the interest of the fans, participants, or sponsors may have waned. Or did it happen suddenly, on the orders of the emperor or some other authority hostile to pagan rites? Kadrinos's Greek verb apespi, meaning to become extinct, allows both interpretations. It is generally accepted in various scholarly works, and sometimes even categorically affirmed as obvious and well-attested, that Emperor Theodosius banned the Olympic Games with a specific edict. But there is no documentary basis for this claim. Yes, Theodosius persecuted pagan cults. He forbade, under severe penalties, the offering of sacrifices to pagan gods and ordered the closure and even destruction of pagan temples. Anti-pagan repression intensified toward the end of this reign, just when the Games of 393 would have been celebrated. And yet, certain sports events associated with pagan cults continued for decades after the death of Theodosius, some even for centuries. Such was the case in Antioch, the greatest city of ancient Syria. Games were held there every 4 years, in the year preceding the celebrations in Olympia. They, too, were called Olympic Games, and rightly so, because they faithfully copied in almost every respect those celebrated in the Old Country. These Antioch Olympics continued without interruption until the year 520, and thus, they outlived their mother games by almost 130 years. Could there be a better proof that there was no Theodosian edict abolishing the Olympics? For why should the Olympian Olympics be forbidden in Greece and the Antiochian Olympics be tolerated in Syria? Well, there could have been a reason. Antioch was enormous, populous, and wealthy, and the emperor may have hesitated to ban its games, for that could have led to riots, and riots happened often enough during his reign. But in Olympia, a town with very few permanent residents and far away from large urban centers, no serious disturbances threatened. It would have been enough to forbid the hosting of participants and fans, or to cut off the source of funds for the organization of the competition required, as always and everywhere, and not only in antiquity, large expenditures. In large metropolitan areas, this burden fell on the shoulders of the rulers, city councils, and, above all, the local wealthy, since a contribution to the games was considered a contribution to the community. But who was to pay the costs at Olympia? The neighborhood was poor, the local population sparse and mainly pastoral. Rich foundations of yore, for there had been such, became depleted or passed into other hands, either secular or ecclesiastical. Mundane financial issues had often been the cause of headaches for the organizers of the games. Over the centuries, they had been at risk of extinction more than once. This was the case at the end of the 1st century BC when the king of Judea, Herod, saved the pagan games. Yes, that famous King Herod, widely known in later Christian tradition as a bloody tyrant and the murderer of the innocents. No, he was not the gentlest of rulers, but as an admirer of Hellenic culture, he made great contributions to its various centers, sites, and practices. The Jewish historian Josephus Flavius wrote about Herod's patronage of the Olympic Games. To the land of Elis, he made a gift intended not only for Greece, but for the whole world, wherever news of the Olympic Games is keenly awaited. For, having heard that the games were failing, he took part in the competition as a judge on his way to Rome, and thereafter, he created a permanent source of income for the games to commemorate his participation in the jury. Those would have been the 192nd or 193rd games, 12 BC or 8 BC. Who knows? Were it not for Herod's generosity and for his love of the Hellenic traditions, the last Olympic Games could have been celebrated then and not 4 centuries later. And such an early extinction of the games would have had an impact on our perception of their importance and thus their prospects for rebirth in our time. It seems we must give up our inquiry into the causes of the extinction of the Olympic Games. Nor will we ever be able to say which games were the last, those of 389 or those of 393. However, we do have a fact, and this is far more important. The fate of the games was decided between 389 and 395, that is to say, during the last 6 years of Emperor Theodosius's reign. The birth of the world of the Olympiads. But, to start on the right foot, let's recall the salient facts. In Olympia, on the shores of the Alpheus River, in the land of Elis in the Peloponnese, games had been held regularly and continuously every 4 years starting in 776 BC. They were held as a religious rite in honor of Zeus. From all parts of the Hellenic world came crowds of participants and fans. The games were born and flourished together with the classic period of Greek civilization, constituted an integral element and symbolic manifestation of it, and eventually perished along with it. Yes, there had been an earlier civilization in the lands of Hellas, which we conventionally call Mycenaean, between the 16th and 12th centuries BC. It was similar to the later classical civilization in some ways, and it also liked all kinds of games and competitions, but those games had a different aspect. The Mycenaean civilization did not know the Olympic Games as regular quadrennial events, even though chariot races did take place in Olympia during the period. These races, consecrated to the hero Pelops, are mentioned in ancient myths and evidenced by archaeological finds, particularly small bronze statues depicting horses, charioteers, and chariots. These were probably votive gifts of the Mycenaean victors. But there is no straight, unbroken line of continuity between the games of the Mycenaeans and those that began in the 8th century. It was only in 776 BC that the permanent games began and were repeated every 4 years until the time of Theodosius. From 776 BC to AD 393 is almost 12 centuries, 1,169 years, to be exact. The voice of heralds solemnly proclaimed the coming of the sacred truce over 290 times. The question comes to mind, will the modern Olympics last so many centuries? And if they do, what will the world be like in the year of the 290th Olympics of the New Order? The world of 3056? But let's get back to the Mycenaean and classical cultures. A chasm of 5 centuries separates the two. Following the invasion that destroyed the Mycenaean castles in the 12th century, the lands of Hellas became shrouded in a fog of unknowing, and the fog only began to lift in the 8th century BC, just as the quadrennial Olympics commenced. Curiously, the most fleeting things survived the Mycenaean collapse of the 12th century best: myths, legends, and poetic stories. In the dark ages that followed the fall of the Mycenaean civilization, they were passed down from generation to generation as its most valuable legacy. It is true that some of the material works of the old civilization have also survived, the ruins of castles and tombs, as well as broken remnants of vessels, weapons, and ornaments. Even clay tablets have been preserved, covered with a strange script used only by Cretans and Mycenaeans. But most of those souvenirs had to be discovered, excavated, and decoded. We had to compel them to speak in order to summon the shadows of the old world. And all that happened only in the last 150 years, partly in our time, practically before our eyes. Only in the 1950s did it become possible to read the characters of the Mycenaean script. But those fleeting things, myths and legends, passed from mouth to mouth, as an old Greek metaphor had it, survived until the 8th century, and saw the first quadrennial games at Olympia. It was then that the poet known to posterity as Homer composed his epics about the Trojan War. In them, he employed Mycenaean themes, rich and formal, which he knew thanks to the uninterrupted tradition of singing. This is the first literary work of our cultural inheritance, and it was born simultaneously with the Olympics. Is it just a coincidence that the two phenomena, the heroic epic and the quadrennial games, so emblematic of the Greco-Roman antiquity, arose at the same time? The end of the world of the Olympiads. And if we ask what happened to that ancient Greco-Roman antiquity when the ancient quadrennial Olympics died out, the answer seems obvious. A whole civilization passed away, giving way to new beliefs, new ideals, new values, a new way of life. And the distinctive feature of this new world was a fundamentally different attitude to the human body. The pundits of the victorious religion preached and practiced contempt for everything related to the flesh, claiming that it was sinful, tainted, and gravitated towards evil. And therefore, how could one possibly rejoice in his mortal shell? How could one admire its beauty, grace, and strength displayed in the gymnasium, in the palestra, and in the stadium? And how much more scandalous if this damned flesh performed its shameful frolics in games to honor pagan gods, who were, after all, nothing but demons, the servants of Satan. These teachings did not yield results quickly, and in any case, they were far less effective than the missionaries of the new faith had hoped. The seed, however, sown persistently and tirelessly from one generation to the next, had to yield a crop eventually. According to its sowers, it was a healthy crop of wheat, replacing the wild weeds of insidious demons. But the beliefs of the defenders of the old civilization were exactly the opposite. The proliferating weed of the new religion threatened to choke whole fields of golden grain, a gift of the goddess Demeter. We should note that the condemnation of the body and its affairs had become popular among some pagan thinkers long before Christianity. After all, it was the ancient Greeks who coined the saying that the body was the tomb of the soul, a view developed and defended by many ancient thinkers, including Plato. But such claims were a kind of poetic and metaphysical reflection. Both in private lives and in public practice, people followed other principles. A proof of this is provided by the very same Plato, who, though normally glad to talk about the soul being a prisoner of the body, had been in his youth the pride of his gymnasium and remained an honest admirer of the beauty of the Ephebes until his dying day, in which last practice, by the way, he seemed to follow his master. This is how he spoke on the subject through the mouth of Socrates. At that moment, Charmides entered the room. "I'm not much of a judge," I find gold in every beautiful boy, and almost all young people seem beautiful to me. But that day, Charmides seemed like a miracle. He was so good-looking and so handsome. I also got the impression that everyone else was in love with him because as soon as he was in the room, they all lost their cool. And there was a crowd of his admirers pressing behind, too. And then Charmides sat down next to Socrates. I suddenly felt a strange confusion. Somehow, all my recent boldness, when I thought that our conversation would be easy, was gone. Then Critias said that I knew a cure for headaches. And Charmides looked at me with interest, waiting for my answer. Everyone, as many as there were in the Polishliterature, surrounded us in a circle. I saw his body under his cloak. A heatwave poured over me, and I no longer had any control over myself. Yes, the conversation then turns to the matters of the soul, but after such an introduction, who will believe, who can possibly believe, that the body is only its grave? But let us not dwell on such shocking contrasts. We will understand far better the difference between the two worlds, the passing world of antiquity and the coming age of Christianity, in their attitude to the body, by considering the ordinary and prosaic question, but one as closely related to the body as possible, the issue of bathing. Baths and pagans. In very ancient times, people believed that dreams about bathing were not ominous. Back in those days, they did not know public baths, and they bathed in the so-called bathtubs. Later, when bathhouses came into existence, dreams of bathing and of bathhouses, even if one did not bathe in them, came to be understood as portentous. It was now believed that such dreams foreshadowed trouble because, in a bathhouse, there is always commotion and confusion. Also, they portended a loss because, in a bathhouse, one gives off sweat prodigiously. And finally, they predicted stress and fear because the skin, the surface of the body, undergoes a change there. Many today still follow this view and explain such dreams in this way. However, they are wrong because they do not think rigorously. The point is that bathhouses used to be really poor, people bathed irregularly, and there were not all that many bathhouses anyhow. Folks usually washed themselves only after a fight or after some hard work. And, perhaps for this reason, these dreams of baths and bathing made them think about toil and fighting. Currently, however, matters look completely opposite. Today, many won't even take a bite to eat until they have bathed first. Others take a bath again after eating, and they also bathe before each feast. Thus, in our time, the bathhouse has become a path to pleasure. And hence, a dream that one is bathing in beautiful, bright, spacious, and airy baths bodes health and well-being, pleasant moments, an improvement in the frame of mind, and for the sick, recovery. Because bathing is healthy, even when it is not necessary. These words are taken from the Greek textbook of Oneirocritica, or the Art of Interpretation of Dreams. Its author, Artemidorus Daldianus, lived in the 2nd century AD. He was a typical representative of his age, embodying the thinking, preferences, views, and lifestyle of the rich and numerous middle class, which was both the flower and the foundation of the Roman Empire during the era of its greatest splendor. Hence, the importance of his dream book as a source of knowledge about the everyday life of his contemporaries. What were his contemporaries like? They liked games and baths, they knew their literature, they honored their ancient traditions, both local and national. They often undertook long journeys across the many lands of their vast empire, whose citizens they felt themselves to be. And they believed in dreams, omens, prophets, and gods, in this order. The Roman Empire had created exceptionally favorable conditions for the development of this class by providing administrative support for the growth of towns and cities. Thanks to a long period of peace, a stable rule of law, and a general sense of security, towns and cities in all provinces flourished as centers of trade, crafts, and culture. And each of these towns, even the smallest, strove to have its own theater and hippodrome, basilica, a meeting hall, temples, and public baths. The latter were usually called thermae, especially the larger and better-equipped ones. The name is Greek and comes from the heated swimming pools they featured. Their remains, scattered throughout the lands of the former empire, testify to the magnificence, even monumentality, of the public baths. Whoever entered could swim in large pools filled with cold or warm water, sit on marble benches arranged around beautiful fountains, listen to their pleasant murmur, and chat with friends. Or to sweat out whatever ached him in rooms called sudatorium. He could also exercise and play ball in special rooms lined with marble and decorated with statues. It is therefore not surprising that city dwellers spent a large part of their day there, often every free moment of their lives. Of course, as long as there were no circus races, gladiatorial fights, or wild beast hunts in the arena, or pantomime performances on stage. In the capital, a dozen emperors built colossal baths in its various districts, giving them their names. Some parts of these buildings still serve as churches, museums, planetariums, and even sports halls. And since the Olympic Games are our subject, it is probably worth recalling that some competitions of the 17th modern games, celebrated in Rome in 1960, were held in the halls of the so-called Baths of Caracalla. But who could count all the smaller public baths in every little street of ancient Rome? A passing note in an ancient work informs us that in 33 BC, there were 170 of them, but 100 years later, it was difficult to count them all. 14F according to another, a bit later source. The number reached 1,000. Of course, we do not take into account private bathrooms in noble palaces. Baths, large and small, were open to everyone, regardless of their social class, for a modest fee or sometimes even for free, when some wealthy citizen or the city itself decided to cover the cost on the occasion of some celebration. Both men and women were admitted. Women used separate buildings or separate rooms, or had special days and hours reserved for them. However, often there was no segregation at all, so the genders simply mingled while bathing. And so, generation after generation, Romans enjoyed public baths, both in the 2nd century, the age of the interpreter of dreams, Artemidorus Daldianus, and in the 4th century, under the pious emperor Theodosius, even as the Olympic Games were dying out. And in some provinces, especially in the cities of the Hellenic East, thermal baths continued to prosper for centuries, right through the Byzantine times. Even the strictest pagan ascetics, and it is worth remembering that there also existed pagan ascetics, treated bathing as a hygienic measure necessary for everyday life, like bread and oil. Take, for example, the lifestyle and sayings of Apollonius of Tyana. This famous mystic, and supposedly a miracle worker, who lived in the 1st century AD, i.e., in the times of the emperors Tiberius, Claudius, Nero, Vespasian, and Titus, did not differ much from later Christian monks when it came to the severity of self-discipline and his ascetic practices. He ate no meat at all, contenting himself with bread, fruit, and vegetables. He did not drink wine. He went about barefoot, wore only linen clothes, and never cut his hair. For many years, he remained completely silent, faithful to a vow he had made in his youth, communicating with others only through gestures, facial expressions, and eye movements. Yet, each day he took a bath, usually at the same time, towards the evening. Then he rubbed his body with oil and rinsed it with cold water. He was of the opinion that warm water promoted aging and disease, and therefore, when arriving in Antioch in Syria and learning that the emperor had ordered the closure of the city's magnificent thermal baths as a punishment for a recent riot, he said, "You do him wrong, and as a reward, the emperor extends your life." What he meant was, of course, that in the baths, one was tempted to bathe in warm water pools. Some centuries later, alleged letters of Apollonius began to circulate, and their author claimed that Apollonius did not bathe and required the same from his students. Those letters, so obviously contrary to what we know about the conduct of Apollonius, may have been influenced by the practices and teachings of a certain current of Christianity. As for bathing in warm water, many other pagans thought it was harmful to health and that only cold water was beneficial. And thus, many people in Rome practiced cold water bathing, even the rich. Here is an example. Seneca, philosopher, writer, statesman, and a millionaire, and a near contemporary of Apollonius. In one of his letters written in old age, he writes that he has just returned from a walk during which he raced against a young boy who usually accompanied him on his daily strolls. He used to joke, "We are the same age. We're both losing our teeth." and that he came at the finish line neck and neck with him. Then I took a cold bath. That's what I call these days water that is not very warm. And yet, in my youth, I bathed in icy water. On January 1st, I started the new year by jumping into a swimming pool fed with water running straight from a mountain spring. Later, a bath in the Tiber had to suffice, and now I bathe in a pond warmed by the sun. Baths and Christians. The followers of the new religion did not initially reject bathing on principle and only warned against the abuse of baths, especially baths of certain kinds. Clement of Alexandria, an eminent Christian writer in the second half of the 2nd century, instructed his brethren. There are 4 reasons why we go to the bathhouse. First, to wash our bodies. Second, to warm up. Third, for health. And finally, for fun. Well, one should give up bathing for pleasure, for it is proper to put aside pleasures that are contrary to the sense of shame. Women can bathe both for cleanliness and health, but men should only do it for health. As for warm baths, they are completely superfluous because a cold body can also be revived in other ways, while constant bathing has a negative effect on the body's immunity and weakens the constitution. It is also often the cause of fainting. Tertullian, a near contemporary of Clement and an equally zealous Christian, admitted openly that he took a bath every day at the normal and appropriate hour, which almost certainly means before the main meal, in the early afternoon. It seems that he, too, preferred his baths cold. But the fact that Tertullian touched on such a subject in a treatise addressed to pagans is highly significant. It suggests that many adherents of the new religion were commonly accused of avoiding baths. And in fact, such a current did exist within Christianity from its very beginning, promoted by rigorists and fanatics. And as years and generations passed, it grew in strength and spread ever more widely. Ascetics condemned ever more loudly and more passionately the shameful waste of time, the sinful succumbing to weakness, the pursuit of worldly comforts and pleasures, and the excessive care for the cleanliness of the body and the neatness of clothing. We can cite many examples of this attitude, but we will limit ourselves to the statements of people who, as mature men, would have been able to attend, if they cared, the last Olympic Games, men who lived under the rule of Theodosius. Let us add that the writers whom we summon as our witnesses were not some uneducated monks, hermits living in complete isolation in the deserts of the Egyptian Thebaid. Ascetics wasting their bodies with mortifications and engrossed in the contemplation of the afterlife. On the contrary, although these men were strict with themselves and others, they were also outstanding scholars distinguished by great erudition and literary talents, as well as titans of writing and administrative work, and in touch with the world of their times. All this rightly secured them an honorable and lasting place in the history of European culture. But in this particular case, their views must seem rather shocking. Baths, saints, bishops. Probably at the end of the same year 395, at the beginning of which Emperor Theodosius died in Milan, one Aurelius Augustine was ordained bishop in a distant land of the empire. We can perhaps see in this a symbolic convergence of events, another indication of the end of one era and the birth of another. Future generations would recognize Augustine as a saint and a doctor of the Church, and he still plays an important role in shaping modern European thought. Some of his doctrines constantly re-emerge in modern philosophical systems, a clear sign that they remain relevant today. And we do not need to go back to the 17th century Jansenists to see an example of this. It is probably enough to recall that Ludwig Wittgenstein's philosophical investigations begin with an analysis of a fragment of St. Augustine's Confessions. And among modern works devoted to the currently fashionable style of linguistic research called semasiology, we see a translation of a treatise of the same St. Augustine, an author who lived over 15 centuries ago. He was ordained in a coastal city of North Africa called Hippo Regius, later Bone, and now Annaba, in present-day Algeria. He had been born in the same province, in Thagast, several dozen kilometers south of Hippo, in 354. Although relatively young, only 40 years old, the new bishop had many twists and turns in interests, opinions, and lifestyle behind him. His father had been a pagan, and his mother a Christian. As a boy, he seems to have treated the matters of religion quite indifferently. For several years, he studied rhetoric in Carthage, the largest city in Roman Africa, intending to work as a lawyer. Soon, however, and it happened under the influence of a certain Ciceronian treatise, he turned to philosophy. He was especially attracted to a sort of philosophy tinged with skepticism and cultivated by the Platonic Academy in its late period. He simultaneously joined the followers of Manichaeism. It was a religion native to the Iranian East, strongly emphasizing the duality of the world in all its aspects and manifestations, a division between the principles of good and evil, locked in perpetual struggle. The various stages of this struggle were presented in a colorful, complicated, and rather ambiguous mythology. After a short stay in Rome, young Augustine moved to Milan, where he took a post as a professor of rhetoric. However, it seems that this great thinker and stylist was not seized by a sudden passion for the teaching profession, even though he had already had some experience teaching in Africa and Rome. Instead, in Milan, the great city of northern Italy, Augustine turned to Christianity by way of the mysticism of Neoplatonic philosophy and the influence of both the sermons and the personality of the Bishop of Milan, Ambrose, the man who, several years later, was to stand at the deathbed of Emperor Theodosius. The young professor of rhetoric and his son, Adeodatus, were baptized by Ambrose in 387. In the same year, he lost his beloved mother, Monica, who died in Ostia, the port city of Rome. On his return to his native land, Augustine, growing ever more zealous, founded a community of monks. In Hippo Regius, elected by the local Christian community, he became its first presbyter and, from 395, its bishop. He remained in that post until his death in August 430. As he lay dying, the city was under Vandal siege. There was also a community of nuns in Hippo Regius. Augustine watched over their affairs through their superior, his sister. Now, it so happened that a certain scandalous quarrel among the pious matrons broke out for reasons common and frequent in every age, animosities of a personal nature. The dispute was submitted to the bishop for adjudication. He issued his decision in 423 in a long letter to the congregation, a kind of detailed instruction on the rules of religious life. This document was to play an enormous role in the following centuries as the basis for the rules of various monastic orders. But here we are only interested in a short fragment of it, with a very prosaic content. You should wash your clothes by yourselves or let your servants wash them, but only at the discretion of your mother superior, so that an excessive desire for a clean dress does not stain your soul with inner filth. And let the washing of the body and the use of the baths not be continuous. Ablutions should occur at the usual intervals, that is, once a month. If, however, a sickness should force a sister to wash her body, let her wash on her doctor's orders without grumbling. And if she still does not want to, let her do what she must for the health of the body at the order of her mother superior. This principle, worded so sharply and stated so clearly, had important implications for the personal hygiene of various groups and communities and, later, of the whole society. Its influence was all the more significant as the statements of another man of great holiness and immeasurable learning strongly supported it. He was St. Augustine's contemporary and was famous as one of the most distinguished Latin writers of his time. St. Jerome, a native of the border regions between Dalmatia and Pannonia, was about a dozen years older than the bishop of Hippo Regius. The two men, although they exchanged letters, did not really like each other, as is often the case with prominent representatives of the same generation and ideological orientation. After much travel, Jerome settled in Palestine, in Bethlehem. There, he presided over a community of monks, hosted pious pilgrims, and studied and wrote. Among the vast oeuvre of St. Jerome, one work stands out as the most important for the subsequent history of the Church and the entire European civilization, his revision and final edition of the Latin translation of the Bible, the so-called Vulgate. Augustine was to criticize sharply some of the wording of that edition. And with all this work, the learned hermit still found time to conduct extensive correspondence. In it, he gave encouragement and advice on various matters related to religious life. And, in a letter to a matron named Leda, who had asked for instructions on how to raise her daughter, he wrote, "I am not a friend of bathing in an adult girl at all. She ought to feel ashamed of her body and hate the sight of her own nakedness. For if she mortifies her body with wakefulness and fasting, if she wishes to extinguish the fire of lust and the heat of intellectual ferment with the frost of restraint, if she seeks to disfigure her natural beauty by deliberate cultivation of dirt, why should she, acting as if for opposite reasons, kindle the sleeping flames with the heat of the bathhouse?" Even more forcefully, concisely, and sharply, he expressed the same thought in another letter. "Is your skin getting rough because you have deprived it of a bath? But whoever has washed in Christ once never needs to bathe again." And you would be wrong to treat these words as a rhetorical flourish, because St. Jerome writes in another place, "You like to bathe every day, but for others, your cleanliness is filth." But to end our bathing survey on a lighter note, let us quote the words of another dignitary of the Church, a contemporary of Augustine and Jerome. In the year 395, that same year again, a certain Sicinius was elevated to the bishopric of the commune of Novatians in Constantinople. Who were the Novatians? They were a large group of schismatics, which is to say secessionists, who broke away from the majority of the Christians in the city of Rome on the grounds of some personal disagreements and some debates concerning ethical issues, which had arisen during a period of persecution of Christians. Following their secession, their communities flourished for many decades in many cities of the empire. They differed from the Orthodox not in their views on dogmatic or ritual matters, but mainly by a certain moral rigor and hostility to sinners, especially in cases of apostasy and especially if the sinner was a priest. Probably because of this attitude, they enjoyed great respect even among their opponents. In any event, the historian Socrates, who must have known, or at least seen Sicinius in Constantinople, paints a very sympathetic portrait of the bishop. He writes that the man was highly educated, an expert on the views of various pagan philosophical schools as well as on Christian letters, and a brilliant debater of theological disputes, and theological disputes were then pretty much constant. In his private life, he was a shining example of restraint so that no one dared to slander him. He did, however, cultivate certain comforts, we could even say refinements. Therefore, those who did not come into closer contact with him often could not understand what his modesty consisted in and how he managed to be content with little while apparently surrounded by opulent luxury. Gentle, polite, and well-liked, he knew how to joke gracefully, not offending anyone but also not taking offense himself when made fun of. He was famous for his witty answers. Once, when someone asked him maliciously why, though a bishop, he bathed twice a day, he replied, "Because I can't bathe 3 times. And when someone blamed him for dressing in colorful clothes, he said, "Show me where it says in the Bible that a bishop must dress in black." These sayings are given as examples of his skillful self-defense against certain criticism. But, as is often the case, these off-the-cuff remarks reveal important realities of the times. Games and synods. Since some Christians treated ordinary matters like bathing with suspicion and even hostility, how much more scandalous did public games have to appear to them, games of all kinds, not only bloody gladiatorial fights. But it was impossible to forbid the faithful from attending the circus or the theater because such a prohibition, even if backed up with the threat of excommunication, would simply not work. The constant exhortations by the fathers of the Church in the matter of the arena and the stage were entirely useless. However, it was possible to hit out at the people appearing in the stadiums and on stage, banishing them from the community of the faithful. Various synods of bishops, time and again, made such prohibitions. Here is an example of a resolution of the Synod of Bishops in the Spanish city of Elvira, dating to the beginning of the 4th century. Only when a chariot driver in the circus or a stage mime accepts that he must first give up practicing his art can he be accepted in the community of the faithful, but on the condition that he may never return to such employment. And if, contrary to our prohibition, he should try to cultivate his profession again, he should be excluded from the Church. And a little later, the Synod of Alls, in today's southern France, declared, Circus drivers who are believers are to be separated from the community as long as they participate in games. Likewise, actors. At the same time, the secular authorities tried to limit audience participation. A law from the time of Emperor Theodosius declared, provincial judges can attend theatrical performances, circus competitions, and wild animal hunting shows, but only on either the emperor's birthday or the anniversary of his assumption of power. And only in the morning. After lunch, they may no longer appear among the audience. Judges were governors of provinces and other senior officials. In the nomenclature of the late empire, the word iudex, judge, generally meant all high dignitaries. Indeed, the prohibition had a wider reach. It also concerned their subordinates and, to a large extent, private persons as well. Since all judges had to be at work, it followed that all offices were open for business, and that required all the clerks to give up their pleasures and go to court, or the accounting office, or the archive, and put their nose to the grindstone. And thus, officials sat in offices and halls supposedly working, but their hearts were elsewhere, and their ears, from the lowest scribe to the most venerable prefect, listened eagerly for the howling of the crowds coming from the circus. These cries of the masses excited by the games, so typical of the life of our present day and so familiar to our ears, especially on Sundays, were commonplace in the cities of the Roman Empire throughout its existence. Let us quote the words of Seneca again. Today I have time for myself, not only because of my own good fortune, but also due to the games which drew everybody to the football game, spheromachia, literally, ball fight. So, no one will intrude on me, and no one will disturb my meditations. The gate will not continuously creak, and the curtain at the door will not be constantly raised. But I was foolish to promise myself silence. I can hear the screaming and howling from the stadium even now. While it does not really disturb me, it does draw my mind toward the phenomenon. And I think to myself how many train the body and how few exercise the mind, what crowds converge at the spectacles, and how empty are places where intellectual skills are practiced. And how feeble-minded are those whose muscles and shoulders we admire. Returning, however, to the aforementioned law from the time of Theodosius, it also included a short, only one-sentence, provision, which was to turn out very significant for the customs of many European countries. You must not stage shows for the people on a Sunday, so as not to mix divine worship and the games. There are European countries where this prohibition has been upheld with Puritan zeal to this day, without anyone remembering the origins of this supposedly divine commandment. But all these 4th-century decisions and prohibitions, ecclesiastical and state, were only half measures. They were circumvented in various ways, as always happens in all countries where authority, on ideological grounds, issues impractical regulations contrary to common sense. Indeed, while it proved possible by the end of the 4th century to eradicate gladiatorial fights, bloody, cruel, barbaric, condemned by all enlightened persons, regardless of their religious beliefs, the theater and the chariot races continued. The populace of the cities could not live without them, nor would they live without their baths. It is true that the residents of some cities relatively quickly learned to do without the public baths, but only in some and never in others. And ordinary men everywhere continued to adore pantomime actors, and especially the real stars of the stadiums, the chariot drivers. The emperor himself was not different from his subjects when it came to the love of the hippodrome. He made it amply clear more than once. Not only on the day of his death, but also 5 years earlier, in the year 390. Turning now back to those days, our story enters a proper chronological framework, and from now on, it shall follow closely the events of the last Olympiad of the ancient world. Part 2. Thessalonica. The greats of the year 390. AD 390 by our count, that is. But the people of that era dated years differently, namely with the names of the consuls. And in the case of AD 390, those consuls were Valentinian, for the 4th time, and Neaterius. And while we speak of them, we should introduce some other highest-ranking dignitaries of the empire of the day. This will prove useful because some of them will play a significant role in the events we are going to relate, and also because, By doing so, we will gain some idea of the administrative structure of the empire and the religious division within the upper echelons of its society. The first of the two consuls, Valentinian, was only 19 years old, and yet he held the office for the fourth time already. But this was considered right and proper as he was an emperor, that is, Augustus, and a co-ruler with Emperor Theodosius. He had been awarded the title of Augustus as a 4-year-old child immediately after the death of his father, Valentinian I, in 375. He resided in Gaul, while Theodosius resided mainly in Milan. Valentinian was a devout Christian, tending to the fanatic and ascetic in nature, which he manifested, among other things, in his reluctance to attend public games, such as chariot races. After his tragic death in 392, Bishop Ambrose recalled in his funeral speech with appreciation, "We have already quoted these words. People say that, at first, he enjoyed circus games. But later, he uprooted this weakness within himself so completely that he did not stage them even on the emperor's birthday, even in honor of the rulers." So, in this respect, Valentinian was very different from his Christian co-ruler, Theodosius. The second consul, Neotirius, a man of perhaps 60, had held various high offices and was now the prefect of Gaul. This meant that he headed the civil administration of the great swathe of Atlantic provinces, Britain, Gaul, Spain, and a piece of North Africa directly across from Spain. As for his religious beliefs, he was probably a Christian, though sympathetic to the Arians. On the other hand, he frequently corresponded with Symmachus, the leader of the resolutely pagan aristocracy in the city of Rome. The empire of the time was divided administratively into 3, sometimes 4, large units called prefectures. Each of them, in turn, was divided into smaller divisions called dioceses, and those again into provinces. We already know about the western prefecture of Gaul. The eastern one, officially in Latin, Orientis or Per Orientum, was even larger, and it included Libya and Egypt, Palestine and Syria, Asia Minor, and in Europe, Thrace, present-day Bulgaria. Between the two prefectures, the Gallic and the Eastern, lay the prefecture of Italy, Africa, and Illyricum. It stretched over the territories of today's Tunisia and Algeria, Italy, the Alpine countries, as well as the entire Balkans, except, of course, Thrace. Quite often, however, the Balkans were broken out as another prefecture called Illyricum. In 390, however, only one prefect ruled everything, from Africa to the Danube. His name was Polemius. We know very little about him, only that he had previously held the governorship of the African provinces and may have come from there. On the other hand, the prefect of the East, Tatianus, is well known to us. He was an outstanding figure in his time, but also very tragic, of which we shall speak soon. Thanks to many surviving inscriptions, we can follow the steps of his career. He was a lawyer by profession and had worked as an attorney in his youth. Later, he entered the state administration and quickly advanced. He was, by turns, governor of Upper Egypt, Thebaid, prefect of all of Egypt, governor of Syria, Comes, that is, the military commander of the East, and, eventually, Comes of the Sacred Munificence, that is to say, the Minister of Finance. We will hear the title Comes often in these pages, so we should explain that Comes was a Roman title describing certain functions in the imperial administration. From 380, he lived as a private citizen on his estate in the province of Lycia, present southern Turkey. However, in 388, Theodosius, looking for a candidate to fill the powerful office of the prefect of the East after the death of its former holder, appointed Tatianus because of his energy, experience, and reputation. The choice was all the more interesting because Tatianus was already well advanced in years and was known as a devout pagan, which last could not possibly have recommended him in the eyes of the Christian emperor or many of his advisors. Tatianus accepted the honorable nomination, unluckily, as it turned out. But in 390, there was no sign of what the future had in store, and Tatianus enjoyed the emperor's full confidence. At the same time, his son, Proculus, also received a very high office. He was appointed the prefect of the city of Constantinople, the second city of the empire, ranking in prestige only below Rome itself. Proculus, a man in his prime, had earned his reputation as the governor of Palestine, then Syria, then Comes of the East, and finally Comes of the Sacred Munificence, much like his father before him. He also inherited some character traits of his father: energy and severity, we might even say brutality, in carrying out his duties, and also an attachment to the old religion. We can see this in a Greek inscription in verse in his honor, carved by the inhabitants of Phoenicia on a rock at the mouth of the river Lycus. It praises the governor for having led the sacrifices to the gods of Heliopolis, present-day Baalbek, in Lebanon, famous for its magnificent ruins of temples, especially of Zeus Hadad and Bacchus. The same inscription also praises Proculus for having built a road through the mountains. Finally, we know from elsewhere that, while serving as Comes of the East, Proculus beautified Antioch. He built and renovated its baths, public porticos, and market halls. But his best-known construction in the Syrian city was related to the Olympic Games, a fact particularly interesting to us. So, let us devote a little attention to this issue. As we already know, the Olympic Games of Antioch were held every 4 years, always in the summer months of the year preceding the Olympics in the Old Country. The point was, of course, that the two events should not compete, stealing each other's spectators and competitors. Proculus had assumed the office of Comes of the East in 383, just as the Antiochian Olympics were about to be celebrated the following year. He decided to give them more splendor by expanding the building known as the plethron. This word denotes a measure 100 feet long, which was the length of each of the 4 sides of the edifice. Qualifying rounds took place there. Here is another example of the loving care with which Greeks reproduced old cultural models across the Hellenic world. A similar building, with the same name, dimensions, and purpose, stood among the buildings of the sacred precinct at the old Olympia on the Alpheus. The Antiochian plethron had been erected at the end of the 2nd century AD, and it was slightly enlarged in the first half of the 4th century. Built on the quadrilateral plan, it had only 2 rows of stone benches around the central arena, which, of course, limited the size of the audience. But Proculus's plan to expand the building met, a seemingly paradoxical thing, stiff opposition from the least expected quarter. Libanius, the most famous professor of Greek rhetoric at that time, a sincere pagan, a lover of both broad Greek and narrow Antiochian traditions, addressed the Comes in a kind of open letter composed in the style of a public address, even though it was never delivered as a speech. It began with harsh words of condemnation. As I can see, many people seem grateful to Proculus for enlarging the building where the afternoon competitions take place. Well, I wish to show that he is doing wrong, and that those who praise him for something for which they should criticize him. The speech is quite lengthy, containing many repetitions, but the main line of reasoning goes something like this. With more seats in the plethron, there will be more audience, and that will impact the elimination process negatively, exposing the judge's verdict to the vagaries of public applause, protests, and general pressure from the crowd. We have seen disorder and lawlessness, says Libanius, growing with each subsequent competition. For example, recently, some competitions were supposed to end before sunset, but there were various delays. Those who started later thought they should be allowed to finish later, others said it was not acceptable. And in the audience, Hellenes and Romans disagreed. Some cried out that the players were too tired to go on, and the others cried, "Nothing of the sort." Libanius continued. Now, our dear Proculus makes it even worse. Eager to accommodate a larger audience, he invites greater lawlessness. For his personal glory, he harms the games. It shows that perhaps he does not really want the games celebrated here. The whole affair seems rather strange. Was Libanius, as we might say today, for real? Was he honestly worried about the preservation of the tradition, the orderliness of the proceedings, and the professionalism of the judges? Perhaps the plethron dispute was just a pretext, and, in fact, the speaker had other goals in mind? And did his criticism have the desired result, that is, the abandonment of the expansion project? We don't know. On the other hand, later correspondence between the rhetorician and the dignitary shows that their relations improved significantly in due course. It seems certain that our dear Proculus generously forgave the sharp tone of the professor's speech. But those letters came after 388 when the dignitary was already the prefect of Constantinople and, therefore, far away from Antioch. There he completed his most famous construction project, and the most memorable for future generations, in 390. We will have a chance to talk about it again. Now, continuing our review of the most important dignitaries of the empire in the year 390, we turn to a colleague of Proculus, an even more senior dignitary, the prefect of the city of Rome, the cradle and the senior capital of the empire. Saonius Albinus held that dignity in 390 for the second year in a row. A representative of an old aristocratic family, he was also one of the best educated Romans of his generation. He knew both classical and modern Latin literature well. He especially loved the works of Virgil. He delighted in his archaisms and his meter and devoted a whole dissertation to the poet. But he was also interested in philosophical issues. He seems to have composed short outlines of the principles of logic, geometry, and music. Some suppose that he translated into Latin the treatise Categories by Aristotle. He was a pagan, faithful to the ancient cults, as were most of the Roman aristocracy of the day. And it was probably not a mere coincidence that during the time when Albinus held the prefecture, his brother, his name was Saonius Volusianus, he had once been a governor in Asia Minor, performed a ceremony in the temple of god Mithras on the Vatican. There, on May 23, 390, he renewed his initiation into the mysteries of Mithras after 20 years. To celebrate the occasion, he dedicated an altar to this god, to the Egyptian goddess Isis, and to the Syrian god Attis. He commemorated it with an appropriate inscription. Some clues suggest that Prefect Albinus knew Christian teachings well, was familiar with the Bible, and that he criticized both, especially the mystery of incarnation. This, in turn, triggered a sharp polemic from Bishop Ambrose in the form of a treatise, which we know today only from a few surviving summaries. But the wife of this confessed heathen was a Christian. So was his daughter Albina. His son Volusianus, named after his uncle, shared his father's religion. This religious split within one family is very characteristic of the age, and we see it repeated in various iterations throughout this period. And since we are on the topic, let us present a few more facts concerning the later fate of the family, for they are truly fascinating. The family of Albinus. Shortly before the Visigoth sack of Rome in 410, many wealthy people fled the capital, taking refuge in distant lands, in Sicily or Africa. Among those who managed to escape were the aforementioned Albina, her daughter Melania, and her husband, Pinianus. All three were devout Christians. In Africa, they soon established close contact with Saint Augustine, who sometime later dedicated a little treatise to the three, entitled Concerning Divine Grace and the Original Sin. Having recently disposed of their vast estates in Italy, Sicily, and Africa, the three had the liquidity to sponsor various charitable undertakings on a large scale. In Augustine's hometown, the Gasta, for example, Melania founded monasteries. Meanwhile, Volusianus arrived in Carthage. Both women made every effort to get their close relative, brother of one, uncle of the other, to abandon the cult of demons and to adopt their religion. Unsuccessfully. His father's views had taken root in Volusianus. We have a fascinating proof of the constancy of his convictions in the form of a surviving letter to Bishop Augustine. The cordial and respectful letter testifies to good relations between the Roman aristocrat and the church dignitary. Nevertheless, the author expresses his doubts about the credibility of certain Christian doctrines. Again, it's the dogma of incarnation, once challenged by Volusianus's father. An omnipresent God in the womb of a virgin? And then in a boy's body, subject to all the laws of nature? Augustine replied with a long letter, practically a treatise. But even he, a titan of thought and master of rhetoric, failed to convince the skeptic. But Volusianus had an aversion to the new religion for other, more concrete reasons too. He was careful not to disclose them in writing, but a certain official made them known to the bishop. The Romans' objections can be summarized as follows. First of all, The teachings of Christ are completely useless in political life because, in politics, one cannot turn the other cheek, but must immediately repay evil with evil. Because how are we to react when barbarians ravage our land? Secondly, and tellingly, the greatest misfortunes fell on the empire during the reign of Christian emperors who zealously implemented the doctrines of the Church. This showed the cult did not serve the public good. These objections, coming from many other directions as well, disturbed Augustine profoundly. So much so that he answered them with 22 books of the City of God, a work in which he delineated sharply 2 orders and 2 hierarchies of values, human and divine. Thus, to some extent at least, this very important work, which was to prove so significant in the history of subsequent European thought, owes its existence to the pagan convictions of Volusianus. And these, in turn, were formed under the influence of his father, the prefect of Rome in 390. After a few years in Africa, the 3 Christians, Albina, Melania, and Pinianus, traveled to Egypt and then Palestine. They settled permanently in Jerusalem and found a spiritual protector in the person of Saint Jerome. There, Melania buried her mother and her husband. In 431, she founded a monastery on Mount Olivet, where she lived for many years, mortifying her body, copying the Holy Writ by hand, and performing works of charity. In 436, she traveled briefly to Constantinople. There, she met her uncle Volusianus again, for the first time after many, many years of separation. He was on the Bosporus on an important diplomatic mission as the envoy of the Western court. He was seriously ill, and this time, he allowed himself to be persuaded by his niece's entreaties. He was baptized only a few hours before his death in January 437. Melania returned to Jerusalem, where she died on the last day of 439. Down to this day, the Catholic Church celebrates her feast on December 31st. Thus, the granddaughter of the prefect of Rome from the years of the last Olympics, a man of refined erudition, pagan and skeptic, came to be venerated as a Catholic saint. A characteristic fate for the people of the epoch and deeply symbolic for our reflections. The Hippodrome of Constantinople. While visiting the capital on the Bosporus in 436, Melania certainly did not fail to notice the magnificent building in the very center of the city, right next to the imperial palace. To the saintly aristocrat, it must have seemed the seat of all evil, a trap set by Satan for the weak in the spirit, a scandalous place of debauchery from which the wailing of the sinful and the damned continually resounded. Of course, I am talking about the Hippodrome, or, using Latin terminology, the circus. The Hippodrome was, in some ways, even older than Constantinople itself. It dated to the beginning of the 3rd century AD. The city had been called Byzantium then, and thanks to the kindness of Emperor Severus, it had just received well-equipped baths and a hippodrome, 2 facilities without which no citizen of any self-respecting urban center could live a worthy life. More than 100 years later, Constantine the Great gave Byzantium his name and extended the city so that it might be worthy of its great new appellation. He expanded the Hippodrome, modeling it on Circus Maximus in Rome. It now measured 400 meters in length and 120 meters in width, and the 40 rows of its stalls could accommodate over 100,000 people. The benches, at first wooden, were later replaced with marble. On the outside, on the side facing the city center, the building featured large stone arches, which we know from other Roman buildings of this type. At the southeastern wall, right by the imperial palace, was the imperial box, and in it sat the ruler, his family, and his highest dignitaries during games. Its roof was decorated with a chariot of the god Helios, pulled by 4 steeds. This magnificent bronze sculpture, the work of Lysippus, the court artist of Alexander the Great, had once stood on Rhodes, then either in Chios or Corinth, and later in Rome, in the palace of Nero. It was brought to Constantinople just a few years before Melania's visit. We can judge its splendor because it has partially survived to the present day. The steeds of the chariot still stand over the portico of St. Mark's in Venice. Inside the Hippodrome were many other excellent works of art, marble and bronze sculptures, brought there from all the lands of the empire by Constantine the Great and his successors. During the breaks between races, the spectators had plenty to look at. They could also admire the magnificent view of the city and the sea from the top of the hippodrome. The hippodrome was also a sacred memorial. It was right there, around its racing track, that a solemn procession took place in May 330 following special games in a ceremony which marked the rebirth of the city as Constantinople. What remains of this building today? What will a tourist visiting Istanbul see? As late as the 16th century, 100 years after the Ottomans conquered the city, many significant fragments of the old structure remained. One traveler, however, reported with regret that he saw them being scavenged for building material. Soon, everything that had remained above ground was gone. Later excavations revealed only some of its foundations. There is, however, the square itself, faithfully preserving the shape of the former stadium, just like the famous Piazza Navona in Rome preserves the outline of Domitian's circus. The square is now called Sultan Ahmet Meydani, and every guest of the great metropolis of Istanbul, anyone who comes to visit it even for a few hours, must pass through here on his way to see the city's gems, the Church of Saint Sophia, that is of God's wisdom, now a museum, and right next to it, on the former site of the palace of Byzantine emperors, the Blue Mosque. And in the square itself, there stand, arrayed along its central axis known in Greek as spine, 3 monuments, 2 stone obelisks and a bronze column. The bronze column has an unusual shape. It is made of 3 intertwined snakes. Their heads were chopped off, or fell off by themselves, in Ottoman times, probably at the beginning of the 18th century, but they had once supported a golden tripod with a golden vase upon it. It was the gift of thanksgiving made by Greek cities to the god Apollo of Delphi for their victory over the Persians in 479 BC. The names of the donor cities still appear inscribed among the snake scales. About a century and a half after the donation had been made, the golden elements were removed and melted down, but the column survived in Delphi until Emperor Constantine the Great had it brought to his city and placed in the hippodrome, where it stands today. Since the surface of the stadium has risen by at least 2 meters over the course of the centuries, the column now protrudes from a hollow in the ground. Counting from the base, it is over 5 meters high, 16 feet. How many events has that column witnessed? It saw the Nika riots against Emperor Justinian, sparked among the circus fans in the year 532. Over 40,000 people died in the subsequent fighting. Later, it saw the rampage and robbery of the Crusaders in 1204, the horrible scenes that took place when the Turks conquered the city in 1453, and finally, in 1826, the column was splashed with the blood of the Janissaries. 30,000 were surrounded and murdered on the order of the Sultan in the square of the former hippodrome. To each side of the column, there stand obelisks, that is, tall, quadrangular stone pillars narrowing towards the top and ending in a dull point. One of them, the taller, is 32 meters high, about 100 feet. It is known in popular parlance as the brick. Indeed, it is easy to see that it was built with limestone blocks. One could not see that in the past because the entire surface of the pillar was covered with bronze plates, but the Crusaders stole those. The brick is relatively late. It was erected by Emperor Constantine VII Porphyrogenides in the 10th century. But the other obelisk, the one closer to Saint Sophia, boasts a truly impressive past. Not counting the base, it measures almost 20 meters, 60 feet, and is carved from a single block of porphyry. It was carved by master craftsmen in ancient Egypt during the reign of Pharaoh Thutmose III in the 14th century BC. His name, inscribed in hieroglyphs, can still be read on the faces of the monolith. It had once stood before the temple of Ammonius in Egyptian Thebes, Karnak today. Who and when took it away from Egypt and brought it here? We find the answer to this question on the massive marble base of the obelisk. The base was made in Constantinople. It has the shape of a cube 6 meters, 36 feet, on each side. The obelisk is mounted on 4 bronze spheres, recessed into each corner of the base. The 4 sides of the base are covered with interesting bas-reliefs. We see the work of transporting and positioning the obelisk by using ropes, levers, and supports, probably the only illustration of this kind preserved on any of the monuments of Roman art, chariots and horsemen racing in the stadium. The emperor in his box, watching the race with his sons and his officials, foreign envoys before the emperor, and his son among the Gothic mercenary soldiers. These bas-reliefs are characteristic of a new style, a new form of visual representation. In some, crowds of people are seen, they stand in straight and compact rows, and their heads seem too large in relation to their bodies. Both these and other details of the work clearly foreshadow some features of Byzantine art. Old Rome, the one on the Tiber, had also been decorated with Egyptian obelisks by different emperors, starting with Emperor Augustus. He was later copied by many successors, including Constantius II. That last emperor ordered the erection of the largest monolithic monument of this type in 357 to commemorate his short stay in the Eternal City. The obelisk still stands in front of the Lateran Palace. The decision to decorate the Hippodrome in Constantinople with a porphyry monolith brought from Egypt was thus a conscious continuation of an old pattern and clearly illustrated the intention that the new Rome, the one on the Bosporus, may equal the old. There was, however, one remarkable innovation here. It was the placement of bas-reliefs on the base of the obelisk. In Old Rome, one never placed bas-reliefs on the bases, only notices for posterity stating under whose reign and by whose hand they had been brought in and erected. Of course, there had to be an inscription on the base of the obelisk in Constantinople, too. After all, the images themselves, though interesting, would not preserve for posterity the name of the ruler who had achieved this magnificent work. Therefore, an appropriate inscription was carved next to the bas-reliefs. Even two, one in Latin and one in Greek. Both are in verse and carry the same content, although there are some stylistic differences between them. It is significant that the inscriptions were made in two languages. This proves that the new capital was still Roman, and its official language was still Latin, even though the city was truly bilingual, and Greek was the dominant language in its everyday life. Here is what the Greek inscription says. Emperor Theodosius, he alone, dared to erect this four-sided column that had lain for centuries on the ground. He entrusted this task to Proculus, and the pillar was raised in 32 days. Of course, 32 days of work performed in Constantinople, because the time it took to transport the monument is not included in the calculation. Finally, we add this detail. In both inscriptions, the name of Proculus was erased almost immediately after it had been carved. Erased, then recarved anew. What were the reasons for these corrections? To this mystery, behind which hides a great historical and human drama, we will soon have to return. A note from a chronicler states that the obelisk was erected when the consuls were Valentinian for the fourth time and Neaterius, that is to say, in 390. Because Theodosius decorated the Hippodrome with an obelisk and chose to show himself in its bas-reliefs as sitting in the imperial box and observing the races, we are entitled to assume that this ruler, during whose reign the Olympics died out, was not opposed to games as such and may even have enjoyed them as most of his subjects did. Therefore, it is not surprising that we saw him in a box at the Milanese Hippodrome on the morning of the day of his own demise. In northern Italy, Bishop Ambrose criticized the emperor's taste for games indirectly by lavishly praising the deceased Valentinian for avoiding the circus altogether and never organizing games under any circumstances, even on the birthdays of emperors. Nor did Constantinople lack Christian priests who cast aspersions on the circus and the theater shows. An outstanding theologian and passionate speaker, Gregory of Nazianzus, had thundered in his sermons in local churches exactly 10 years before the obelisk was erected. Citizens of this great city, you, who come in precedence right after the first city, but aspire to come first. It is your duty to live in a way that glorifies not your vices, but your virtues, not your licentiousness, but your observance of the law. For it is a disgraceful thing if you want to glory over other cities, but succumb to lust and pleasure like they all do, if you want to be considered a serious and worthy community, but lose your self-control over racing, theater, and hunting. These and similar words echoed in the crowded churches of Constantinople, and the faithful received them humbly and thoughtfully. But they were the words of a voice crying in the wilderness. They reached the ears, but not the hearts of the citizens, whether they were simple citizens, merchants or craftsmen, or the arch-Christian ruler himself. Just how circus racing passions could flare up we see best in the events that took place in the same year 390, and not very far from Constantinople, because in Thessalonica. The walls and churches of Thessalonica. A road called Via Egnatia connected Constantinople and Thessalonica. It ran along the shores of the Propontis 33F and the Aegean Sea, almost exactly where the highway between Istanbul and Salonika runs today. It then cut across the mountains of Macedonia and reached the coasts of the Adriatic with one branch at Dyrrhachium and another at Apollonia. Both cities lay on the coast of what is today Albania. Thessalonica owed its importance and splendor both to that road and to its excellent seaport. The city had been founded by the Macedonian ruler Aleksander around 315 BC, who named it after his wife, the sister of Alexander the Great, but it did not really begin to flourish until the Roman period. For a long time, it became the de facto capital of the province of Macedonia, but it came into true prominence only in the late Empire. At the turn of the 3rd century, Emperor Galerius resided here. His triumphal arch, a monument to his victory over the Persians in 303 BC, decorated with interesting bas-reliefs, stands to this day. It also seems that so does his mausoleum, converted into the round church of St. George. The Christian patron of the city, St. Demetrius, died the death of a martyr during the reign of Galerius. It seems that the church dedicated to him stands on the site of the former baths of Thessalonica, though its style and appearance are much later. At first, there was only a modest sanctuary here. A large church was erected in the 5th century and later rebuilt several times after earthquakes and fires. It contains many valuable and ancient works of art within its walls. In terms of the number and beauty of its architectural monuments, especially its churches, Thessalonica ranked right after Constantinople. This was not only because of its size and wealth, which at certain times vied with the capital of the Byzantine state, but also because of the very ancient tradition of local Christianity. After all, Apostle Paul had preached there. He preached at the local synagogue, converted many, and later, he sent 2 letters to the young community, one of the first in Europe. His letters are important documents in the history of the early church. When, in the second half of the 4th century, Roman rule over the Danubian provinces wavered and retreated, and this happened mainly as a result of the terrible defeat suffered at the hands of the Goths at Adrianople in 378. Thessalonica did not decline. On the contrary, as the military and civil headquarters for the Balkan provinces, then known as Illyricum, it became even more populous and more important. It also became well fortified for fear of a sudden barbarian invasion. Certain parts of its mighty walls, preserved to this day, come from the times of Emperor Theodosius. An important and historically significant period of his life is connected with this city. Emperor Gratian, permanently residing in the west, had elevated Theodosius to the dignity of his co-ruler at the beginning of 379. The new emperor of the East immediately took to the field against Goths, Huns, and Alans in an effort to undo the consequences of the Adrianople disaster. As his headquarters for these generally successful campaigns, he chose Thessalonica. Thus, he often resided within its walls between 379 and 380. Here, he also fell seriously ill in the first weeks of 380 and began preparations to accept baptism at the hands of Ascolios, the bishop of the city. Undoubtedly influenced by the same bishop, on February 28, he issued an edict confirmed by his 2 co-rulers, Gratian and Valentinian II, then a 9-year-old boy. It is a document of great importance. It commands all peoples ruled by our charity to live according to the profession of faith taught by the Apostle Peter, and now supported by Pope Damasus in Rome and Bishop Peter in Alexandria, that is, believing in the equal divinity of the Father and the Son, and the Holy Spirit joined in equal majesty in the Holy Trinity. Those abiding by this law were to be regarded as good Catholics, and all others were deemed madmen and insane and covered in infamy for their heretical views, and their meeting places were not allowed to call themselves churches. The law marked the final triumph of the confession of faith formulated by the Council of Nicaea in 325 and accepted in Rome and Alexandria. But in many places, even in Constantinople, Arians had an equal, sometimes even dominant influence grounded in the support they had received over the past decades from other emperors who had favored their theology. And now, the Edict of Thessalonica marked the decisive triumph of the Nicene Creed. It is the first imperial edict in which secular authorities officially sanction the name Catholic, and the name survives to this day. In November 380, Theodosius left Thessalonica and made a triumphant entry into Constantinople. For the next few years, with only a few short breaks, he remained in the capital on the Bosporus. He did not visit Thessalonica again until the fall of 387. On that occasion, he stayed the whole winter and spring of the following year, but by the summer of 388, he was already in Italy. Aquileia, Milan, Rome, again Milan, these were the main residences of the imperial court from the summer of 388 to the spring of 390. But in the spring of 390, events took place in Thessalonica, which were to have an enormous impact on the internal politics of the empire. It could be said figuratively that the events began in the Thessalonica Hippodrome, but their conclusion came at the cathedral in Milan. And the tsunami they raised did not spare the stadium of Olympiad. The Hippodrome of Thessalonica. Since we presented the precise location and shape of the stadium in Constantinople, and even the three objects that had once marked its centerline, you may wonder what has remained of the corresponding structure in Thessalonica, which surely had to be as impressive. Yet, it is difficult to answer the question because the area of the former Hippodrome has been entirely redeveloped. And yet, if we look for clues carefully, we can say quite a lot about the location of the Hippodrome, its size, and the location of its main features. This great structure has not been demolished in a planned manner. It stood unused, slowly decaying and falling into rubble over the centuries. We learn from an accidental note in a Byzantine work that various public meetings were held in it as late as the 12th century. Some remains of the Hippodrome were still extant in the 18th and 19th centuries and are mentioned in the accounts of travelers from that period. These mentions allow us to conclude that the Hippodrome extended over the area right next to the triumphal arch of the Emperor Galerius. We have already mentioned that monument. The axis of the stadium ran north to south, and the Arch of Galerius stood near the north end. Those who visited the city in the 18th and 19th centuries saw a large square preserving the shape of the stadium, but overgrown with trees. It lay in a picturesque neighborhood inhabited by Greeks. As late as the 19th century, arches protruded from the ground here and there, arches which had once supported the steps of the auditorium, and among their ruins, shops, mostly dyers, had their shops. The memory of the former circus remained alive over the centuries. The modern name of this quarter is derived from ancient Greek. Prodromi is a distorted form of hippodromos. A detailed military map made by the British during the First World War shows the location of the city's ancient structures. Meticulous observations and partial excavations made during the interwar period made it possible to establish that the cellar vaults of many houses in this area were really the remnants of the structure that once supported the seats of the audience. Here and there, stone benches have been preserved. The way the Hippodrome had been built indicated that a significant part of the structure was erected in the times of Galerius, i.e., at the turn of the 3rd century. This is perfectly understandable since that emperor had established his main residence in Thessalonica and, therefore, felt obliged to make sure of its splendor. At some point, a thick layer of gravel was discovered, gravel which had once covered the racetrack, and this, in turn, allowed us to establish its precise outline. However, since World War II, the landscape has changed dramatically. Modern, high-rise apartment blocks have been erected here, and they make it impossible to undertake systematic excavation work. Fortunately, pre-war excavations had made some discoveries. Some stone blocks and parts of the interior decor have come to light. And these some brief remarks in ancient chronicles, a World War I military map, and a few material remains lead us to the following conclusions. The width of the stadium alone, excluding the seats of the audience, was about 84 meters, 270 yards, and including the audience, 125 meters, 400 feet. The length of the track was over 400 meters, yards, and with the seats, 425. These dimensions are very similar to those of the corresponding building in Constantinople and of two hippodromes surviving in Spain, also dating to the times of the late Empire. As we have said already, the rounding arc of the stadium was on the north side, near the Arch of Galerius, while the so-called carceres, or the gates from which chariots took off, formed the southern, rectangular end of the building. The imperial box towered over the western side of the hippodrome, which bordered the palace. The point was to allow the ruler to move easily and safely from his apartments to the audience and back. This design was exactly the same in Constantinople, except that there, the palace, and thus the imperial box, were located on the eastern side of the hippodrome. This was the scene of the events of 390. The general and his cupbearer. In 390, a certain Butheric commanded the armies of Illyricum. As his name indicates, he was a German, as, indeed, were the vast majority of officers and soldiers in the Roman army at the time, both the commander-in-chief of the armies of the East, at the side of Theodosius, and the commander of the West, at the side of young Valentinian, were Franks. The former was named Ricimeres, and the latter Arbogast. The two shared close kinship ties. Both had made great contributions to the empire, serving it faithfully, often against their own fellow tribesmen. We should not think of them as crude warriors or semi-wild barbarians. Both had contact with the intellectual elites and received a lot of, apparently selfless, praise from them because of their courage, energy, and righteousness. Both, and this is worth noting, were devout pagans, especially Arbogast. And yet, the latter seemed to have had a good working relationship with Bishop Ambrose. But back to Butheric. There was among his servants a handsome boy who served him wine at the table. This responsible and elegant function had its tradition in the ancient world. What tradition? An anecdote from the heyday of classical Greece best illustrates this. The anecdote reports an event from the 5th century BC. We know when precisely. It took place in 440 BC, that is to say, 830 years before the adventure of Butheric's cupbearer. Nevertheless, the anecdote is worth recalling here, if only for the sake of contrast, to show what those two ages had in common and what separated them. The story comes from the memoirs of the poet Ion from the island of Chios, but its hero does not need an introduction. I met the poet Sophocles on the island of Chios. He was on his way to Lesbos as the commander of a naval squadron. He liked jokes and horseplay with wine. He was entertained by Hermosilos, a friend of his and the representative of Athenian interests on the island. A boy serving us wine stood by the fire. His face was pretty pink. Sophocles asked, "Do you want me to enjoy my drink?" "Of course," said the boy. "Then pass me my cup very slowly, and then take it away just as slowly." The child blushed, seeing which, Sophocles turned to his neighbor at the table. Aptly Phrynichus the poet put it, saying, "The glow of love burns purple on the cheeks." The teacher, Erythraeus, heard these words and rejoined, "As for poetry, Sophocles, you know it well." But it wasn't right for Phrynichus to say that the faces of beauties were purple. Let's just imagine, if a painter had painted this boy's face red, it would certainly not seem pretty. So do not define beauty by what would not be beautiful at all. Sophocles laughed and replied, "Does that mean, my friend, that you also do not like that old poem by Simonides, which all Hellenes praise?" Such words flew from the purple lips of the girl. "You probably also rebuke that poet who called Apollo golden-haired. After all, if a painter were to give this god hair of real gold, the painting would look like crap." And someone else used the term, rose-fingered dawn. If, however, you smeared a woman's fingers with pink, it would only be the hand of a dyer, and dyers are usually not beautiful. Everyone laughed out loud, and Erythraeus, so reprimanded, immediately fell silent. Sophocles turned to the boy again. He saw that he was taking with his little finger a speck from the liquid in the dramatist's cup. He asked, "Do you see that speck?" "I do," said the boy. "Then blow it off. don't get your finger wet." The boy obeyed politely and leaned over the cup, but Sophocles had already begun to raise it to his lips. In this way, their heads moved closer to each other. And when they almost touched, the poet suddenly embraced the boy with his hand, pulled him tight, and kissed him. And by doing this, he delighted his companions. They all cried out with laughter. "How you tricked him!" And Sophocles replied, "Well, my friends, this is how I practice the art of strategy. Old Pericles says that I'm a good dramatist, but a lousy commander. But can anyone honestly say that I failed in this stratagem?" This was how the strategist Sophocles entertained himself during a military expedition, and this was how the business was treated back then, easily, cheerfully, lightheartedly. But less than 9 centuries later, in the years of the last Olympiad, no one would ever indulge in a similar joke, especially with witnesses about. No one, neither a poet nor a military commander. For in the spring of 390, the law of Theodosius, co-signed, of course, by the young Valentinian Gratian had been dead for 7 years, ordered the extirpation, as severe as possible, with fire and iron, of all erotic offenses against nature. The preserved fragment of the edict sounds extremely harsh, even against the background of the criminal system of the time with all its brutal torture and repression. A copy addressed to a high dignitary in the capital city begins with words full of bizarre rhetoric. "We can no longer endure it that the city of Rome, the mother of all virtues, is constantly dishonored by the plague of effeminate men, and that the virility of our men, which has been famous since the time of our forefathers, should now be undermined and thus lead to the depletion of our national strength. That is why we command that all persons of the male gender who in sexual intercourse perform the role of women must be captured, fished out from their lupanars, and burned alive, openly and publicly, to make an example so that everyone should understand that the temple of the masculine body is sacred, and that whoever has lost his gender and tries to assume another risks the ultimate punishment." There seems little doubt that the torments awaiting the other party, the active lover, were just as severe. Meanwhile, Butheric's young cupbearer became the favorite of a circus charioteer, a man immensely popular in Thessalonica at the time. The commander threw the seducer into a dungeon, presumably to enforce the law. Our sources are silent about the fate of the boy or, indeed, what later happened to the prisoner. But perhaps the real story was more complicated? Could it be that Butheric acted in this manner not so much to enforce the law or defend public morals, allegedly threatened, but out of jealousy for the favors of a boy he considered his exclusive property? That might better explain the iron stubbornness with which he rejected the increasingly insistent appeals from the inhabitants of Thessalonica to release the charioteer. The days of some great local games were approaching, and numerous voices clamored that without the charioteer, the exquisite flower of their circus, the games would be a flop. Besides, other factors fueled Thessalonican hostility towards Butheric. First, the commander and most of his soldiers were foreigners. Then there was their behavior in the city, arrogant, swaggering, as if in a conquered country. They occupied the best houses, pitched tents within the city walls, and there were frequent cases of violence and extortion. And thus, there overlapped and intensified each other, circus passions, xenophobia, and the usual and constant conflicts between the army and the civilian population. Soon, in the face of the commander's intransigence, riots broke out. Butheric seemed to ignore them and appeared somewhere in the city without a sufficient escort. An angry mob caught up with him and stoned him to death, along with several officers. Theodosius was in Italy when this happened. Receiving the news, he flew into a rage and perhaps became afraid of the mood among his soldiers, too, and sent a secret order to the troops in Thessalonica, which they carried out willingly and scrupulously. On a day of games, when the crowd packed the hippodrome to enjoy chariot races, a cordon of soldiers surrounded the building. 7,000 unarmed civilians were murdered within 3 hours, and according to other sources, 15,000, almost exclusively men. The officers made sure that their soldiers took pity on no one. The emperor and his bishop. Something happened in the city of Thessalonica that had never happened before in human memory. something I couldn't prevent. And yet, I had warned that a horrible crime was about to happen. I begged so many times. And the very fact that you tried to cancel your order, too late, alas, showed that you realized how dangerous the matter was. But then, once it happened, I could do nothing to avert the consequences. When the first news from Thessalonica came, a synod was meeting here in Milan. All bishops of Gaul were present. There was not one among them who did not groan painfully. There was not one who would accept the news with restraint. Ambrose wrote these words in a letter addressed to the emperor. What is our takeaway from his words? First, the bishop had realized how implacable the ruler's wrath had been. He tried to intervene. He tried to protect the inhabitants of Thessalonica from the emperor's fury. We know that Ambrose did not participate in the meetings of the Imperial Privy Council, the so-called consistory. An important, perhaps even key role in that body was played by a certain Rufinus, superintendent of palace offices, a devout Christian, a fierce enemy of all pagans, and an ambitious, scheming man inclined to cruelty. Ambrose was to make it clear later that he considered Rufinus the real perpetrator of the tragedy. Second, Theodosius eventually came to his senses, or he only pretended to, and allegedly sent orders that either countermanded or softened the original set. But the messengers arrived in Thessalonica too late. The deed had been done, and women were sauntering among the piles of bloody corpses on the steps of the hippodrome, looking for their loved ones. And third, even if he had wanted to keep aloof, Ambrose could not pass over the crime in silence, because the presence of so many bishops in Milan put tremendous moral pressure on him. The emperor, of course, had known that once the news of the Thessalonian massacre broke out, there would be a wave of indignation. He soon became afraid of it. He preferred not to hear thundering condemnations and demands for justice. And therefore, he left Milan before the first reports from the east came. It seems that he did not return until the beginning of June, when the first and the most violent shock of public opinion had passed. And now Ambrose, informed in time by someone from the court that the emperor would soon arrive in Milan, left his seat, supposedly because of poor health. As he left, he wrote a letter, a fragment of which we have just quoted. By doing so, he acted with the skill of a natural politician. He wished to justify his refusal to welcome the emperor in his city and explain what he thought about the crime committed in Thessalonica. Like all dignitaries of his time, the bishop dictated the text of the letter to his secretary, but added the last sentence in his own hand, in secret. In closing, I am writing this with my own hand so that only you should see it. May the Lord set me free from all suffering as certainly and as surely as I now write the truth. For it is true that not from man and not by man, but directly from God and by God, have I received a clear prohibition to welcome you. I was saddened to dream this on the night before my departure. It seemed to me that you came to my church, but God forbade me to celebrate Mass to welcome you. And a bit further on, he states without any further subterfuge, you will be able to participate in the divine service only when you are worthy of it, and only when your participation will be pleasing to God. And thus, the bishop effectively excluded the emperor from the ecclesiastical community, that is, he excommunicated him. He used harsh words, but only in the most confidential part of the letter. He knew, moreover, that there would be no direct contact between him and the emperor in the near future, and that unpleasant confrontation could be avoided. But what, according to his own words, was merely a dream, invented or real, and what remained only a threat, should the emperor have tried to enter his church, soon began to appear in church history as a fact. The bishop, the historians of the church wrote with admiration only a few dozen years later, had stood in person at the gate of the church and prevented Theodosius from entering. The following centuries developed this theme. Here is the most popular version, taken from the Polish Jesuit Piotr Skarga. Having read the letter, the emperor regretted his conduct, and arriving in Milan, wanted to go to church to worship, but without first doing penance. The bishop warned him not to come, for he knew that he could not let him into the church, and he wanted the emperor to perform his penance first. And yet, the emperor decided to come to church. St. Ambrose stopped him in the vestibule, saying, "Do not come in, emperor." How will you take the body of the Lord with those hands, hands which you have stained with innocent blood? How will you take his blood in your mouth, the mouth which you have used to issue such a cruel command? The emperor said to him, King David also sinned with murder and adultery, and yet he found favor with God. And the bishop replied, You have imitated the sinner, now imitate the repentant. And the emperor returned to his palace. The conversation is wholly fictitious, although medieval hagiographers, and Skarga drew on them in his writings, borrowed their ideas and phraseology from a letter of Ambrose. But fiction and legends also belong to a certain category of historical fact, can exert enormous influence, and have their historical significance. And a classic example of this is the scene in Milan, which has never taken place. The tale shows the majesty of the Emperor of Rome giving way to the dignity of a bishop. What a dream theme this was in medieval disputes between ecclesiastical and secular authorities. And we can say without exaggeration, what only allegedly happened in Milan during the years of the last Olympiad happened in reality in Canossa in 1077. Edicts, negotiations, penance. The actual events in Milan were not so dramatic. Rather, everything happened in the shadows, in the diplomatic sphere. Theodosius, clearly touched to the quick by Ambrose's attitude and letters, and by his prolonged absence from Milan, left the city. He moved to the not-too-distant Verona. His July edicts are dated from there. They're striking. Some are almost pro-pagan in their content, and most circumscribe church privileges and regulate the behavior of Christians. For example, the emperor commanded that a woman could not become a church deaconess until she turned 60. Simultaneously, deaconesses were forbidden to bequeath their property to their communes, coreligionists, clergy, and even the poor. Although this edict may seem surprising, it was both fair and much needed. The practice of complete freedom in this regard had opened a field for various cases of abuse. Many families have suffered because of the fanatical piety of women who donated to the church all their possessions, sometimes clearly meaning to spite their heirs. True, the edict remained in force for 2 months only because it was revoked without any explanation by the end of August. Was it repealed because of the opposition of the clergy? Probably. But then, a dozen or so days later, by the beginning of September, Theodosius signed another edict surely very unpleasant to ecclesiastical authorities. He now banned monks from residing in cities, declaring in harsh words, "Let them go to desolate places and endless wastelands and live there." This edict remained in force for 2 years. Some suppose that its real author was Tatianus, the mighty prefect of the East, a devout pagan, and that the emperor only complied with his proposal. But even then, the fact would be significant, considering the circumstances. Such edicts were promulgated in the summer months of 390, while delicate negotiations continued between the court and the Bishop of Milan. Doubtless, the progress of the negotiations influenced the legislation. And thus, in August, Theodosius made a gesture of conciliation even before the decree concerning the deaconesses was revoked. He practically confessed to his guilt for the mass murder in Thessalonica. If it should happen in the future that, contrary to our customary mildness and contrary to the merits of the case, we should punish someone over-severely, we do not want the sentence to be carried out immediately. Let the fate of the sentenced remain suspended for 30 days. During that time, they are to be kept under guard, imprisoned, and diligently supervised. For the somewhat vague term, to punish over-severely, read, the ultimate penalty, death. That is, between the announcement of such a decision and the irreversible punishment, at least 30 days had to elapse, enough time for the emperor to calm down, reflect, and possibly change his mind. The emperor thus implied that he sometimes acted too hastily, which he now regretted and wished to avoid in the future. Negotiations between the court and the bishop eventually resulted in a compromise. In the fall, Theodosius returned to Milan. For some time, he attended the cathedral church without his insignia of power, that is, as a penitent. This continued until Christmas. Christmas was celebrated then as it is now, on December 25th. Before the 4th century, there had been various local traditions concerning the date, and the holiday itself was not considered terribly important. In fact, in many Christian centers, it was even completely ignored as having little significance compared to the Easter celebrations. Indeed, some even pointed out that it was a pagan practice to celebrate the birthday of the gods or attach importance to the birthday of a person in order to create an astrological horoscope on this basis. If it finally became common to celebrate Christmas on December 25th, it was probably because the date had symbolic meaning. The invincible sun had just passed its solstice and begun its march towards the spring. And so, that year, Christmas in Milan came on December 25th. For the first time in months, Theodosius attended the service as a full member of the Christian community. Let us add, however, that reports of his penance are not completely clear. Who knows whether it was not limited to a one-time arrival in the cathedral in a modest robe, perhaps on the day of the holiday. It is worth quoting a description of penitential practices used at that time in the Latin Church. In Eastern Christianity, the practices were somewhat different. This description is provided by the historian Sozomen, who lived in the 5th century, that is, a few years after the events described here. The penitent stands apart, sad and mourning. During the service, all persons excluded from the community fall face down, crying and groaning. Then the bishop hurries toward them, also flooded with tears, and throws himself upon the ground just like the others. Then he gets up first and helps the fallen rise. He prays for them and then commands them to go away. And now each of them separately mortifies himself by fasting, or living in filth, or in another way, according to what he had been assigned. This is how they await the day appointed by the bishop. Only then, as if after paying off their debt, are they released from the penalty for the sin they have committed and become full members of the community again. Let us now recall the words of Ambrose's funerary oration. They are not free from rhetorical exaggeration, but now that we know the background of the event, we understand them better and they will sound different in our ears. Thus, the bishop spoke of a man who can throw away all the imperial insignia to which he is entitled in order to mourn publicly, in church, for his sins, even though he had committed these sins as a result of the deception of others. Moaning and wailing, the emperor pleaded for forgiveness. He was not at all ashamed of what common people are often ashamed of, that is, to do penance openly. And there was not a single day after that in which he did not bitterly regret his mistake. Let us note now that the bishop is clearly trying to clear the emperor of responsibility by implying that he had been deceived by others. By whom? Those listening to the speech must have whispered the name of one of the emperor's highest dignitaries. And thus, Theodosius did penance. And he expressed his regret by raging against paganism. The bolt and key of our law. To Sionius Albinus, prefect of the city of Rome, a copy of the edict of February 24, 391. Let no one defile himself with sacrifice. Let no one kill an innocent animal. Let no one enter pagan houses of worship to view the images fashioned by the hand of man. For whoever would commit such a crime must know that he will incur both divine and human punishment. Let this law also apply to our dignitaries. If any of them enters a temple, be it during a journey abroad or in the city itself, in order to worship, he must immediately pay the penalty of 15 pounds of gold. Likewise, all the functionaries of his office are to pay to the treasury the same amount unless they register their express objections immediately and publicly. The same edict imposed slightly smaller and, therefore, relatively speaking, even heavier fines on lower-ranking officials in the provinces should they commit such a heinous act. And again, similar financial penalties were inflicted on those of their underlings who did not attempt to prevent their superiors from paying homage to demons or who failed to report immediately that such a crime had been committed. It's easy to imagine what somber mood descended on all officialdom the moment this edict was promulgated. How they all began to suspect and spy on each other. How many intrigues, slanders, and denunciations followed. The situation was all the more unpleasant since many high dignitaries were pious pagans, courageously practicing their cults. One of them was the addressee of the edict, Prefect Albinus. But the two consuls for 391, Tascianus and Symmachus, were ardent heathen also. The former, the prefect of the East, and the father of Proculus, the prefect of Constantinople, had just reached the apex of his official career, only to find himself one step away from a complete catastrophe. His consular colleague, Symmachus, one of the most important and most sympathetic representatives of his age, deserves an even closer introduction. His full name was Quintus Aurelius Symmachus Eusebius. An aristocrat, he possessed vast estates in central and southern Italy, Sicily, and Africa, as well as in Rome itself, where he owned 3 palaces. Yet, among his fellow senators, he was considered a man of only average wealth. He held the honorary dignities of quaestor and praetor, later the governorships of Lucania and Bruttium in Italy, and then of the provinces of North Africa. He received the dignity of comes of the 3rd degree. Then he served as prefect of the city of Rome, but only for 6 months, between the summer of 384 and the beginning of 385. There was a reason for the brevity of the appointment: his unwavering allegiance to the cult of the ancient gods. It was, as it were, his duty ex officio to stand up in their defense, because he held the title of Pontifex Major, that is, high priest. Since the reign of Augustus, the first emperor, the title Pontifex Maximus, the highest priest, had been reserved for emperors. They all held it one after the other down to Emperor Gratian, who renounced both the title and its functions in 375. From that moment on, Pontifex Major became the de facto head of all ancient colleges of pagan priests, most dating back to the beginnings of Rome, some perhaps even older. He was, therefore, considered the head of the pagan aristocracy in the capital. Symmachus had enough civil courage to openly express his convictions and stand up for the rights of the pagan gods, even against his rulers. As the prefect of Rome, he began a campaign to return the altar of the goddess Victoria to the Senate Hall. We know the fate of this effort, doomed to failure, of course, thanks to a set of relevant official letters, the so-called account, which he collected and prepared for publication as a lasting memento. We also have an abundant collection of his private letters. It gives quite an interesting insight into the minds and lives of the Roman aristocracy of his day. The letters are written in cumbersome, rhetorical Latin, but such was the taste of the times. Their style, which to us seems artificial, seemed to the men and women of the period a great accomplishment and worthy of imitation. But beyond that minor shortcoming, for which Symmachus bears only indirect responsibility, the letters are generally recognized as a faithful portrayal of the opinions and mindsets of his contemporaries by a man of great literary culture and devoted to its cultivation. In many ways, Symmachus resembled his peer and friend Sionius Albinus. The fact that 2 pagans, so devout and so widely known for their beliefs, became consuls in 391 deserves our attention. There seems little doubt that Theodosius selected them for their post at a time when his relations with Ambrose were at their most tense, probably in the summer of 390. By making this appointment, the emperor gave a clear warning that if his patience were abused any further, he could easily find influential allies among the enemies of the church. When the subsequent negotiations led to an understanding between the bishop and the emperor performed his penance, the consular nominations, once made, could no longer be undone. Instead, steps were taken to humiliate the 2 consuls of 391. Perhaps this was the main goal of the edict of February 24. After all, the document aimed squarely at matters beloved and cultivated by Tatianus and Symmachus, and yet it bore their names in its date. And they would have to either submit to these orders and break their faith or suffer loathsome nuisance from every scribe and janitor in their own offices. Once we recognize that the edict was a kind of provocation, it is easy to identify the man in the emperor's closest circle who was both able and willing to take every perfidious opportunity. He was the already mentioned Rufinus. A copy of the edict was issued later, dated June 16 and addressed to the highest dignitaries in Egypt, Prefect Euagrius and Comes Romanus. The former headed the civil administration, the latter commanded the troops. The edict read, "No one is allowed to make sacrifices to the gods or enter their temples to view their tabernacles. Let everyone know that the bolt and key of our law bars access to every pagan cult. And whoever would try, against this prohibition, to perform any acts related to the gods, and their worship will not be given any leniency. If the ruling dignitary, trusting in the privilege of his power, should enter these unclean places as a reckless blasphemer, he will have to pay 15 pounds of gold to our treasury as a fine. The same will be paid by his subordinates if they do not prevent him from doing so by joint effort. Did the measures of administrative repression used to enforce this law lead to the serious disturbances in Alexandria which followed? Or maybe it was the opposite. Maybe the riots that took place in the spring of 391 in the streets of Alexandria led the emperor to reiterate the February law. Due to the absence of precise chronological data, it is possible to argue either way. One thing, however, is certain. The events in Alexandria were among the most violent and most significant clashes between the representatives of both religions in the years of the last Olympiad. Part 3. Alexandria. Riots in Alexandria, the first report. Let us first turn to an extensive and early testimony, even though it comes from a man who is certainly not an eyewitness and may have never been to Alexandria. Nevertheless, he knew personally at least 2 participants of the events, and they were both pagans. I am talking about the historian of the church, Socrates. By tradition, we give him the honorable title of Scholasticus, that is, an expert in law. He wrote his work, very valuable if biased, in the first half of the 5th century. This is his version of events. Theophilus urged the city to put an end to the worship of the old gods. His efforts finally bore fruit, and the emperor ordered pagan temples to be demolished and ordered Theophilus to get the job done. The bishop, endowed with such broad powers, decided to disgrace the pagan cults in every way. He cleansed the tabernacles, converted some into churches, and destroyed others completely. He publicly displayed the bloody symbols of Mithraic mysteries and ridiculed and mocked those belonging to other deities. On his orders, the sacred phalluses were displayed openly in the public squares. The pagans of Alexandria, and among them were some who claimed to be philosophers, were unable to bear the pain. They conspired and, on a signal, fell upon the Christians, killing everyone who stood in their way. It stands to reason that the attacked had to defend themselves. The battle raged until the surfeit of spilled blood exhausted all the parties and put an end to further killing. A few pagans died in the riots, as did many more Christians, and the wounded on both sides were hard to count. Now, the perpetrators suddenly became terrified. They were seized by fear of the emperor's wrath. They fled, and many sought refuge in other cities. These included the 2 professors of grammar, Halladios and Ammonios, whose lectures I later heard in Constantinople when I was a youth. It was said that the former was a priest of Zeus and the latter a priest of the monkey. After the riots were finally put down, the prefect and the comes aided Theophilus in destroying pagan temples. Buildings were torn down, and statues were chopped up or melted down and refashioned into equipment for the churches of Alexandria, because the emperor had granted them to the poor. But the bishop commanded one statue to be preserved, saying, "Thanks to this, the pagans will never be able to deny that they had once worshipped such disgusting things." And I know for certain that this enormously grieved Ammonios, because he wailed and complained. Hellenic cults are being slandered. Only this one statue was preserved, and it was selected on purpose so it may serve as a laughingstock for all our beliefs. As for Halladios, he boasted that he had taken part in the street fights in Alexandria and killed 9 men with his own hand. When the temple of Serapis was dismantled, the crowd was astonished to see that some stone tablets inside it carried a hieroglyph in the shape of a cross. However, Christians interpreted this sign differently from the pagans. The former believed that it was the sacred mark of Christ's passion, while the others said, "Yes, the signs of the 2 religions do look similar, but their meaning is completely different." Finally, some recently converted Christians who were still familiar with the principles of the old Egyptian script arrived. They explained that this hieroglyph was a symbol of a future life. Christ's followers liked this interpretation. They also cited an alleged prophecy that had foretold that the Temple of Serapis would be destroyed when the victorious sign of the cross appeared on its walls. The historian then adds, This is what I found out by listening to the stories of those present during the discovery of the inscription, but he immediately formulates his doubts. By what miracle could the priests of ancient Egypt have known the symbol of Christ's passion many centuries before his coming into the world? And why would they inscribe it on the walls of their sanctuaries? After all, the fact that the Savior was to appear was the deepest mystery of God's wisdom, unknown even to Satan. Even less likely was it for Satan's lowly servants, the priests of Egyptian idols and demons, to have known it. Could God himself have caused them to engrave this extraordinary hieroglyph, foreshadowing something that was to happen in the future? The hieroglyph ink. The account of Socrates as a whole and many of its individual parts must raise doubts in the inquisitive reader. We would like to have a more thorough picture of the causes and the course of the events. But while other testimonies allow us to reconstruct the events a little better, before we reach for them, we should clarify some matters mentioned in the account of Socrates. They are not crucial, but they are nevertheless interesting and will help round out our picture of the age. Let us start with the matter which closes the report and which Socrates himself found mysterious and unreliable. It concerns the sign of the cross, unexpectedly discovered in the heart of a pagan temple, to the amazement of the faithful. We can provide a relatively simple explanation for the fact, because it is a fact. And no, it is unnecessary to imagine Christians creeping at night into the tabernacle of Serapis, carving the emblem of their faith, and then displaying it triumphantly as if it had been there for ages. The matter concerned a real hieroglyph and, therefore, was most likely the work of the pagans themselves. It was a sign developed millennia earlier and, indeed, in shape very similar to the cross. The only difference was that instead of the top stroke in the vertical arm of the cross, it had a small, oval loop. Hence the name later given to it by the Latins, crux ansata, that is, a cross with a handle. In ancient Egyptian, the hieroglyph was red ink. The hieroglyph often appeared in various inscriptions from the era of the pharaohs, and sometimes also alone, in the form of an ornament or occult object. And no wonder, for the word ankh and its hieroglyphic symbol signified life and various related concepts. It was, therefore, considered auspicious, a symbol of good fortune. And almost certainly, this is why it appeared on the walls of the Temple of Serapis. That temple was erected long before the rise of Christianity, in the 3rd century BC, when many people still knew the hieroglyphic script. They must have explained the meaning of the ancient symbol to their fellow Serapis worshippers. And although usually, ankh referred to earthly life, a broader understanding of it, including posthumous existence, was sometimes justified, or at least, this is how the pagans of late antiquity understood it. But why was this not understood at the time of the destruction of the temple? After all, thousands of inhabitants of Alexandria must have seen this ankh more than once in various temples and on many monuments of the ancient religion. The discovery of it in the Serapis temple should have come as no surprise to any of the contemporaries. But let us remember that we are dealing with a second-hand account. It was composed by a man living in Constantinople 20 years after the event and drawing on sources that were certainly biased themselves. Outside Egypt, the shape and symbolism of the ankh were unknown, and Christian propaganda used every opportunity to look for occult predictions, prophecies, and omens that could confirm their faith's truth and historical mission. It especially looked to prophecies and predictions ascribed to certain forms of pagan worship because the voice of the enemy's camp always carries special significance. Besides, perhaps the appearance of the hieroglyph ankh in a pagan temple had to be interpreted as a Christian emblem because Egyptian Christians had already adopted it as a variation of the cross. We have evidence of this. We can see it on the walls of some ancient Christian sanctuaries in Egypt. And this practice continued in the Coptic Church for many centuries to come. Helios and the University. Let us move on to other issues in Socrates' account. These are also seemingly minor, but as it turns out, also very instructive. First, let us take a closer look at the two professors of grammar, or philology, as we would say today, at whose feet our historian later studied. After all, they were not merely passive witnesses, but also participants and perhaps even leaders of the Alexandrian riots. Halladios and Ammonios are known to us from other ancient sources because they were among the most outstanding scholars of their time. We know about the achievements of the former thanks only to a few luckily preserved titles of his works. Among them was a rhetorical description of the magnificent thermal baths in the capital on the Bosporus. Constantine the Great had begun to build the baths when he founded the city, but the work took almost a century and was completed only in the time of Halladios, during the reign of Emperor Theodosius II. Their ceremonial opening took place on October 3, 427. Halladios commemorated this event ex officio because he had by then become a professor at Constantinople University. A special imperial edict had given this university a legal basis in February 425, but it had existed informally for many years before. The Alexandrian philologist was not merely one of its lecturers. Indeed, a month after the promulgation of the edict, he and several of his colleagues received the titles of high-ranking court officials, although without the attached salaries. We read the justification for the nomination in the decree. It is worth quoting it at least in part. Let other professors know that they too will be given the same dignity if they perform their duties diligently and without interruption for 20 years while leading a moral life that deserves praise, if they prove their skill in teaching and rhetoric, as well as insight in the interpretation of literature, and if the most excellent teachers' council finds them deserving. It is interesting and probably not accidental that this 20-year limit, after which a teacher is entitled to certain rewards, is repeated in later legislation, including current European laws. But this is a relatively minor point. What truly deserves close attention is that the Edict of Theodosius II does not call for any opinions or approvals from outside the university, meaning that the professors, who made up the Teachers' Council, were not required to belong to the church or adhere to orthodox practice, even though it was the age of Christianity triumphant. How enlightened and liberal the edict seems in its careful separation between scholarship and faith, given the practices of other states in other times. And it wasn't just a pretty theory. The principle was also applied in practice, even if, with the passage of time, the number of pagan teachers declined until finally, the Christianity of the professors became a matter of course. Nevertheless, the university continued to function as a lay institution. Let us give the floor to the brilliant historian of education, H.I.
Marou.
It may seem surprising, but it is nevertheless true that there was a place where the ancient tradition of education did not end. The education of the Byzantine East was a continuation of classical education in every respect. And further on, the University of Constantinople, 425-1453, remained a center of scholarship and a pillar of the classical tradition. Over the millennium, the university suffered many disasters and transformations and more than one periodic decline. It even suffered a temporary break in existence, but it always recovered. True, it underwent changes, but it remained faithful to the idea that had permeated its founding in the days of Theodosius II. Its teaching never departed from the classical framework. At the base, the four skills, higher up, rhetoric, philosophy, and law. Its social role did not change, either. The purpose of the university was to educate a body upon which the empire could draw to staff its offices. The university never introduced church teachings into its curriculum. That is why the church had to create its own teaching system in the East, one completely imbued with the Christian spirit. It was the so-called monastic school. It was a kind of theological academy and was founded in order to counterbalance the secular university. Its professors were appointed by the patriarch. In place of traditional classical scholarship, the patriarchal school promoted Christian scholarship. The school was rarely independent and not very productive. Nevertheless, it was clearly modeled after antique examples. What contributed the most to the creation of a new university in 425, a university that was so open and so secular? Why, by the end of the 4th century, a whole group of Alexandrian scholars settled in Constantinople, not only Halladios and Ammonios, accidentally known to us by name. Most of these professors were pagans, and there seems to be no doubt that they came to the capital as refugees. The violence of the year 391 and the fear of further riots, persecutions, and destruction forced many professors, philosophers, and teachers to leave the city, which, through so many centuries, since the days of Ptolemy I, had been the center of Hellenic scholarship. Socrates mentions this exodus of the pagans, and we will soon learn more names of philosophers who said goodbye to Alexandria at the time. Many of these exiles thought, and their guesses proved correct, that they could count on more leniency for their beliefs and on greater freedom of teaching in the capital of the empire. The mere presence of the emperor and his highest officials, albeit Christians, assured them that the city would adhere to the rule of law, while Alexandria had been ruled by its bishop for decades, a bishop who breathed hatred for all things pagan. He had at his beck and call whole hosts of ignorant, fanatical monks who more than once rushed into the city to support his cause, abandoning their desert hermitages and giving up for a time their most wonderful ascetic practices. We have already read about the imperial edict banishing monks from cities. It had only been in force for a year and was soon to be revoked, and we have to wonder, was it ever really observed? What a bizarre chain of events. One is tempted to talk about the revenge of the ancient gods, or, if one prefers more impersonal terms, the irony of fate. Here, in Alexandria, in the years of the final Olympiad, the pagans of the great metropolis are persecuted, their temples are torn down, and their brightest are forced to flee. And all of this contributes to the creation of a new center of pagan culture in another city, where ancient thought, and therefore its content, will live on for another 10 centuries, incomparably longer than it could have survived in Egypt, where the 7th century Arab invasion ended all independent institutions of secular thought. Theon and Hypatia. Ammianus Marcellinus wrote the 23rd book of his history in 390, perhaps only a few months before the destruction of the Temple of Serapis in Alexandria. In that book, devoted to much earlier events, those of the year 363, he wrote about Egypt and its largest city. He took the opportunity to honor the scholars who had lived and worked in Alexandria. He listed about a dozen names. All of them, representatives of various disciplines, belonged to the museum, that is, the Fellowship in Honor of the Muses. It was an independent scholarly organization, and it had come into existence thanks to the generosity of Ptolemy I. The king ensured the means of subsistence for talented and hard-working scholars. Formal titles and certificates were not required. Along with the Platonic Academy in Athens, the museum was the ancestor, model, and seat of all academic associations and institutions in our cultural milieu. The fellowship's main workshop was the Great Library, located, like the building and garden of the museum, in the district of royal palaces. Later, another library was founded at the Serapis Temple in the western district of the city. At the time of their greatest prosperity, that is, at the end of the Ptolemaic era, the two libraries boasted between them about 700,000 volumes. Later, their inventory began to shrink as a result of various historical cataclysms. And while, contrary to a persistent urban legend, these cultural treasures were probably not burnt during Caesar's battles in Alexandria, they did suffer later at the hands of other emperors. In AD 272, Emperor Aurelian ordered some Alexandrian palaces to be leveled. The museum was most likely destroyed then, and a large part of the Great Library's collection was lost. But the smaller library at the Temple of Serapis, with just under 40,000 volumes, remained intact. And it may well be that the museum, although deprived of its seat, still existed formally, passing down from generation to generation the legacy of fellowship, scholarship, and authority. Whatever the case, Ammianus Marcellinus assessed very highly the position of Alexandria as a center of scholarship as late as 390. He wrote, "Even today, the voice of various teachings has not been silenced in that city. Somehow, teachers of various sciences still remain active. The compass of geography continues to reveal things hidden. The knowledge of music has not completely died out, and harmony has not been silenced. Some, though only a few, still study the movements of the earth and the stars, while others are learned in the matter of numbers. Moreover, there are still a handful of experts in the ways of fate, that is, astrology. As for medicine and how often we need it in our times, which are neither modest nor sober, its study grows day by day. And if a physician wishes to prove the adequacy of his skill, though his results should more adequately recommend him, it is enough for him to say that he had studied in Alexandria. We can guess whom Ammianus meant when he wrote about the few who still studied the movements of the earth and the stars, taught about matters of numbers, and were also proficient in the ways of fate. His name was Theon, and his research concerned all these sciences. It is true that he did not distinguish himself as a particularly creative or original author, but he earned great merit by propagating the astronomical works of Claudius Ptolemy and by editing the works of Euclid. Among them were works concerning geometry, and they are still taught in school in our time. Like many of his contemporaries, he also occupied himself with astrology and divination. He even wrote a book about foretelling the future from the flight of birds and the crowing of ravens. One Byzantine biographical dictionary claims that he was a member of the museum. Is this an anachronism? That is the dictionary automatically ascribing each outstanding scholar from Alexandria to the museum, even if the museo no longer existed? Or is it a fact, and did this scientific organization still exist in the times of Theon at the end of the 4th century, in the years of the last Olympiad? We don't know. All the same, Theon is the last scholar of antiquity about whom we may say, perhaps with a question mark, probably a member of the famous museum. It seems he did not leave Alexandria after the events of 391, not all scholars left at the time. From what we gather, the words of Ammianus Marcellinus about the local scholarly community just before the year 391 could very well be applied to the succeeding years, and even the entire 5th century, except that the level of scholarship and teaching steadily declined. But sciences were not yet completely silenced, and the light of theoretical pursuit did not completely go out. Nevertheless, the fate of those pagan intellectuals who chose to remain in Alexandria was sometimes frightening. An example of this was Theon's daughter. Her name was Hypatia. She must have been a teenager in 391. She inherited from her father his interest and talent in mathematics and his steadfast loyalty to the ancient gods. She gained fame as an expert on the teachings of various philosophical schools. She herself preached and professed the mystical teachings of Neoplatonism. She was widely respected for her erudition and the courage and fluency with which she defended her convictions. Even Christian authors admired her. Synesius, a native of Cyrenaica in today's Libya, was one of her disciples. We can guess that he became a Christian in his adult life because he was already married by then. Despite his conversion, he never renounced some of his controversial views. Even after accepting the post of the bishop of the city of Ptolemy in his home country, he held stubbornly and openly onto the very pagan doctrine that the world is eternal and that souls pre-exist their incarnation in the human body. How much Hypatia meant to him we can see best in a letter he wrote to her when he was seriously ill. I am dictating this letter to you, Olympiad, but may you receive it rejoicing in good health, my mother, my sister, my mistress, my benefactress. Luckily for him, the half-pagan bishop died shortly before the year 415. He never heard how his fellow coreligionists in Alexandria murdered the woman whom he had held in such sublime affection. Hypatia aroused the hatred of certain fanatical Christian clergymen by her public defense of her beliefs, because she thereby encouraged the remaining pagan intelligentsia in their ancient practices. They, in turn, honored the learned woman like a divine creature and expressed their worship in a poem that read, "When I see and hear you, I fall on my knees as if I had the stellar house of the Virgin before me. For your inquiries reach up to heaven, venerable Hypatia, you mistress of the fair word, you pure star of the school of wisdom." Her enemies exploited the tension between the then prefect Orestes, also a Christian, and Bishop Cyril, and blamed her for that clash of personalities. An agitated crowd led by a certain rhetorician named Peter attacked her as she returned home in a litter. The defenseless woman was dragged to one of the churches, stripped naked, and in a frenzy of rage, cut to pieces and burnt so that no trace would remain of the blasphemer. Assuming that the Byzantine chronicler who ascribed Theon to the museum is right, we have here yet another sequence of symbolic events. Just as the ancient Olympics were dying out, the last member of the museum remained in Alexandria despite the pogrom of pagans in 391 and the destruction of most of the pagan shrines. And by doing so, he condemned his own daughter to death. Helios and Serapis. Although the killers of Hypatia and the bishop and patriarch of Alexandria, Cyril, who was widely held responsible for her death, did face widespread condemnation, also by their brethren, they suffered no punishment, and Cyril's political position only strengthened. There were no penalties, either state or church, just mournful complaints and pious sighs. We do read in Socrates, a church historian contemporary to the events. There was a lot of rebuke for Cyril and the Church of Alexandria after the killing, since violence and the like are completely alien to those who live according to the teachings of Christ. And that was it. Of course, should anyone have demanded punishment for the killers of Hypatia, the Christians could easily have answered him. And what punishment befell the heathen rioters of 391? Did not the grammarian Helios boast publicly that he had killed 9 Christians with his own hand? And has he suffered as much as a rap on the wrist? He lives in peace in the capital, and no one drags him before a tribunal. Instead, he works in peace and collects laurels. Alexandria was a writhing snake pit of evil fanaticism and hatred. Both the adherents of the religion of true love and the worshippers of the ancient gods had blood on their hands. As for Helios, he was indeed never brought to justice. As if nothing had happened, he continued to teach in the capital on the Bosporus. Both pagans and Christians, such as Socrates, and years later, would receive a professorship and other privileges from the hands of a Christian emperor. What permitted such total impunity for a confessed killer in a state governed by the rule of law and increasingly hostile to paganism? The explanation is simple. Immediately following the riots in Alexandria, Emperor Theodosius published an amnesty for any and all crimes committed during the event, a total and unconditional amnesty for all participants. We shall yet discuss this, but the decision was made on rational grounds. First of all, the memory of the Thessalonica massacre and the personal humiliation associated with it, that penance in the Milan cathedral, was still fresh in everyone's mind. The emperor felt he had to act cautiously and perhaps feared that undue severity might lead to similar incidents, perhaps even more dangerous. Second, the responsibility for unleashing the disturbances belonged obviously to the Christians, especially Bishop Theophilus, but the emperor felt he could not say so openly. Thus, he formally blamed the pagans as the responsible party and immediately gave full amnesty to all. And since we are on the topic of Helios, let's take up another matter related to him. Socrates wrote that he was a priest of Zeus. But we should correct him. Helios was not a priest of Zeus. He was a priest of Zeus Helios Serapis. Many inscriptions in Egypt testify that such was the deity's full name in the last decades of the late empire. The god was credited with the names and powers of both the Hellenic lord of Olympus, Zeus, and of the sun god, who created, animated, and saw everything, receiving veneration on the Nile as the Egyptian god Ra and in Iran as Mithras. This Zeus Helios Serapis was for his followers the universal and primordial supreme and omnipresent being who only bore different names in different countries and epochs. And no wonder, his priests explained, after all, there was such a great profusion of languages, so why should there not be a great profusion of God's names? But where did the name Serapis come from? Here is the story. Sacred bulls had been worshipped in the Egyptian city of Memphis, located not far from modern Cairo, but on the opposite side of the river from times immemorial. In the eyes of their worshippers, each bull Apis was the incarnation of the god Ptah and, after its death, it united with the god Osiris. When it died, the sacred bull was embalmed and placed for eternal rest in a stone sarcophagus in the corridors of an underground catacomb at the edge of the desert. Each sarcophagus inscribed with the dates of the animal's earthly existence and the names of the pharaohs under whose reign it incarnated and departed. The oldest surviving Apis mummies date back to the beginning of the 14th century BC. Later, a temple was built over the catacomb. It was dedicated to Osiris Apis, a kind of fused essence of the two deities. The temple enjoyed great respect and, for many centuries, attracted crowds of pilgrims. Greeks, who came to rule Egypt after the conquest of Alexander the Great, also began to worship this deity. In their language, they called him Serapis. Later, a shorter form of the name became popular, Sarapis or Serapis. And now King Ptolemy I, the founder of the Macedonian dynasty that established its capital in Alexandria and was to rule Egypt for the next 300 years, decided that Serapis should become the common god for both nations of his monarchy, Hellenes and Egyptians alike, an object of worship acting as a symbol of their unity under his rule. It is difficult to explain why this god was chosen for this purpose. In antiquity, various stories circulated about it, usually colored with fantasy, and today's scholars have different theories. But the fact that it was an official decision leaves no doubt. But if Hellenes were to accept and truly worship Serapis, he had to undergo some editing. First of all features recalling his connection with the holy bull Apis had to be obliterated. Greeks would never worship a bull. Instead, the god came to be portrayed as a serious, dignified man in the prime of life. He had voluminous hair, a curly beard, and, on his head, a small basket. The basket was the bushel, a measure of grain and, therefore, was a symbol of a plentiful harvest. In prayers, Serapis was identified with the most powerful and most popular deities of the Hellenes. And thus, for his followers, he was at the same time Zeus, the father of gods and men, Hades, lord of the underworld and of the dead, Asclepius, the miracle worker and healer, Dionysus, who conquered death and gave joy to life, and Helios, or the radiant sun. In the 3rd century BC, a new, magnificent temple of the god was erected in Alexandria, and it became the center of the cult of Serapis. The temple was deliberately erected in the western district of the city, called Rhodotis, a district largely inhabited by native Egyptians. In his description of the city, Ammianus Marcellinus selected it for special praise. The Serapeum stands out among all the other temples. There are no words to describe its magnificence. It has spacious colonnaded halls, statues that seem to breathe, and it is adorned with countless works of art so splendid that, after the Capitoline Hill, the eternal monument of venerable Rome, there is nothing so proud in the entire world. When Ammianus wrote these words in 390, the temple was still standing. It was visited by tens of thousands of pilgrims and tourists, and sacrifices were offered there every day. From here, from the Serapeum of Alexandria, the glory of the god radiated across the Mediterranean, spread by sailors, merchants, pilgrims, and priests. Many mentions in ancient literature, countless figural representations, and Greek and Latin inscriptions prove this. They are found in the most remote provinces, in Britain, Spain, and on the Danube. It's worth taking a closer look at one of these inscriptions. This will allow us to note some interesting aspects of the cult. In 1912, a crypt was unearthed under the ruins of the famous baths of Caracalla in Rome. Based on the layout of the crypt and the adjoining spaces, it was clear that the crypt had once been a cult site of the god Mithras. Many similar cult sites have been discovered in Rome and in various other parts of the empire. A small, modest, and simple stone altar stood in the vestibule of the crypt. It is housed today in the Palazzo Massimo in Rome. It is just over 30 centimeters high, 20 centimeters wide, and barely 18 centimeters thick, or about 10 inches by 7 inches by 6 inches. There are Greek inscriptions on both the front and the back. The shape of the letters indicates that they were carved at the beginning of the 3rd century, sometime during the reign of Emperor Septimius Severus or his son Caracalla. The inscription on the front reads in Greek, Hais Zeus es Serapis, Helios Cosmocrator Anikitos, which means, the only Zeus Serapis Helios, Lord of the world, invincible. The name Serapis was scratched out in antiquity, though not thoroughly, and the name of another god, Mithras, was inscribed in its place. It seems that the worshippers of the latter god simply appropriated an altar that had once belonged to Serapis. This seems to suggest some kind of rivalry, perhaps even hostility, between these two cults, one Egyptian, the other Iranian. If there had been any, it did not result from theological differences, but simply from a healthy business competition among the priests. The disputes seemed bloodless and manifested themselves mainly in such moves as appropriating cult objects or poaching each other's followers. All of this was not even a faint foretaste of the great religious conflict between pagans and Christians, which was to turn into pitched battles, complete with the destruction of temples in 391. In this case, the seizure of the altar must have taken place after Caracalla's death because that emperor had been a follower of Serapis. In the end, Mithras proved to be the more powerful god because he acquired more followers. And the inscription on the opposite side of the altar? That inscription is puzzling. It is a bit longer because it gives several liturgical expressions and several names of God. In translation, it says, "To Zeus Helios, the great Serapis, Savior, giver of riches, him who hears our prayers, our benefactor, the invincible." Then, two more words follow. In Greek, they are Mitra Charasterion. The text confirms beyond any doubt that the altar had originally belonged to Serapis. But how should we understand the last two words? The second is obvious. Charasterion in Greek means a votive offering. Our difficulty lies in the name Mitra. Was that the name of the donor, and therefore we should read, "To Zeus Helios, Serapis, etc., his worshipper, Mitra gives this gift," or is Mitra yet another name of Serapis in the long litany of God's names? The language of the inscription allows both interpretations. Let's look again at the inscription on the front. As brief as it is, a historian of religion is able to derive a lot of content from it. Here, we have an eloquent illustration of a phenomenon called syncretism. This is the process of merging the cults and forms of originally separate deities. This process was omnipresent in the religious life of the Roman Empire. Furthermore, the inscription seems to testify to an evolution of most preeminent religions towards monotheism, the idea that there is only one God, although his names and manifestations are many. And finally, it is significant that this inscription, though found in Rome, speaks to us in the language of the Hellenes. It seems to suggest that here, in the West, the followers of the Oriental god were largely Greek and, therefore, probably belonged to the lower classes of society. They were perhaps slaves and freedmen, craftsmen and merchants, teachers and petty officials. The situation was similar with other cults which came from the East, including Christianity. So much for the inscription and the conclusions we can draw from it. But let us also mention that Serapis revealed himself to his faithful in dreams. Artemidorus Daldianus says so in his interpretation of dreams, a book already familiar to us. If, in a dream, one sees Serapis in his own form or some other Egyptian deity, such as Isis, Anubis, or Harpocrates, or their statue, or their secret rites, then confusion, danger, and emergencies are indicated. However, the god will rescue the dreamer from his difficulties against all expectations. For Serapis and these other Egyptian deities always come to the aid of those who find themselves in extremis. The last column. And what remains of the main center of worship of a god once so influential across the empire? That Alexandrian temple of a god who was worshipped in antiquity for so many centuries, from the time of the first Ptolemaic kings until the years of the last Olympiad under Emperor Theodosius? The answer is nothing or almost nothing. Where the enormous tabernacle once stood, there now stands one solitary column. Yes, it is magnificent. The shaft, carved of red, beautifully polished granite, is 22 meters high, 70 feet. The capital and the base are inferior and much later. It is now called Pompey's Column, which would suggest that it is some kind of memento of Pompey, Caesar's great political adversary. However, the Greek inscription on its base clearly states that it was erected in honor of Emperor Diocletian and, therefore, at the end of the 3rd century. The elements have worn away the name of the prefect who raised it, and only the initial letters P and the final OS are still legible. This probably led to the reading of the name as Pompeios, incorrectly, as it happens, because there was no such prefect of Egypt at the time. The capital and the base were added at that time, and almost certainly, a statue of the emperor had once stood on top. There are still openings in the capital, where pins supporting the statue were once inserted. The shaft, however, is a beautifully worked piece and is much earlier. It was probably taken from a whole forest of similar columns that had once adorned the Serapeum, supporting the roof of its porticos and its enormous halls. An Arabic author, writing in the Middle Ages, recorded the information based on a local tradition that there had once been 400 of them. It's possible. Those columns probably also supported the ceiling of the temple library, the smaller one, the one with just 40,000 volumes. Excavations were carried out here in the 19th century and again after World War II. During the first campaigns, many interesting architectural monuments, sculptures, and decorations came to light, as well as very many remains of red granite columns, which would seem to confirm the words of the Arabic writer. A small Serapis bust and small black granite pyramids were also discovered. They bear the names of the god and of Emperor Hadrian. Two sphinxes of red granite, now standing next to the column, were excavated from the rubble in 1906. They had probably once guarded one of the entrances to the sacred grounds. There had also been underground corridors with niches in their walls where urns with the ashes of deceased worshippers had once been deposited. Rufinus, a Christian born in Aquileia, a prolific writer and translator of Greek works into Latin, was in Alexandria during the riots of 391. He recorded many facts about the appearance of the Serapeum, including that it had vaulted crypts connected by long corridors and certain rooms where secret rituals were performed. All this has found material confirmation thanks to the excavations, but it is not enough to attempt even an approximate reconstruction of the entire complex. Certain phrases in ancient accounts, as well as some modern studies based on them, suggest that the new owners of the Serapeum, Christians, tore it down completely, and the debris and desolation that now lie all around the column are their work. But to dismantle such a huge building would have been impossible, first, because it would have required a tremendous effort, and secondly, because it would have been very expensive. Yes, the tabernacle must have been stripped of anything of value of vessels and of images of evil demons. Perhaps some temple halls were destroyed or intentionally polluted. But the shell of the Serapeum probably remained intact. Christians adapted some of the rooms to their own purposes, setting up a church in one of them and cells for monks in others, while the rest was left unattended and at the mercy of the elements. Only time and the Arab conquest finished the job of destruction. But the most precious jewel of the Serapeum, the enormous statue of the god, was destroyed with premeditation, thoroughly and immediately. And it probably happened on the day the temple's defenders left the precinct. The statue of Serapis. In 393, 2 years after the riots in Alexandria, a boy named Theodoret was born in Antioch, the capital of Syria. As a 30-year-old man, he became the bishop of Cyrrhus, a town in the same province. In time, he became famous as a theologian, writer, and author of a history of the Church. Many such works were written at the time. The victorious religious movement looked with pride at its past accomplishments, while its current affairs, the end of paganism, and the dogmatic disputes within the Church, also seemed worth immortalizing. All these histories copied the monumental work of Eusebius of Caesarea, a bishop and a writer contemporary of Constantine the Great. Let us note in passing that Eusebius and his successors were the creators of a completely new kind of historiography. They chose as the object of their study not a state, a country, a city, or a dynasty, but the rise of a certain movement and its organizational forms. For this reason alone, other historians of social movements must look up to them, even those who write histories of movements hostile to mainstream Christianity. The 5 books of Theodoret's work cover mainly the 4th century and the beginning of the 5th, up to the year 428. It is not his best work, either stylistically or in content, but it does record a lot of useful information and reproduces many documents otherwise unknown to us. Not all of them are credible, and they chiefly reflect the fanaticism of the militant wing of Christianity of the time. Theodoret covers the events in Alexandria in 391 briefly but dwells on their one aspect at some length, namely, the destruction of the statue of Serapis. Here is his report. Bishop Theophilus not only razed pagan places of worship to the ground, thus freeing the city from the errors of idolatry, but also exposed the various tricks by which the pagan priests deceived their flock. And thus, for example, they had statues of metal or wood made in such a way that they were hollow inside. Then they set them up against secret passages in walls so that they could enter them unobserved and, from the inside, issue commands to their faithful in a terrifying voice, as though it were the gods speaking themselves. And the faithful, hearing such commands, humbly did everything they were ordered. The bishop revealed these tricks to the people, thus ending all such conjuring tricks once and for all. Now, it so happened that Theophilus was finally able to enter the temple of Serapis. And in the opinion of many, it was one of the world's largest and most magnificent tabernacles. There, he saw a statue of the god so great that it astonished and frightened many by its sheer size alone. This first visual impression was reinforced by a false legend that had been circulated and passed down the centuries, which threatened that if any should approach the statue with a hostile intent, the ground would shake and destroy all things and all life about it. But the bishop knew full well that this was just silly talk of drunken old women. Not even the size of the statue frightened him. He ordered his men to strike the colossus with an axe. At the first blow, there came from the lips of those present a cry of terror, but nothing happened. The Serapis statue, everyone understood it now, was just dead wood. And when its head was lopped off, out rushed a swarm of mice. The whole thing was then chopped into pieces and burned. The head, however, was dragged through the streets of Alexandria so that all worshippers of Serapis might see for themselves how they had been duped and how completely powerless this idol was, in whose unlimited power they had once so fervently believed. It is hard not to recall that various inscriptions, like the one on the altar in Rome, often referred to Serapis as Lord of the World, Invincible. The Christians of Alexandria had plenty of such inscriptions before their eyes, giving them a great opportunity for mockery. Reign over us now, O invincible Lord of the world. But the naive story of Theodoret deserves attention for at least two reasons. First, it is a good illustration of the intensity of the religious fanaticism of the era. See with what passion Christians destroyed magnificent monuments of art, considering it a great merit to do so. At the same time, we should remember that the cult of statues and sacred icons was only just germinating within Christianity. The new religion still saw its superiority over the old beliefs in that it did not venerate sacred images, apart from certain abstract signs and symbols. The secular authorities looked upon the devastation of pagan cult centers with indifference. In practice, much depended on the attitude of the higher officials on the spot. Whether they remained faithful to the old religion or dared to speak up in defense of temple statues, and thus incur the hatred of the local clergy and possibly the disfavor of the emperor. The colossal statue of Serapis, chopped up and burned at the behest of Bishop Theophilus, was certainly one of Alexandria's most valuable works of art, if only because of its great age. It was almost 700 years old at the time of its destruction. It was thought to be the best and most famous work of the master sculptor Bryaxis. Ancient tradition said so unanimously, and many modern scholars believe it. We know its appearance thanks to copies and partial descriptions. The god sat on a throne, like Zeus, father of gods and men. He held his right hand on the head of the dog Cerberus, which symbolized his rule over the world of the dead, while his left hand held a royal scepter. Serious, dignified, and gracious, he looked directly at those who entered the temple. The huge figure impressed not only by its size, but also by its craftsmanship and the cost of the materials from which it had been made. Its wooden skeleton was covered with gold foil and decorated with a profusion of precious stones, perhaps worked in some patterns. It is possible that much of that treasure had been looted by state actors before 391. Various emperors looted temples quite often in the late empire. The second reason why we should remember Theodoret's account is this. His narrative seems to be the source of many subsequent anecdotes, very popular in their time and repeated down to our day, about the tricks which pagan priests had used to deceive the simple and naive. And so, secret passages, strange and awe-inspiring voices issuing from hollow statues, machines for moving the hands, feet, heads, and eyes of sacred figures, sudden effects of light and darkness, dramas played out in the dark, like modern shows of light and sound. And maybe these anecdotes contain an element of truth. Perhaps some temple centers have used such or similar ways to trick their flock, though as far as we can tell, these were never mainstream methods. But stubborn and consistent Christian propaganda promoted and inflated such stories for obvious reasons, and now it's no longer clear who was or is more naive. Those simple-minded pagans, allegedly deceived for centuries by their perfidious priests, or those who have repeated such tall tales down to our times. One also reflects on the bizarre irony of fate, for Nemesis, the inexorable goddess of historical vengeance, does exist. When the time became ripe, the very same accusations were leveled against the Catholic Church, first by the reformers of the Church and later by the enemies of all organized religion. And the Catholic Church, obliged to defend its practice of venerating holy images, offered the same arguments pagans had once used to defend their practices. What a subject for historiosophical reflections. And our last observation, it concerns a culturally significant issue and is obliquely related to the statue of Serapis. The merciless destruction, chopping, breaking, melting, and burning of the figures of pagan gods took place mainly in the East. In a way, this is understandable. Over the centuries, religious statuary had accumulated in greatest numbers there. The East had many more of them than the West. Its representative art had reached its highest levels of technical attainment. And finally, its church felt most powerful, and the intensity of religious feeling was most clearly manifested there. After all the great heresies, as well as the radical ideals of the ascetic and hermit life, arose in the eastern provinces of the empire. In the East, all kinds of idols came to be considered cursed and dangerous in their very essence and were destroyed ruthlessly. Strangely, this did not end with the eradication of paganism. Over the centuries, the East went on to see repeated bouts of iconoclasm, which went so far as to condemn the fashioning of any sculpture or any bas-relief. Few people realize how far-reaching and disastrous effect this has had on the field of artistic creation. The Greek East, which, throughout antiquity, led the world in the art of representative sculpture, giving us endless, truly immortal masterpieces, eventually became completely dead in this respect and remains so until this day. Things turned out differently in the West. Here, spectacular scenes like the public destruction of the Serapis statue were less frequent, and no sensitivities or prejudice concerning figural images emerged. In every epoch, individuals emerge who wish to trace the course and meaning of the meanders of the capricious river, conventionally known as the historical process, a river descending from the dark and unexplored mountains of the past and flowing towards an unknown ocean of the misty future. For them, the phenomena that we have discussed here may be a source of great inner satisfaction. Ammonios and the monkey. We will not fully believe Theodoret's account of the speaking statues of pagan gods, because it is probably motivated by the desire to discredit all things pagan. Indeed, it is proper to proceed with caution when it comes to that conflict between two religions, because all our source material is contaminated by mutual misunderstanding, and not always as a result of the ill will of the authors. It's too easy to reject as false or imaginary a statement that nevertheless hides some truth. Consider, for example, that colleague of Heliod's, the grammarian named Ammonios. He, too, ran away from Alexandria in 391 and settled in Constantinople as a teacher. He did not manage to obtain a professorship, but he still has his rightful place in the history of philological scholarship. He left behind a small but valuable work, a dictionary of Greek synonyms, that is, words of similar or identical meaning. The work is not very original, as it is largely a compilation of the works of his predecessors, but it does collect a lot of linguistic material and testifies well to the author's broad reading and diligence. To us, however, the most interesting is the matter of his priesthood. According to Socrates, he was a priest of the monkey, just as Heliod was a priest of Zeus. One feels tempted to dismiss this as sheer nonsense, slander reported by a Christian and a church historian to boot. Isn't it obvious, we want to say, that this whole story was made up to mock and ridicule pagans? But we'd be wrong. The monkey, or more specifically the Hamadryas baboon, the Greeks called it kynokephalos, or doghead, due to the characteristic shape of its snout, played a large role in ancient native Egyptian cults. In early Egypt, this creature was a god in its own right. Later, it came to be venerated as a sacred animal, the personification of the god Thoth. Hellenes identified him with their god Hermes. Thoth was usually depicted in the form of an ibis and sometimes that of a baboon. In this latter form, he sits upright, with a grave expression, with his hands, or rather paws, folded in his lap, and has a sun disk on his head. As lord of all knowledge, Thoth Baboon was the patron of scribes, scholars, and bureaucrats, and Ammonios was a priest of this god. Thus, there was both a little truth and a little misunderstanding in the entertaining stories told in Constantinople about his ridiculous monkey priesthood. And this makes it easy to understand Ammonios's complaint that Bishop Theophilus, while destroying all the other pagan statues, ordered that the image of the monkey be preserved. For he wanted future generations to see with their own eyes what stupid filth the pagans worshipped. Meanwhile, the followers of the ancient gods, or at least the most enlightened among them, though they observed the destruction of the symbols of their faith with pain, took comfort in their proud conviction that what they really adored, the gods themselves, were completely indestructible, and therefore could not be profaned. A beautiful story teaches us about this. It deserves all the more credit since a Christian author, Sozomen, recorded it. He was a dozen or so years younger than the other historian of the church we quoted here, Socrates, and probably belonged to Theodoret's contemporaries. He came from Palestine, from the vicinity of Gaza, but after many travels, settled permanently in Constantinople. A lawyer by profession, he chose as the subject of his studies the history of the church in the 100 years preceding him, from 323 to 425. He drew abundantly on the work of Socrates, published a little earlier, but on some points, he expanded it somewhat, for it seems that he had his own sources on some topics. Riots in Alexandria, the Second Report. Now, in Book 7 of his history, Sozomen recounts that after their bloody attack on the Christians, the pagans withdrew to the beautiful and enormous temple of Serapis and fortified themselves there. From there, they made numerous sorties into the city, as if from a castle keep. Sometimes, they seized their opponents and forced them, by torture, to offer sacrifices to their gods. Those who refused, they nailed to crosses or broke their legs. This state of affairs lasted quite a long time. Finally, the highest imperial officials in Egypt, namely the commander of the troops, that is, Comes, Romanus, and the prefect Euagrius, invoking existing legislation, categorically demanded that they stop all hostilities and leave the temple precinct. This had no effect because those locked in the Serapeum now faced punishment for their crimes if they walked out. A philosopher named Olympus was among them and encouraged them in their resolve. He enjoined them that they should never allow the hallowed grounds of their forefathers to be desecrated and urged that, in the last resort, they should rather die in their defense. He was deeply pained to see that the overthrow of some statues shook the faith of his fellow believers in the righteousness of their cause. After all, no divine punishment had fallen on those who had destroyed these objects. But Olympus urged them not to abandon the sacred objects of their cult for such an insignificant reason. He explained, "What are the statues and images of immortal gods? It's just matter, ordinary, mortal, and therefore liable to turn into dust. Yes, there do dwell in these divine images some mysterious powers, but they leave and fly to heaven when their earthly vessels are at risk." Meanwhile, the emperor learned about the incidents in Alexandria. He directed a letter to the city authorities and residents. In it, he proclaimed that those Christians who had died in the riots were blessed because they had received the glory of martyrdom, putting their faith ahead of their life. But he ordered that their killers be forgiven for their crimes, expecting that they would go over in droves to the side of the new religion if mercy was shown to them. He also ordered that all Alexandrian pagan temples be razed to the ground, as they had become the cause of unrest. When the imperial letter was read to them, Christians immediately raised a huge cry. Right in the first words of his letter, the emperor clearly stated that it was the pagans, and not they, who were the perpetrators of all the misfortunes that had recently occurred. And hearing this, the defenders of the Serapeum were seized by fear. They abandoned it, scattered, and fled in different directions. Sozomen ends his account with a short statement that after occupying the temple, Christians turned it into a church. We also know that they settled monks in the building complex as well. Thus, it seems that the destruction of the huge complex really was only gradual and only became complete in Arab times, mainly as a result of the recycling of its construction material. In the end, as we said, only one column remains in place. Towards the end of the chapter devoted to the fall of the Serapeum, our church historian quotes a short but significant story. I learned from some people that in the dead of the night preceding that critical day, i.e., the day Christians took over the precinct, the philosopher Olympus heard mysterious voices singing Hallelujah in the Holy of Holies of the Serapeum. The gates of the tabernacle were locked, all within were asleep, and yet someone was singing. He then understood what it meant. Stealthily, he left the temple, found a ship in the port, and left for Italy. What a masterful symbol! Canopus. Did Christians invent the story of the victorious Hallelujah resounding inside the besieged pagan temple in the dead of the night? The answer seems obvious. Naturally, it had to be Christians. Who else? And yet, contrary to what we might think, the source of the story may have been pagan. Olympus may have invented it to justify his cowardly escape from the Serapeum. Or perhaps the story originated in pagan circles independent of Olympus. Because here is a surprising fact. The followers of the old gods spread various ominous and unfavorable predictions for their cause. It seems almost as if these somber and pessimistic predictions somehow comforted them. Perhaps such signs and omens released them from the sense of guilt and responsibility for their defeat? Perhaps they thereby explained to themselves and others why they were so passive in the face of the increasingly aggressive actions of the victorious religion? Or perhaps they wished to convince their contemporaries that they had access to a higher, secret order of truth? This last thought could be formulated as follows. Yes, the gods are leaving. They are leaving this ungrateful land, abandoning their beautiful temples, statues, and altars, the legacy of so many centuries of adoration and worship. But as they leave this world, they forewarn a few of us, their most faithful and most beloved, those who can still hear their voice. And while the gods seemingly give up the fight, by the very act of warning us, they prove both their existence and their agency. For they will yet return in triumph, of this there is no doubt. They will return one day, perhaps in the distant future, when the wheel of eternal changes, which turns slowly but relentlessly, brings back into existence what has once been. The philosopher and mystic Antoninus, who lived for many years in Canopus, not too far from the eastern gates of Alexandria, seems to have heard just such a message. We know about his character and the legends associated with him thanks to the words of Eunapius. And since information provided by this writer will be used more than once, it is time to present him here. All the more so because it is a personality very characteristic of his era, that is, of the reign of Emperor Theodosius. Eunapius was born in Western Asia Minor, in the city of Sardis, in about 345. He loved the Greek language and the entire heritage of Hellenic culture. In this, he was a lot like his contemporaries Saint Ambrose and Saint Jerome, the somewhat older senior Ammianus Marcellinus, and the somewhat younger Saint Augustine. A significant part of the writing activity of all these men took place in the reign of Theodosius. If we take into account all the other writers of the epic who appear on these pages, we have to wonder how fruitful the reign of Theodosius was in the literature of both the ancient languages of the empire. Eunapius was among the irreconcilable pagans. He gave testimony to his convictions in a large historical work, dealing mainly with his times. In it, he devoted beautiful pages of sublime worship to Emperor Julian, whom we call the apostate. He may have seen him with his own eyes when still a young man, and he managed to gather rich materials about him thanks to his friendship with Julian's former personal physician. But this work has not survived, probably because of its decidedly anti-Christian character. It seems that the adherents of the new religion preferred to destroy it rather than preserve it, and we only know it from fragments and summaries, which suggest that it was a worthy counterweight to all the pious histories of the Church that so blossomed in the period. But another work of Eunapius does survive. It is modest in size but fascinating in content. It bears the title The Lives of the Sophists, that is to say, teachers of wisdom, meaning philosophers, rhetoricians, and, sometimes, mystics. Eunapius knew personally many of those pagan masters of the 4th century, or knew their students. And thus, he was able to leave us a picture of the milieu of Greek intellectuals at a time when they were still trying to resist the onslaught of triumphant Christianity. It is the only surviving document of its kind and, as such, deserves a careful reading. The author's goal is quite clear. He wishes to set against the lives of Christian saints and martyrs the lives of great pagan intellectuals. We should also note that Eunapius composed this work during the last Olympiad and that he finished it only some months after the death of Theodosius. Now, among many brilliant pagan figures featured in his book, Eunapius names Antoninus, his countryman. Antoninus had also come from Western Asia Minor, though he settled permanently in the Egyptian town of Canopus, in the sanctuary of Serapis. Antoninus died shortly before the year 391, but before he died, he prophesied, let us bear in mind that this information comes from Eunapius, a pagan, that after he closed his eyes, doom would descend upon his beloved temple. This soon came true, simultaneously with the fall of the Serapeum of Alexandria. And understandably so, since it was possible to walk leisurely from one temple to the other within a day. Ancient Canopus lay where the town of Abukir lies today, about 20 or so kilometers east of Alexandria, on a bay into which the westernmost, so-called canopic, arm of the Nile flowed. The trip was easy and pleasant, whether walking along the coast, sailing by sea, or boating down an inland canal. It's no surprise that everything that happened in the huge metropolis found immediate echo here. The geographer and historian Strabo visited Alexandria and its surroundings during the reign of Emperor Augustus. His description of Canopus is short, but it evokes colorful images. The town lies 125 stadia from Alexandria if one is to walk on foot. It has a temple of Serapis, held in deep veneration, where miraculous healings take place. Even the most eminent people believe in it. If they cannot go there, they send others to sleep there on their behalf. The temple clerks keep a record of all miraculous healings and accurate prophecies. The crowds who visit the temple on major holidays are an awe-inspiring spectacle. Canopus is then full of people, men and women, day and night. Some people sail down the canal on boats, singing and dancing in the most unbridled fashion. Others overnight in Canopus, in inns set along the canal, very suitable for all kinds of debauchery and games. Few architectural remains of ancient Canopus survive, though excavations were conducted there as early as the first half of the 19th century. A significant part of the statuary and other small finds is now in a museum in Alexandria. Abukir itself gained fame in history thanks to the naval battle fought in its bay on August 1, 1798, in which Admiral Nelson destroyed the French fleet, and a land battle the following year, in which Bonaparte defeated the Turkish army, much more numerous than his own. To the archaeologist, however, Canopus is associated with the name of certain very characteristic earthenware vessels, often found in Egyptian tombs. These canopic jars are small jugs with lids in the shape of heads, human, jackal, baboon, and falcon. The internal organs of the dead were removed prior to the body's mummification, placed in these jars, and set, always in pairs, next to the sarcophagus. They were called canopic jars by archaeologists who misinterpreted a remark by Rufinus in his work on the history of the Church. Even though the name of this last writer is not widely known today, it deserves to be remembered. Rufinus lived in the years 345 to 410. He came from northern Italy, near Aquileia. Arriving in the east sometime after 370, he remained as a devout pilgrim in Egypt and Palestine for many years, visiting holy places, honoring famous ascetics, and studying the rich theological literature in Greek. He was a witness, perhaps even an eyewitness, of what happened in Alexandria during the siege of the Serapeum. Having returned to his homeland, he devoted himself to translating works of Eastern Christian writers into Latin. This task was particularly important in a period when the knowledge of Greek was gradually fading away in the West. It is impossible to overestimate how much later centuries owed to Rufinus both in the field of philosophical knowledge and in the shaping of Latin terminology. Now, in his History of the Church, it is, in fact, an extended paraphrase of the work of Eusebius. He also mentions Canopus and the local pagan cults and describes the local patron god and namesake of the city as follows. The figure is human, but the legs are puny. The belly is round and prominent like a water jug, the back is similar, and the neck is very short. It seems that what Rufinus described was a vessel in which the sacred Nile water was kept, an emanation of the spirit of Osiris. But because of the similarity of the described image of Canopus to the jars containing the entrails of mummies, the latter were given the name of canopic jars. As for the place itself, a certain tradition has survived there down to our times, the tradition of many tiny restaurants where one can enjoy oneself late into the night. The prophecy of Antoninus. Thus, you might say that Canopus had a certain reputation in ancient times. Its joys were known widely, and its name became synonymous with promiscuity. We find its echoes in a sentence from Seneca. A sage seeking a peaceful retreat will never choose Canopus, but Canopus will never prevent anyone from living sensibly. A living proof of the accuracy of this saying, formulated by a writer from the times of Nero, was a writer from the time of the last Olympiad, Antoninus, a pious pagan. And if Eunapius's story is to be taken literally, the processions that came to Antoninus were of a different nature from those described by Strabo. For the author says, probably with a little exaggeration in some formulations, but such as we can easily discount. Antoninus came to Alexandria from overseas. When he saw the canopic Nile, he was so delighted that he resolved to devote himself entirely to the gods and mysteries of the place and made rapid progress toward divinity. He did not care for his body. He freed himself completely from all pleasures associated with it. He only cultivated wisdom hidden from the common man. Further on, we read, Antoninus was not inclined to perform miraculous works in the ordinary realm of the senses. Perhaps he desisted because he sensed the direction of the emperor's edicts. However, everyone admired his fortitude, steadfastness, and constancy of views, and many of those who came to Alexandria to study visited him. And thanks to the temple of Serapis, Alexandria had become a temple to the world. It attracted many pilgrims from all over the empire, and their number was equal to or exceeded that of its permanent residents. And after these pilgrims worshipped the god of the Serapeum, they set out on their way to see Antoninus, those who wanted to hurry overland, while others were content with the boats that ply the canal. Having met him, some posed some logical problem and immediately enjoyed the riches of Platonic wisdom. Others, however, raised questions about divine matters, and then suddenly, they found themselves before a silent statue. Antoninus didn't reply to them and just kept his eyes fixed on the sky. And thus, he remained silent, inaccessible. Never would he enter into conversation with any human about such matters. Young people, healthy in soul and thirsting for philosophy, flocked to Antoninus. And the temple was full of young priests. And he himself, while still appearing wholly human and still communing with mortals, often announced to his companions, "After my death, this temple will cease to exist." Also, the great and holy tabernacle of Serapis in Alexandria will descend into shapeless darkness and will be transformed. Great darkness, like that of ancient myths, will rule over the most beautiful things of this earth. And it soon turned out that there was indeed something divine about him and his words. For barely had he passed away when the worship of his god was brought to an end in the temples of Alexandria. And not only divine service, but also the buildings themselves. And thus, everything happened just like in those epic myths, describing the victory of the giants, who were enemies of the god. The same fate befell all temples at Canopus. The pain and regret of a heathen. We should continue with Eunapius's story because it is worth reading him carefully. Although the text is not easy to read, it is worthwhile because it talks about events that we already know, thanks to the accounts of 3 Christian writers, Socrates, Sozomen, and Theodoret. It is true that Eunapius does not bring any new information. He is general and even rhetorical. However, consider that in this case, we finally hear the voice of the opposing side, the defeated, the voice of a pagan offended in his holiest feelings. Thus, the words are an extraordinary document, preserved by something verging on a miracle. The question arises irresistibly, how did it happen that in the Middle Ages, somewhere in the Byzantine Empire, a work like this was copied and preserved, even though it breathed such outright hatred of everything Christian? Was it copied and preserved by crypto-pagans, living on poor teaching jobs in the secrecy of libraries and archives, perhaps in the monasteries themselves? Nothing is impossible, and no one can say authoritatively when the last worshippers of the old gods will finally pass away. Did the ancient faith and worship continue to smolder under the ashes of destruction for centuries? For millennia? The very first sentence of the chapter, almost its first words, full of passion and venom, indicates clearly the author's position. At that time, Emperor Theodosius reigned, and Theophilus led the damned. Now, this man was like Eurymedon, who, according to the Odyssey, once ruled over the arrogant giants. The civil power in Egypt was exercised by Euagrius, and the command of the troops was in the hands of Romanus. They goaded each other on in their hatred of the temples, the very stones with which they were built. Indeed, they vied with each other in their hate. Therefore, they destroyed the Serapeum and made war on other holy sites. And yet, they had never heard a single report or rumor of any hostile intentions of the pagans. Thus, they conquered without opposition and won a war without having to fight it. As for the statues and temple gifts, they dealt with them so bravely that they not only defeated them but also stole them, because their chief battle tactic was to protect anyone who wanted to appropriate something. And of the Serapeum, they only left the floor because that, due to the weight of the boulders, could not be carried away. But when these gentlemen, so brave and so noble, have torn everything to pieces, they put their hands up high. True, hands not bloodied, but also not very clean, because tainted with theft. And they cried out that they were conquerors of the gods, and they took their blasphemy and their plunder of temples for a title to glory. Then they brought so-called monks to these holy places. In appearance, they are humans, though they live like hogs, allowing them to do vile and downright indescribable things. But this was presented as proof of godliness, to show contempt for all things divine. Every man wrapped in a black cassock had tyrannical power to behave in public however he pleased. To such heights has the virtue of mankind risen. Well, these monks also settled in Canopus. Instead of worshipping true gods, they introduced the cult of slaves. If only they had been honest slaves at least. But no, they gathered the bones and skulls of those who had been captured as criminals and executed after a court sentence. They proclaimed that these condemned men, were the new gods. They rolled on the ground before their monuments and smeared themselves with mud at their graves. They called them martyrs, servants of God, messengers. But these people had been only slaves who had served shamefully and died under the lashes of whips, and they bore the scars of their wickedness, even in their portraits. This is the sort of gods this land gives birth to nowadays. And thus Antoninus had foretold to all and sundry that the temples of the gods would become tombs. And this made his visionary skills very famous. He died a gentle, natural death when he reached a very old age without any kind of disease. Other thinking men felt the foretold end of the temples much more keenly than he. Some issues of demonology. Antoninus's prediction of the destruction of the temples of Serapis spread widely throughout the ancient world and grew more colorful and fantastic with retelling. It gained great prominence not only among pagans but also among Christians. For the latter, the fact that a prophecy of a pagan philosopher, and therefore coming from unclean spirits, came true so quickly and so accurately was not a little troubling. In the minds of many Christians, it posed a serious problem of a theological nature. Their reasoning went something like this. Who are these old gods? They are, in fact, evil, treacherous, lying demons, servants of Satan. They lead those who trust them to ruin. They hate all truth and even the shadow of truth, just as darkness fears every ray of sunlight. By what trick, then, could these unclean spirits have known and revealed to their followers even a fraction of what was to happen? Certainly, by making such accurate predictions of the future, they strengthened the faith of their followers in their supernatural powers. So why does the Lord allow such things to happen in our day and before our very eyes, something so dangerous to the salvation of so many human souls? These issues were dealt with seriously. There were numerous discussions, and the opinions expressed in them did not always seem orthodox. The matter grew to such significance that one of the finest minds of the times felt it necessary to deal with it. He was none other than the Bishop of Hippo himself, St. Augustine. He devoted a whole treatise to the problem. Although this is not a large work, it is both interesting and significant. It is entitled Concerning Fortune-Telling by Demons. The starting point of the treatise is the destruction of the Serapeum. St. Augustine writes in the foreword, "One morning, many of our lay Christian brothers gathered with me. We sat down in our usual place, and then a conversation began concerning the proper attitude of the religion of Christ to the conceit of the pagans and to their secret knowledge, that last being presumably vast. I remembered this discussion, and I found it worthwhile to have it recorded. I do not, however, mention the names of my interlocutors, some of whom took positions contrary to mine. They were good Christians, and they probably expressed such views only to test them or to help them decide how to answer pagan arguments. During our discussion, the question of prophecies by demons came up, and the story that someone or another in Alexandria had foretold the destruction of the temple of Serapis, which did indeed come to pass. I answered this by saying, what wonder is it that these demons should know in advance and foretell the destruction threatening that temple and its statue? They are equally capable of predicting and foretelling many other events. Of course, only to the extent that they are first allowed to see these things and, second, allowed to bring them to the attention of the mortals." And someone replied to me, "So, then, the prophecies of demons are not wrong and are not displeasing to God. For he, being omnipotent, would not have allowed bad and unjust things to happen." Such is the beginning of the work. As you can guess, St. Augustine, surprise, surprise, never runs out of convincing arguments. But it is worth noting that he believed in the existence of demons just like most of his contemporaries did, demons as real entities, whole, concrete, with a separate physical identity. He based his views on various Platonic and Neoplatonic doctrines, folk beliefs, and the literature of the pagan world. According to the prevailing views of antiquity, demons were intermediate beings between men and gods and usually, though not always, thought to be good, friendly, and helpful. It should be enough to recall the guardian spirit of Socrates. But, according to St. Augustine, this was not how matters stood. Yes, he admitted that demons were superior to humans in many respects. They were, above all, immortal, and their bodies had the delicate and mobile nature of air. They permeated the air and even the inside of our beings. But they were not benign protective spirits, but rather fallen angels, evil spirits, irreconcilable enemies of God, ruthless and insidious enemies of the happiness of mankind and of every individual. Like birds of prey, wonderfully agile and perceptive, they circle in the lower regions of the air, below the lunar sphere. Like vultures, they pounce on all on earth who seem to them an easy prey. They cause dreams, visions, apparitions, and nightmares. They can deceive the senses and even partially reveal future events. And this last because by soaring high and having more perfect senses than ours, they see much more, farther and clearer than we do here, low on earth. Small surprise then that they have managed to instill in the masses of mortals the dire belief in the existence of pagan gods. But what sort of gods are those? They are essentially immoral, bloodthirsty, quarrelsome, and irresponsible creatures, not different from the demons themselves. And no wonder, since they are also part of this material world. And should these false gods obscure for us the brilliant sun of the true and highest being? Augustine developed such views on various demonological topics in his great work entitled The City of God, as well as in his numerous letters. But in the small treatise discussed here, he passed over the nature of demons in silence, as if it were perfectly clear to all and required no further introduction. Among the numerous evangelical texts that speak of demons, the one about the Gerasene demoniac has always enjoyed special attention from readers and commentators. According to the story, Jesus drove a whole tribe of devils out of an unfortunate possessed man and sent them into a herd of swine grazing nearby, which then dashed headlong over a cliff and drowned in Lake Gennesaret. It is a bizarre story, but if we try to look at it with a fresh eye, we will see many surprising associations. As did Czeslaw Miłosz in his poem entitled Readings.
Readings.
You asked me what the good of reading the Gospels in Greek is. I answer that it is proper that we move our finger along letters more enduring than those carved in stone, and that, slowly pronouncing each syllable, we discover the true dignity of speech. Compelled to be attentive, we shall think that epoch no more distant than yesterday, even though the heads of Caesars on our coins are different today. Yet still, it is the same eon. Fear and desire are the same, oil and wine and bread mean the same. So does the fickleness of the throng as avid for miracles as in the past. Even mores, wedding festivities, and drugs. Only laments for the dead seem to differ. Then, too, for example, there are plenty of people whom the text calls daimonizomenoi, that is, the demonized. Or, if you prefer, bedeviled. As for the possessed, that word is no more than the whim of a dictionary. Convulsions, foam at the mouth, the gnashing of teeth were not then considered signs of talent. The demonized had no access to print or screens, rarely engaged in arts or literature. But the gospel parallel remains in force, that the spirit mastering them may enter swine, which, exasperated by the sudden clash between two natures, theirs and the luciferic, jump into the water and drown, which occurs repeatedly. And thus, on every page, a persistent reader sees 20 centuries as 20 days in a world that one day will come to its end. When Rome fell. So much for demonology in connection with Augustine's treatise. But let us note that the work is interesting not only because of the discussion reported in it, but also because of the circumstances in which it was created. The year was 410, approximately 20 years after the destruction of the Serapeum. This shows how vivid the memory of those events still was, even in the lands of the distant West. Almost simultaneously with the collapse of the Serapis temples, the Olympic Games died out, yet no one seemed to notice that. There was no voice of regret or protest, and if there was one, it was so faint that we cannot catch its echo from here. Of course, a tiny town in the poor land of the Peloponnese cannot compare in importance to a huge metropolis like Alexandria, and yet Serapeum's architecture and sculptures could not match the symbolic importance of the Olympics. When Augustine was drafting his treatise, Rome, the capital of the empire, was about to be sacked by Visigoths led by Alaric, or maybe it had already happened. We have written about that momentous event in connection with the arrival of Melania and Volusianus in Africa. We would be inclined to suppose that in the face of the horror of what was happening in Italy, the whole world froze in terror, and all thought and all conversation revolved only around this topic. But we would be wrong. In remote and safe provinces, people not only continued their ordinary lives, but even found enough time, peace, and willingness to deal with the consideration of rather abstract problems, such as whether demons could possibly tell the truth. Or others, similarly detached from reality. For here is another example taken from the same province and from about the same year, but from non-Christian circles. The just-mentioned Volusianus, a pagan, wrote a letter to Augustine in AD 412, informing him about the subject of a conversation he had recently had with his friends, also pagans. They first discussed selected issues of rhetoric. Then, they talked about the wonders of poetic arts, especially composition, the charm of metaphors, and the insight of allegories. Then, turning to more esoteric subjects, they discussed the doctrines of various philosophical schools, starting from distant antiquity, through the Platonic Academy and the Lyceum of Aristotle, and finally, someone unnamed. But it was probably Volusianus himself, began to talk about the issues that always puzzled pagans, How could the Lord of the world stay so long in the womb of an immaculate virgin, and later endure the unpleasant afflictions and ailments inevitably associated with earthly existence? Does the fact that such discussions were held at such a point in history, both among Christians and pagans, have any special significance? We could, of course, shrug and dismiss the matter, saying that it was just a coincidence. But it could also have been a manifestation of deeper, almost subconscious mental processes within the society. Who knows if it was not a form of escapism, a flight from reality that was too cruel and too brutal, an escape into the regions of lofty and completely abstract speculation. Similar phenomena repeat themselves in other epochs when a great catastrophe seems imminent. Or maybe it was a kind of blindness and a complete misunderstanding of the horror of the situation. A pagan prophecy. A time will come which will show how futile the pious faith of the Egyptians has been and all the sacrifices made by its faithful. The worship of the gods will cease, and the gods themselves will depart and go back to heaven. They will abandon this land of Egypt. This land, which has been for so many centuries the cradle, mainstay, and abode of true religion, will be stripped of divine presence, orphaned, made empty. Foreigners will occupy the farmland. And not only will the holy faith come to be ignored, but how much more painful it is to think of it, something claiming to be the law shall be imposed which will forbid the observance of the principles of true religion, of piety, and of worship by threatening the most severe of punishments. This venerable land, this seat of God's altars, will thenceforth be filled only with tombs and corpses. O my Egypt, my love! Only myths and stories will remain in the ages to come as a testimony to your faith, but to posterity, they will appear to be mere fairy tales. Only the words engraved in stone will stand as a witness to your pious deeds. A Scythian or an Indian, or one like them, some barbarian from the frontier lands, will settle all this land. Darkness will be more loved than light, and death will take priority over life. Believe me, it will finally come to this that the death penalty will be imposed on those who dare to profess divine reason. And in such a painful way, a separation of gods and men will be accomplished. Only evil angels will remain in this land. And they will stay to drive the unfortunate to the worst crimes of pride, to wars, rape, looting, fraud, to everything that is the opposite of the true nature of the human soul. No, these words were not spoken by a pagan witness to the Alexandrian events of 391. Helios was not their author, the professor of grammar and priest of Zeus Helios Serapis. Nor Ammonios, the priest of Hermes Thoth, that is the monkey. Nor Olympus, the faithful defender of the tabernacle of Serapis to the end, until that night the last, when he heard the singing of Hallelujah. Nor Antoninus, the ornament of the Serapeum in Canopus, fortune-teller, sage, and teacher. Nor any of their relatives, nor any of their contemporaries. The quoted sentences are a paraphrase of a text contained in the Latin treatise entitled Asclepius. It is preserved in the writings of the great Latin prose writer Apuleius, who lived in the 2nd century, but this treatise was certainly not written by him. It is a bit later and dates from the end of the 2nd century. This means that it was composed at least 100 years before the time of Theodosius and a century before the last Olympiad, when the temples of the ancient gods were finally destroyed in Egypt. In other words, we are dealing here with the words of a true pagan prophecy, one which came true to the letter. And not only in Egypt, for using the terminology of the prophecy and thinking in the categories of the last of the pagans, one might say that the entire inhabited world descended into darkness, including Hellas, where Mount Olympus had been the home of the gods and where Olympia had been the venue of the games in their honor. Only in Rome, in old Rome, were things still different. Only there was resistance still possible. Part 4. Rome. A letter. I envy you both, you for being in Rome and Rome for having you. For you are in a city that has no equal in the world, and that city, in turn, hosts someone who has no equal among its citizens, though many of them count the immortal gods among their ancestors. For you, it would have been an honor to simply live in such a city, without once opening your mouth and only listening to the speeches of others, for in Rome, the rhetoricians still measure up to their forefathers. Yet, we have learned from people who came from Rome that you have already taken an active part in public declamations and that you are expected to speak again. And no wonder, for you have to your credit many books already, and they earn their praise and call for further books. I also hear that Rome has awarded the wreath of victory to you and that the public opinion has it that you are better than certain writers and not inferior to any. Such praise does not only honor you, but also those among whom you have been raised. So, keep up the good work. Do not hide it in the privacy of your home, but take it out into the streets and present it in public meetings. And do not be weary of the fact that you have become an object of admiration. Let your fame grow ever more brilliantly, for this will benefit us all by extension. This is how it happens with a citizen who has acquired a name for himself. His fame radiates upon his hometown. And so, your affairs are like this. And ours? We are in pain. I do not know, indeed, how it shall be with us unless some God comes to our aid. My only son, my only boy, not a bad boy, either, and of a respectable mother if unfree, left us, died, and has been buried. He has become victim of someone else's arrogant behavior. Learn from others, please, what sort of people showed him their contempt, because, as far as we are concerned, we respect them, even while we are suffering. This misfortune was still quite fresh when Calliope's was taken away from us by sudden death from among his books, directly from his desk. Thus, one wound is superimposed on another, and each new event seems worse than the last. Libanius. What a strange letter. In its first part, it is pure rhetoric, full of exaggerated and perfunctory formulas. And then, suddenly, right at the end, almost as an afterthought, something very personal. The letter was sent from Antioch in Syria to Rome in 392. Its author was Libanius. He was an old man by then, he was 78, and able to look at his life's work with considerable pride. He had shaped 2 generations of students in love and admiration for classical Hellenic literature. He left behind many books, speeches, essays, letters, and they still attest to his literary accomplishment. Still in his lifetime, they became the gold standard of correct usage and remained so for generations right through the Byzantine times. And even though Libanius's writing strikes us with its penchant for artificial expressions, archaization, and cold rhetoric, perhaps we lack the necessary understanding, or the required learning, to fully enjoy the charms of such refined ornamentation. Libanius was highly regarded by the most eminent personalities of his time, not only intellectuals, but also politicians. He had students and friends among both Christians and pagans. Of course, he had enemies aplenty, but no more than usual, that is to say, in such numbers as are due to anyone who rises above mediocrity and can pride himself on success. And yet the letters of the great writer, dating to the last years of his life, clearly show that he left the world a broken man, broken by experience, deeply embittered, and with a profound sense of defeat. And it wasn't just the result of the usual psychological changes common in the elderly. Libanius had objective standards by which to evaluate the contemporary world and the results of his efforts. After all, he was an eyewitness to the death of everything he had loved, death under the merciless blows of an enraged Christian mob. Animal sacrifices on the altars of the gods were forbidden. The temples of the gods were closed, destroyed, demolished, their statues, the works of the finest artists of ages past, were knocked down and chopped down and thrown away amid hideous mockery. All pleas and petitions laid at the emperor's feet turned out to be in vain. Thus, a question had to come to mind for a smart man looking into the future. Today, Christians destroy our statues. They do it ruthlessly, justifying it with certain commandments of their faith. They are deeply convinced that these idols are the insidious works of evil demons who seek to draw human hearts away from the worship of the one and only God, invisible and unimaginable. However, since these works of art have already fallen into the hands of the angry mob, who can say whether the time will not come for equally merciless destruction of the books of pagan poets, writers, and philosophers? After all, they are far more dangerous to this new religion than lifeless statues, because they eloquently praise the beauty of the gods and heroes, the beauty of the human body, the sweetness of earthly love, and the joy of life on earth. For the moment, even the most extreme Christian thinkers do not condemn everything that is mortal. But the time might come when not only the objects of our worship, the images of gods, are destroyed, but also our books. Such predictions did not come wholly true. Deliberate destruction of ancient literature was rare and sporadic. More harm came because certain pagan books were simply not copied, leaving old papyri and parchments to crumble into dust. Ancient Greek and Roman literature today is really a field of ruins. Only a tiny fraction has been preserved. More has survived in the East because Byzantine schools remained basically secular and because a handful of crypto-pagan copyists continued their work for a long time. But in the West, only those things survived which were considered worthy of preservation for practical reasons, mainly as stylistic models. Whatever else has survived has done so by accident or due to a fortunate omission. We can say without exaggeration that, starting from the 4th century, during Libanius's lifetime, a great upheaval began in the field of culture, perhaps the greatest and most painful of all such revolutions known to date in the history of mankind. Libanius had a reason to be deeply troubled about the future. There had once appeared a person of whom Libanius had great and realistic hopes, believing that the man would be able to restrain the forces of destruction and revive the old world of Hellenic cults. But Emperor Julian, whom we call the Apostate, died young, tragically. His work was interrupted before it began to bear fruit. And following his death, practically every successive ruler pursued a policy of oppression against the pagans, ever harsher and more perfidious. This included Theodosius, even if he treated Libanius himself with kindness. And then came the personal blow, the death of his only son. His name was Kimon Arabios. He died in 391, a few months before his orphaned father wrote this letter to Rome. Libanius, of course, exaggerates when he claims that the cause of death was the contemptible treatment the young man received at the hands of some very influential person. Yes, Kimon had encountered a great affront in Constantinople, even an insult. He had sought office and even obtained a nomination to the post of governor of Cyprus in writing, but this document was literally torn from his hands. Apparently, someone else seeking the same office had found a more powerful protector. Embittered by this, Kimon returned to his native Antioch by land via Asia Minor. While in Cilicia, he fell out of the cart and broke his leg. He was treated for quite a long time in the city of Tarsus, cared for by his father's friends. He finally returned to Antioch, but only to die a few days after his arrival. Sometime later, Libanius's pupil and a teacher at his school, Calliopos, passed away. The great writer did not survive the death of his son by much. He died, tormented by disease and regret, probably as early as 393, just as the last games were held in Olympiad. It is really hard not to see a symbolic coincidence in this. The last truly outstanding master of Greek literature and a steadfast pagan passed away at the same time as the games, which for almost 12 centuries had been a visible sign of the cultural unity of all Hellenes. And who was the addressee of his letter, so praised by the author? The historian and his work. The man who received the flattering letter in Rome at the beginning of 392 is already known to us. He was Ammianus Marcellinus. A professional soldier, he had traveled to many lands of the empire, both in Europe and Asia, to defend its borders against various enemies. And then, having retired from the military some years prior to 392, he settled in Rome for good. He would have received this letter from the famous Antiochian, his countryman, with real pride. After all, these compliments, expressions of appreciation and even admiration, came from the mouth of a venerable old man, whom even his opponents could not deny his leading place among his contemporaries. Ammianus was not his student, but being at least 15 years younger, he did consider him his master and teacher. And he knew Libanius not only by report and from his writings, but also personally. Both had been born in the city of Antioch, and at times, they resided there at the same time. They belonged to a group of middle-class Hellenes who were keenly interested in cultural matters and remained faithful to the religion of their ancestors. On this last point, Libanius defended his old heritage consistently and with almost desperate courage, while Ammianus took the attitude of a passive observer. He did not hide his pagan convictions and even allowed himself an occasional biting remark about one or another church functionary and his actions. Nowhere, however, did he ever criticize either Christianity itself or its institutions. On the contrary, he always spoke with respect and appreciation about the principles of the new religion. Like Libanius, he had been an admirer of Emperor Julian and expressed his admiration for him and his politics at every opportunity. But when this ruler issued a law prohibiting Christian teachers from teaching the young, Ammianus criticized it harshly. It was ruthless and deserves to be forgotten. It may seem surprising that a retired military officer advocated tolerance. We have already quoted a fragment from the work of Ammianus, short excerpts from Book 22 of his history. There, he described Alexandria as a vibrant center of scholarship and her Serapeum as being almost as great as the Roman capital. Ammianus was able to write this, of course, only because the Serapeum had not yet been destroyed, so no later than 390. This is an important clue because it helps us determine when the work was composed and in what order its books were published. We know from Libanius's letters that Ammianus published his work gradually, reading parts of it before select audiences. This was a practice often used in antiquity from the very beginning of literature. In the case of Ammianus, such readings were of particular importance. It was a way of determining whether his way of presenting the history of Rome could count on the understanding and a friendly reception in the capital of the empire. And he was entitled to some unease on this point for at least 3 important reasons. First, his work was very ambitious. The spiteful and envious, and such people have never been lacking, might even have said that his ambition was excessive. For Ammianus set out to do nothing less than continue the work of the great Roman historian of 3 centuries earlier, Cornelius Tacitus. Since the latter ended his narrative with the assumption of power by Nerva in 96 AD, it fell to Ammianus to start from that point, which is what he did. He then continued his history until the times known to him from personal experience. For the end date of his work, he chose the year 378, when Emperor Valens was defeated and killed by the Visigoths in the Battle of Adrianople. A final accent, you have to admit, very dramatic and factually justified, for the battle proved indeed very important in the history of Europe. Thus, in marking the end of his narrative precisely at that point, Ammianus acted skillfully and wisely, both as a writer and as a historian. Let us emphasize that he made this choice consciously, and his work was not interrupted, as often happens, by external necessity, death, or disease. It is enough to quote the last sentence to see that this was the case. I, once a soldier, a Greek, described these events to the best of my ability, beginning with the reign of Emperor Nerva and ending with the death of Valens. Nowhere, I hope, have I distorted the truth, that truth which was the object and purpose of my work, either by consciously passing over something in silence or by lying about it. And concerning those things that happened later, let others write about them, those who now flourish in their youth. And if they do undertake such work, I advise them to write in a loftier style than mine. These words suggest, and other indications confirm, that as he wrote his last sentence, Ammianus was already an old man, well over 60. It seems that he died relatively soon after the publication of Book 31, probably still during the reign of Theodosius or shortly thereafter. In any case, he did not outlive Libanius by many years, though he was much younger. But he did live to see his work completed, the work that cost him so much toil and trouble. Yet, the sheer magnitude of his historical work must have been the cause of anxiety for the creator. Did he live up to the high standard he had set for himself? Did he correctly capture everything that had been important during the 3 centuries, so rich in truly epical events? And did he give his work a good structure? That last question is not easy to answer. 282 years elapsed between 96 AD and 378 AD. The first 13 books of his work, now lost, discussed events up to and including the year 353, that is, the first 257 years of the 378-year period. Could it have been only a short, schematic outline made on the basis of other people's studies? On the other hand, the remaining 18 books, starting with Book 14, cover only 25 years, a quarter of a century. The proportion was seriously distorted in favor of modern times. How would the author have defended such a design? We might venture a guess. Earlier times have already been presented by many other Greek and Latin historians. All I did was summarize them as a kind of introduction to our most recent history, which had not yet been covered by any historian I know. I am well informed about these events, in part as an eyewitness. And, for the majority of my readers, these matters are also of the highest interest. That's true. But at the same time, how easy it is to offend living people by writing about recent events. Many who had been prominent in the events just prior to 378 were still active in 395, or their relatives, or friends, or cronies. In such a situation, every word and formulation in a book intended for posterity, and, gods forbid, any omission of a figure or merit, had to have an effect on the evaluation of the work by its contemporaries. Third, and finally, Ammianus faced difficulties of a formal nature, formal but important because linguistic. Namely, as he started his work, he decided to write not in his own mother tongue Greek, but in Latin. What were his reasons for this decision? Was it the cult of Roman national identity, understandable in someone who had taken slings and arrows to defend the empire's borders? Or maybe the fear that his Greek might not meet the high artistic requirements posed by the Hellenic rhetoricians of the day, among them Libanius himself? Whatever his reasons, he carried out his plan consistently. But he wasn't satisfied with the result. Hence, in the quoted statement, in his very last sentence, he advises future historians to write in a more sublime style. Yet to us, even the stylistic manner of Ammianus seems too lofty and indeed, at times, so artificial that it interferes with our understanding of the text. We would love to know how native Romans received it. What were their reactions during those first readings? Was it only praise? After all, the audience was full of competent writers, well-versed in old literature and the standards of linguistic correctness and sensitive to the flow of prose. One thing surely worked in Ammianus's favor. Rhetorical mannerism was all the rage, in many ways reminiscent of our late Baroque. Perhaps the style of Ammianus was admired as a special case of rhetorical craftsmanship? Maybe what was, at bottom, the awkwardness of struggling with a foreign language was perceived as new and surprising formal solutions. And why do we pay so much attention to Ammianus and his work? The answer is simple. He was the last great historian of antiquity, and his books were published during the last Olympiad. Rome during the last Olympiad. The man from Antioch lived in the city on the Tiber for many years. His ashes were probably laid to rest in a tomb by one of the roads leading out of it. But did this soldier and historian of the empire experience in the capital the love and admiration of which the letter of Libanius tells us? Was he really praised there? Surrounded by an admiring public? These questions are answered by Ammianus himself. You can find his answers by simply browsing through his work. He had religious reverence for Rome as the cradle and still the formal capital of a state that encompassed the whole known world. He expressed it in his pompous style. When amid auspicious fortune-telling, Rome began to rise in splendor in the world, that Rome that will last as long as mankind itself, fate and virtue, though usually opposed to each other, made a covenant of peace forever in order to ensure the city's triumph. For if one or the other had been missing, Rome would never have attained such perfect greatness. This is a declaration of faith, faith in the eternity and indestructibility of an empire which has just suffered a terrible defeat. It is significant because in less than 20 years, counting from the writing of these supposedly prophetic words, this eternal Rome, this Roma Aeterna, was to see barbarian conquerors within her walls, her temples and palaces defiled and looted. It is also an instructive confession for all generations to come, including ours. Yes, we today know that in the last years of the reign of Theodosius, a historical epoch was drawing to a close. The contemporaries of Ammianus, however, were unaware of the enormity of the coming change. They adhered to the unwavering belief that the order established by Rome could never be overthrown. Its downfall seemed to them unthinkable and synonymous with the end of humanity. In their eyes, it would have been tantamount to the destruction of the foundations of all social life, all order, all achievements of the past. And they were partly right. Fortunately, the continuation of culture does not depend on the continuation of the great powers. Something else is important. There must remain people who, against all odds and in the most unfavorable circumstances, will maintain a sense of continuity, passing down from generation to generation faith in the importance of certain values. Textbooks of various types often characterize the 4th century as a period of decline and fall. Such a scheme of periodization may be convenient for didactic reasons, but it has little to do with historical truth. It is even downright misleading, for the terms decline and fall must lead to conclusions that may not be fully justified. This is usually the case with all attempts to divide the uninterrupted course of history into precisely marked sections with abbreviated names. Yes, it is true that the empire suffered many severe military defeats during the 4th century and that its western part was about to collapse under the brutal blows of barbarian invasions. On the other hand, when speaking strictly and only about the 4th century, we should not allow our knowledge of the events that followed color our understanding of the age. We should also remember that throughout the century, beginning with Diocletian and ending with Theodosius the Great, the empire was still a great power. Its army, numerous, well-trained, and well-commanded, although composed to a great extent of people of foreign origin, was capable of effective operations, not only defensive but also offensive. Its economy did not collapse, even if it experienced great difficulties at times, mainly due to the horrendous military expenditures. Its administration ran smoothly, except, of course, in those areas at the edges of Europe which were being gradually evacuated. Culture, especially in the field of literature, both Christian and pagan, was exuberant and rich in form and thought. Schools of various types, including universities, developed, attracting crowds of students. All the major cities stood untouched, proud of their magnificent buildings and bustling with life. The new capital on the Bosporus continued to grow, and the old one on the Tiber had not yet lost any of its splendor, size, or economy and proudly maintained its forums, basilicas, temples, palaces, thermal baths, theaters, aqueducts, adorned with a multitude of sculptures, marbles, mosaics, obelisks, and paintings. And her first magnificent churches were being built to glorify the new religion. Even arrivals from the greatest and most magnificent cities in the East could not hide their awe for the splendor of Rome. Ammianus's description of the visit of Emperor Constantius to Rome in the spring of 357 testifies to the powerful impression it made on everyone who saw it for the first time. Seemingly, it only describes the enthusiastic reaction of the ruler who had never been to the capital of his empire before and had only known it from descriptions, but in fact, it is also an expression of what the author himself felt. And thus he entered Rome, that temple of the empire and of all virtues. And when he found himself at the rostrum, which is the most eminent podium of power, he stood speechless with amazement. And wherever he turned his gaze, he was dazzled by a multitude of miraculous things. The historian then lists the most important of these monuments, which the emperor saw and which the writer himself admired while living there for so many years before this eternal Rome was vandalized by barbarians and brought low by the impoverishment of the state and the contempt of Christians for the temples of demons. Here are the buildings in the order in which Ammianus enumerates them, with the descriptions he gives them. Jupiter's sanctuary in the capital. Baths, their combined surface area equal to entire provinces. The huge amphitheater, or Colosseum, built of huge boulders and to such a lofty height that one's sight barely reaches the top. The Pantheon, which is a district in itself, circular and topped with a lofty dome. Soaring columns to whose upper platforms, where the statues of former emperors stand, one can climb by way of stairs. The Peace Forum. The Theater of Pompeius. Odeon. Domitian Stadium. The Forum of Trajan. The last complex of buildings was certainly Ammianus's favorite place in the city, because this is what he wrote about it. When the emperor came to the Forum of Trajan, and it is a structure that has no equal under the heavens, I suppose even the gods find it admirable, he froze as if struck by lightning. He observed the perimeter of the gigantic structure carefully, looking now here, now there. It is not possible to describe it in words, and never again will mortals build anything like this. What has remained of all these buildings? An outline of the foundations of the Temple of Jupiter. Broken remnants of some baths. Part of the Colosseum. The rebuilt Pantheon. 2 columns of Marcus Aurelius and Trajan, minus their statues. A large square outlining the former site of Domitian's Stadium. Some fragments of Trajan's Forum. Although these remains make it possible to recreate the city's general plan, they do not give any idea of the magnificence of the buildings, which had aroused admiration as late as the second half of the 4th century and was considered a jewel of the world by people who knew well the enormous metropolises of the East, as both Constantius and Ammianus did. The historian described Constantius's stay in Rome in detail, but he used somebody else's oral or written accounts. He himself had not witnessed that event. He served in the army at the time. But he almost certainly witnessed all stages of the Roman visit of Emperor Theodosius. The emperor stayed in the capital from June 13th to August 30th, 389. By then, Ammianus had long settled there. For 2.5 months, the city buzzed with excitement over the presence of the ruler from the moment of his triumphant entry with his younger son, Honorius, at his side. Honorius had been hastily brought from Constantinople because Theodosius wanted to show their future master to his Roman subjects. Who could have realized then, while looking at the little boy in heavy golden and purple robes, that he would become the ruler of the West in just 6 years? Who could have predicted that he would give rise to a separate line of emperors that would see the end of this part of the empire? Yet, just 87 years later, Honorius's last heir would be deposed in a development which posterity considers the end of the ancient world. In 389, Rome greeted Theodosius and his little son enthusiastically. The splendor of the court, the weapons, and the displays of the troops made a huge impression, and hundreds of thousands watched the procession with great pride. And yet, the vast majority of the spectators would, in just 20 years' time, and under the reign of that same Honorius, experience the terror of the sack of the city by the Visigoths. Ammianus makes no mention of Theodosius's entry, for this event fell outside the chronological framework he had chosen for his work. He presented the history of the empire only up to the year 378. But who knows, maybe later, in describing the Roman visit of Constantius, he used some personal impressions of the imperial visit he had witnessed. And how interesting to us would be a credible account of the visit of Theodosius. Alas, we are doomed to fragmentary and indirect information. It seems that Theodosius had never been to the capital. He had certainly never been there as emperor. Always so full of love and reverence for the great heritage of the empire, he must have been dazzled by the sight of Rome's great monuments. We can read it in a certain edict he issued a few months later. In it, he called Rome with great respect the Eternal City and recommended very sensibly that old buildings should be restored and maintained rather than new structures erected. And he ordered that if any official began a new construction project without the consent of the emperor, he would have to cover all costs and pay a fine of 10 pounds of gold. It is also known that Theodosius, like Constantius before him, behaved in a very conciliatory way towards the old aristocratic families of Rome. He visited the great lords in their palaces. In the Senate, the pagan Picatus gave a speech in the emperor's honor in the name of the Gallic provinces, and shortly thereafter, he took over the governorship of Africa. And we already know that an ardent pagan, Sionius Albinus, was appointed city prefect, an office he was to hold until February 391. All these facts are very telling. It was not only the first, but also the last visit of Emperor Theodosius to Rome. Some ancient sources mention another short stay in the city in the fall of 394. However, for various reasons, this seems a mistake. And since in this book, we attach importance to certain symbolic coincidences, let us recall this. In the summer of 389, when the last Roman emperor to rule the undivided empire visited Rome for the first and only time of his reign, in distant Olympia, on the river Alpheus, the 292nd Olympic Games began, thus opening the period of the last Olympiad of the ancient world. For Constantius and Theodosius, as well as for Ammianus and all the thinking people of that era, Rome was much more than a set of monuments, however splendid. It was the visible symbol and the center of a vast and successful historical project. The Eternal Rome, as the historian called it, had once subjugated the savages and established universal laws, the foundation and the eternal guarantee of freedom. Then she handed over that heritage to emperors, like a mother to her sons. But still, Ammianus says it with undisguised pride and satisfaction. She was recognized by all peoples and all lands as their mistress and their queen. Everywhere, the authority and seniority of the Roman Senate were respected, and the very name of Rome awakened a profound reverence. However, alongside these words of exalted adoration, we find in the books of Ammianus many more frequent expressions of condemnation. Admittedly, not of the city itself, but of some unspecified handful of its inhabitants. Supposedly only a handful, but in fact, the criticism, harsh, even ruthless, touches contemporary Romans of all classes. The Romans of the last Olympiad. The community is splendid, yet its splendor is marred by the unbridled behavior of a few individuals. For there are always and everywhere those who, regardless of where they were born, slide into errors and debauchery as if all sins had been given full liberty. After this preliminary, harsh judgment worthy of the mouth of any Christian preacher, Ammianus gives us a long catalogue of all the crimes, vices, and ostentatious displays of wealth of the citizens of Rome. The observer is quick-witted and rather ungenerous to his fellow residents. It is worth reviewing, if only briefly, this strange register, since we will not find anywhere, with any ancient author, another such colorful but overtly malicious and overly gloomy image of life in the capital of the empire in the years of the last Olympiad. Some are convinced, says our author, that they shall live forever in human memory if they have a statue of themselves erected. Therefore, they earnestly strive for this honor. Others see all their glory in carriages, taller than ordinary ones, and in very expensive garments, worn in layers, embroidered with multicolored patterns, and fastened with a jewel at the neck. Still, others add up for everyone to hear, although no one asks them, their annual income from their estates, which stretch from the lands of the west to the lands of the east. And do not get me started on the gluttony of their feasts or the rottenness of their other debauched pleasures. Here is a scene painted straight from life. Some people enjoy riding through the cobbled streets of this large city. They rush through without paying attention to anything and spur their horses with their feet, like the horsemen of the state post. They trail behind them whole armies of servants, like bands of robbers, shoving all passers-by aside. Some ladies imitate them, too. They have themselves carried all over the city. They sit with covered faces in covered litters, and the sergeants of their entourage, easy to recognize by the rods they hold in their right hands, command endless processions. First, walk the staff of the spinning room. Behind them, the kitchen staff. Then, the rest of the servants mingled with the idle mob from the neighborhood. Finally, a multitude of eunuchs, starting with old men and ending with young boys. They are all pale and misshapen due to their deformity. Looking at that legion of cripples, one is led to curse Semiramis, for it was she who first introduced the custom of castrating young men. The criticism is clearly directed against the ruling classes, including the senatorial estate. Every reader will easily guess what complexes the author developed during his stay in Rome. He, a brave officer and distinguished writer, could never hope to have a statue of himself erected at public expense. He had neither a carriage, nor costly garments, nor large estates, nor a swarm of servants. He did not give great parties. And those things mattered in Rome. As a man of only moderate wealth, he was exposed to all kinds of humiliations, starting with the fact that he had to be careful to step aside whenever a cavalcade of a great lord rushed down the street, or a lady's litter came surrounded by a swarm of servants. Not only that, still other unpleasantness was even more painful. You can guess it when you read words like these. If you, noble foreigner, visit someone rich for the first time, you will be welcomed with open arms. The host will ask you all kinds of questions. He will even force you to lie. You will begin to wonder why you, hitherto so completely unknown here, were taken up by someone so outstanding. Indeed, you will blame yourself for not having come to Rome 10 years sooner. But if you trust this accessibility and you do come to the same house on the following day, you will be left stuck in a corner, unrecognized by anyone, like a common intruder. The host who only yesterday encouraged you to visit will now search his memory for a long time, who you are and why you are there. But suppose that he recognizes you as a friend again, well then, even if you visit him daily for the next 3 years, but then suddenly stop, no one will notice or be interested, and if you return after an absence of 3 years, no one will ask you what has kept you away for so long. Occasionally, some will stage parties that are overlong and harmful to health or give away gift packages. First, they carefully consider whether it is appropriate to invite a foreigner, except, of course, those people who deserve reciprocity. And, after thoroughly considering the matter, whom will they choose? Why, a man who sleeps before the doors of a circus coachman, a card-sharp possessed of the arcane knowledge of the gambling tables, a juggler who pretends that he knows the secrets of magic. But they will avoid educated and rational people as useless and bringing misfortune. It seems that the year 384 was memorable in a particularly painful way when, as reported by the historian, there was an incredible scandal. The decision was made to remove the immigrant population from the city, as serious difficulties with food supply had arisen. And thus, all practitioners of the liberal arts were immediately driven out, though they were only a handful. However, stage actors were allowed to remain, and all those in their service. There were something like 3,000 dancers in the city, with their singers and teachers, and no one accosted them. So, wherever you turned your eyes, you could see women in high hairstyles with curls, polishing the floor with their feet as they twirled about in disgusting pirouettes, for they strive to express innumerable scenes made up for them by their choreographers. And how many of these women could, if they only got married, have 3 children each? Was Ammianus also temporarily expelled from the capital when food shortages threatened? Some scholars have guessed as much, based on the venom of the quote. But perhaps the administrative repression did not affect him personally, but only his friends or relatives. Either way, it's hard not to sense his deep resentment in the following words. Once, when Rome was truly the abode of all virtues, many of her refined lords welcomed and surrounded with courtesies various foreign-born strangers, like the Homeric lotus-eaters once had done. At present, however, the puffed-up pride of these rich people considers all who have been born outside of the city limits as worthy of nothing but contempt. Except perhaps the childless or the unmarried. For it is an incredible thing how one strives in Rome for the favor of those who do not have any children. All the fragments cited here come from History, Book 14, written shortly after 384. Maybe they are all about venting a temporary aversion, which arose suddenly under the influence of some isolated unpleasant experience or one disagreeable policy of the city authorities. No. Ammianus returns to this anti-Roman theme again in Book 23, written several years later. There again, he expresses his obsessive antipathy towards the inhabitants of the capital, especially towards those from its richest classes. And again, with his poisonous pen, he sketches a whole series of social scenes taken straight from life, from the street, from baths and palaces. Here is a nobleman, clothed in gleaming silk, striding proudly, surrounded by a crowd of servants amidst noise and confusion. As soon as he is in the vaulted rooms of the bathhouse, he starts bellowing in a great voice, "And where are my men?" even though he has brought 50. But now there comes the news that a new prostitute has arrived, or some common wench from a town where anyone could have had her. Distinguished gentlemen now run to her, praise her to high heaven, and spoil the slut like the former inhabitants of the East once did their Semiramis, Egyptians Cleopatra, or Palmyrean Zenobia. And this do people whose ancestors would have been denounced by the censor if they dared to kiss their wife in the presence of their daughter. And what scenes of mutual greeting! When two meet breast to breast, they kiss, but at the same time turn their heads away like horned bulls. They give their flatterers their knees or hands to kiss, considering it an honor and happiness for those thus honored. They are also convinced that they treat a foreigner too kindly if they ask what bathhouse he uses and what house he is staying at. Their palaces are constantly besieged by talkative idlers, flatteringly applauding every word of the mighty lord, the very image of those spongers formerly ridiculed in old comedies. They admire the soaring columns supporting the lofty facades and walls, which shine with gleaming marble in carefully selected colors. And in the course of the feasts, they cry for scales to be brought in, for they wish to examine the weight of the most magnificent of the fish and birds served, constantly shouting that it is something extraordinary and never before seen. And whole hosts of secretaries carefully record it all. But if a slave fails to supply hot water in time, he will receive 300 lashes. True, if a client kills him, and voices rise from all directions demanding that he be punished for it, his patron will then answer, well, what else was he to do? He is a good-for-nothing. But let him dare to do something similar again, then we'll punish him. The noble gentlemen are reluctant to leave the city. But if they do venture out just a little, perhaps to view their estates or to hunt, but when they hunt, it is not they who do the hunting. Such a sojourn is enough for them to feel that they have equaled the expeditions of Alexander the Great or Julius Caesar. And if they take a pleasure cruise in ornately painted boats from Lake Avernus to Puteoli, they think it equal to sailing for the Golden Fleece, especially if they venture to travel during the hot season. For how many complaints and lamentations arise that one was not born somewhere in the far north, whenever the smallest fly manages to sit on a silk robe, despite all that fanning with gold-fringed fans, or when the least ray of sunshine breaks through the gap of a shading curtain. And here is someone else coming out of the bath. First, he wipes himself with a towel of the softest linen. Then he opens the chests and examines his garment collection, which shimmers with varied colors, and he wears so many at once that they could suffice to clothe 11 men. When he finally chooses some and wraps himself in them, he puts on his rings, for he had given them to the servant beforehand so that the water would not damage them, and then walks forth in a measured step like a dancer. And what are the main interests of the people of this class? What are their main pursuits? First of all, hunting for inheritance, games of dice, the study of astrology. And while there are many who deny the existence of higher powers in heaven, even they do not dare to leave the house, eat breakfast, or take a bath until they have first carefully checked the astrological calendar and found out where the sign of Mercury is or what part of Capricorn is occupied by the moon in its spherical wanderings. For, this is a quote from Book 14 again. The houses, once so famous for cultivating serious interests, are now immersed in the games of dull laziness. They only resound with the singing and clinking of guitars. The singer takes the place of the philosopher. The rhetorician has been replaced by a teacher of amusing tricks. They lock their libraries up like tombs. Instead, they have water organs prepared, cart-sized lyres, flutes, and all kinds of actors' equipment. But above all other pursuits, the pride of place in the hearts, minds, and conversations of all Romans was occupied by chariot races. They fascinated both the senators and the common people. The plebe and its shows. How did the Roman commoners live, and how did they spend their days? Ammianus's answer is just as colorful and just as malicious. As for the poorest of the poor, some of them spend their nights in taverns, where wine is sold. Others under the awnings of the theaters. Or they argue viciously over dice, making repulsive noises by drawing their breath sharply through their nostrils. Or finally, and this is the subject of the highest passion for them all from the break of day until late into the night, until they faint, exhausted by heat or rain, they discuss in detail the advantages and disadvantages of drivers and horses. This is the most astonishing thing, to watch an immense mass of people, their minds in a frenzy, while they anxiously await the result of some chariot race. This is from Book 14. And in Book 27, the author once again returns to the topic. Now let's talk about the idle, lazy plebs. Among them pass for heroes men who do not even own shoes. They spend their entire lives with wine, games, pleasures, and shows. And their temple, home, meeting place, and the sum total of their dreams is the great circus. You can see vast crowds of people arguing and quarreling everywhere, in the forums, at crossroads, in the streets and squares, each defending a different team. Those among them who have lived too long and have thereby acquired the authority of old age shout and swear by their gray hair that the empire will fall if this or that competitor is not the first out of the starting gate in the next competition or the first to make the turn with his blasted horses. A rod of idleness reigns over the city, but as soon as the longed-for day dawns, before the sun's pure disk even peeps over the horizon, everyone rushes to the circus, head over heels, and so fast that their speed easily exceeds that of the chariots which are about to race. And most of them spend sleepless nights worrying about the results of the coming competition, devoured by uncertainty. And when afterward they go to some lousy theatrical performance and the stage actor does not win their approval, he will be driven out by catcalls and whistles. And if there is no such noise, there will be loud demands that all foreigners must be driven out of the city. Such calls are both hideous and stupid because only thanks to foreigners has Rome stood and stands today. How different all this is from the concerns and conduct of the ancient plebs. Tradition has preserved their many wise sayings. But recently, a new expression has gained currency when one wishes to offer strong praise for something or someone. In the course of every show, it seems, people hired to applaud stand up and shout in praise of this or that animal tamer, charioteer, or actor of some kind, but also in praise of officials, both high and low, why, even of matrons. And their exclamation is this: "Let others learn from you," though no one says what is to be learned. Mills and brothels. This caustic picture of the Romans of the 4th century creates the impression that these unsympathetic, even downright repulsive people lived a life of blissful leisure, both the rich and the poor. They spent their days in a city that was beautiful and full of wonderful and free amenities. They lived in idleness, uninterested in either politics, or the economy, or science, or the arts. What really occupied them were games, theaters, watering holes, and gambling. Work, it seems from Ammianus's words, was something that no one wanted or had to do. But it could not possibly have been the case, and it wasn't. It's true that the capital of the empire was not a great production center, in which it was completely different from, say, Alexandria. Rome was geared mainly toward consumption. Yet even here, someone had to perform the strenuous work required by every large population center. Someone had to turn the millstones. The water wheel had not yet been invented, bake bread, deliver goods, heat and clean the baths, take care of the water supply, and maintain walls, roads, and buildings. The toughest of these jobs were relegated partly to slaves and freedmen and partly to prisoners. Still, there was a constant shortage of manpower, especially for the worst jobs, in a city so populous and rich. Hence, many dangers awaited unwary visitors. Socrates, the historian of the church, tells us about it in an instructive and colorful anecdote. In connection with the Roman visit of Emperor Theodosius in 389, he mentions 2 plagues that tormented the city and were allegedly ended by that ruler. Huge mills cum bakeries were located in the basements of buildings, and taverns were located at street level. Prostitutes plied their trade in these taverns. Many men, especially foreigners, visited the taverns unaware of the danger, some to buy something, others to avail themselves of the service. But inside, a trap awaited them. A secret mechanism opened a trapdoor, and the visitor fell into the basement, where he was immediately enslaved and put to work at the millstones. Often, he was unable to leave until his old age. And meanwhile, his family had long mourned his loss and forgotten him, having declared him legally dead. During the visit of Theodosius, just such an adventure befell one of his soldiers. He, however, had a dagger, was strong and swift, and managed to break free, killing several attackers along the way. The story gained publicity. The emperor fined the Bakers' Association and ordered all buildings with such traps to be razed to the ground. The story does strain credulity. Cases of kidnapping, although they certainly happened, if not only in Rome itself, and if not only in antiquity, could not have been so widespread, for it would have been impossible to engage in such a practice for long from a single location without being discovered. But perhaps there is some grain of truth to the story, even if this specific tale is heavily embellished. The next story, however, has to be pure fiction, and fiction conceived by an erotomaniac, too. Socrates claims that a curious legal practice existed at that time in Rome that married women caught in adultery were condemned to serve in brothels. A system of bells and chimes that rang out with their every movement served to advertise their shame and to delight the public. And, of course, the enlightened emperor abolished that disgusting practice, too. Everything here is made up. A married woman caught in adultery faced far more severe penalties under Roman law: exile, the forfeiture of a part of her property, or all of it, or flogging, and according to later edicts issued by Christian emperors starting with Constantine the Great, death. This, too, is an example of the phenomenon we have already noted: the great difference between pagans and Christians in their attitude to sex. The former were characterized by a certain indulgence and liberalism, the latter by extreme severity. It is true that in early Rome, women had sometimes been sentenced to serve in brothels, but it happened in very ancient times and for other offenses, sometimes not even their own. So why am I quoting these dubious tales? Because I see them as very significant. Here we have a historian of the Church permanently living in Constantinople who thinks it is necessary to preserve for posterity such tales about the old Rome. It is worth considering why he may have done so. First, he wanted perhaps to paint for his Christian readers a picture of the horrors that had once been a regular occurrence in the other capital, still largely pagan. And secondly, he wanted to show that only an emperor arriving from Constantinople could end such disgusting practices, because Romans alone could not cope with them. And thus, you see, the Rome of the late empire was unlucky with her historians. Both the Christian Socrates and the pagan Ammianus Marcellinus gave it bad witness. Ammianus and the aristocrats. An objective reader must ask, if life in Rome was indeed so bad, why did Ammianus not leave? After all, the whole Roman world was open to a former officer and an educated man. He might, for example, have returned to his native Antioch to enjoy the company of Libanius and his former acquaintances. Or he might have settled in Alexandria, which he so praised as the flourishing tabernacle of all kinds of learning. Finally, he could have tried his luck in the new capital on the Bosporus. It was growing rapidly, and its attitude to newcomers was by its very nature different than that of Rome, since all its residents were new arrivals themselves. None settled there longer than 3 generations. So why did Ammianus insist on remaining in the unpleasant metropolis, where the patriciate lived in barbaric splendor, the common people were idle, and the whole community, without exception, lived only for base amusements? Why did this writer not leave the city in which old libraries had been locked up like tombs? We do not know his circumstances well enough to be able to answer these questions categorically. There may have been some property or family considerations, for example. It is also possible that, as many scholars assume, it was easier for him to gather materials for his work there, and perhaps even learn or at least practice Latin. However, everyone who has read the work of Ammianus, anyone who has learned to follow the bizarre and twisted paths of his thoughts, his obvious complexes, phobias, and resentments, must inevitably take into account another possibility: that the man would not have been happy anywhere, that his innate disposition was at fault. As an observer, he was incisive and caustic and, at the same time, overly sensitive to slights, some perhaps only imagined. These aspects of his psyche appear on almost every page of his work, and this makes Ammianus a particularly interesting writer. Polite and agreeable authors usually come across as boring. We suspect that our historian actually felt quite at home in Rome, despite his lamentations, curses, and denials. Perhaps he felt at home because he met a community of pagan intellectuals there, men sincerely devoted to literature who cultivated religious and patriotic traditions. It seems, though, that Ammianus did not manage to penetrate the intellectual elite of the city. Or perhaps he managed to penetrate it only relatively late, and this was never adequately reflected in his work. That cultural elite centered around a small group of senators. They were Vettius Praetextatus, Symmachus the Younger, two men named Nicomachus Flavianus, a father with the first name Virius and his son, and finally, the already mentioned Sionius Albinus. The houses of these aristocrats, proud of the antiquity and importance of their families, may have remained closed to Ammianus forever. Why? Let's speculate. Perhaps the obstacle was not his alien origin, but rather his relatively low social status. Or perhaps it was an accidental conflict with some senatorial family or a person close to one. Even if the Antiochian had been welcomed in one of the grand palaces, he certainly did not receive the welcome and the appreciation he thought he deserved. An ambitious man, he must have felt such a slight acutely, and his bitterness emerges from the passages we have quoted. But he wrote general characterizations, no surnames, because it was safer to write that way. As for the persons just mentioned, our historian speaks well about the first of them. But Vettius Praetextatus died as early as 384, universally respected, also by Christians, even though he was an open and ardent follower of the old gods. On the other hand, Ammianus mentions Symmachus the Younger sparingly and without much enthusiasm. This is perhaps not surprising. After all, Symmachus was the prefect of the city in 384, when in the face of a food shortage, some recent immigrants, probably including a certain retired officer from Antioch who had recently settled in Rome, were driven out of the city. Then, there was Virius Nicomachus. He wrote a historical work, Annals, on which Ammianus seems to have drawn for his work. Nevertheless, we find only one mention of Nicomachus, a very eminent politician, in the entire opus of Ammianus. Could the cause for this silence be the fact that Nicomachus became one of the most zealous supporters of the rebel and usurper Eugenius in the closing years of the rule of Theodosius? May Ammianus have found it advisable to strike this controversial figure out of his work so as not to anger the victorious emperor? Aurelius Victor. Ammianus did manage to establish closer contact with one Roman dignitary. But here is a significant fact. This dignitary, who also happened to have an avid interest in history, was himself a newcomer in Rome and did not have aristocratic antecedents. His name was Aurelius Victor. He was the prefect of the city in 389, the year when, in distant Olympia, games were celebrated for the penultimate time. He had come to high office late in life, having traveled a rather unusual path, an example of something that modern science calls social mobility. It turns out that the Roman society, for all its barriers to new men, was not a closed caste system. As he himself testifies, Victor was born in a poor Roman village in Africa. His father had had no education, he was an indoctus. But Victor acquired an education and says about himself with undisguised pride, "Thanks to my studies, I have achieved a dignified life." We do not know how or why he moved from Africa to the Danube frontiers of the empire, but he settled in Sirmium, on the river Sava, not too far from today's Belgrade. Did he go there as a professor of rhetoric, perhaps? Or maybe he worked in one of the government offices of that important administrative and military center. And was he, perhaps, the man who gave the oration, preserved in our sources, welcoming Emperor Julian to the city in the fall of AD 361? Such speeches were then an indispensable part of the ceremony of receiving distinguished guests. If Victor did deliver that speech, perhaps he used the occasion to present the young emperor with a historical work he had just published? One way or another, he made a good impression on Julian, since a few weeks later, he was appointed governor of the province known as Pannonia II, a strip of land between the rivers Sava and Drava. That proved a turning point in Victor's career. From then on, he climbed steadily up, all the way to the aforementioned prefecture of Rome in 389. He must have shown real talent. He was pagan, he owed much to Julian, and yet Theodosius entrusted him with one of the most important offices of the state. For his part, Victor showed how much he appreciated the honor and the trust placed in him by the emperor. He erected a statue of Theodosius in the Forum of Trajan, and on its base, he placed an inscription which remained legible until the 16th century. It read, "To our Lord Flavius Theodosius, pious, victorious, always Augustus, to him who has surpassed all former emperors in meekness, holiness, and generosity. Sextus Aurelius Victor, the most eminent man, prefect of the city, judge of the imperial tribunals, devoted this monument to his deity and majesty. And where's the proof that Ammianus knew and valued Victor? Yes, we have such proof, admittedly indirect and veiled, but sufficient. Here is Ammianus, mentioning the meeting between the future prefect and Emperor Julian, speaking with truly Roman brevity, a man worthy of imitation in his righteousness. Victor's work bears the curious title concerning Caesars. It depicts the rulers of Rome one by one, from Augustus to Constantius II, down to the year 360. Various lists of imperial reigns, describing the most important historical events and the outstanding personalities of each, had appeared in the Roman world before, but the 4th century was especially fond of them. Of the treatises of this kind that still survive, 4 come from the last quarter of that century. And of the 4, 3 were penned by non-professional historians. They were written by dignitaries of the, as we would say today, cabinet level. Such was Eutropius, consul in 387, such was Rufus Festus, governor of Asia in the years 374 to 378, and such was Aurelius Victor. And in the last case, his historical work opened the way to a great political career. Here, a certain reflection suggests itself. How many countries in modern Europe could pride themselves on having cabinet ministers capable of writing even the simplest outline of their country's history? Recent scholars have argued that the brevity of the work and its derivative nature testify to a decline in the standards of historiography and, therefore, to a general decline of culture. However, this view is probably unfair. After all, the period also gave us very original works of ambitious proportions. On the contrary, the appearance of such compendia proves that interest in the past was still very much alive. Comprehensive books were probably too expensive and too difficult to obtain, and therefore such abbreviated works served to satisfy a market need, even if they did not always do so adequately in every respect. We should note that those concise compendia created during the last few Olympiads have played an important role in our culture. They preserved for us a certain minimum of historical knowledge. They were readily copied and widely read in the Middle Ages precisely because of their brevity and the accessibility of their style, especially Eutropius. Concerning Caesars. Victor's work differs significantly from other outlines of history written by his contemporaries because it features his own opinions, assessments, and observations. For example, he praises the knowledge of literature and rhetoric as the greatest ornament of any ruler and condemns, in harsh words, the excessive financial burdens placed by the empire on the general population. He even allows himself to criticize the secret police. Though a pagan, he is silent about the new religion, its emergence, its rise to power, its former persecution, and its subsequent triumph. Victor's paganism is confirmed by the fact that Emperor Julian promoted him. He always promoted educated and righteous men, but gave preference to the worshippers of the ancient gods. Ammianus was also one of Julian's ardent admirers. The emperor, who had tried to restore the old cults and stop the march of the new religion, became a hero of many books, and his tragic figure was an important factor in bringing the two, Ammianus and Victor, together. Both were pagans, and both were strangers in the huge and xenophobic city. We can imagine them talking about those days, the days of Emperor Julian. And from the perspective of the last Olympiad, those days must have seemed very distant indeed. Julian had died in 363, more than a quarter century earlier. The fate of the Olympics would certainly have been different if he had reigned longer. Roman literary tastes at the time of the last Olympiad. But Aurelius Victor was not the only man in Rome seriously interested in history, and for all the gloomy portraits drawn by Ammianus, the city was not a cultural desert. Even he himself, through forgetfulness or inconsistency or an oversight of editing, indicates as much. At a certain point, he says, there are those who, though they avoid all learning like poison, yet read Juvenal and Marius Maximus passionately. Immersed in such reading, they will not pick up any other book. Why? It is not for my modest discernment to judge such matters. This passage is quite surprising. Juvenal and Marius Maximus were not easy reading. To read them required extensive preparation and wide erudition. Neither was an amusement for intellectual idlers. In order to convey the proper sense of this comment, let us translate it into a modern idiom. And thus, if a person speaking today were to say, "There are those who, though they avoid all study like hellfire, yet they devote their spare time to the reading of Chaucer and Spinoza," we would take it as a joke. But Ammianus was not joking. Apparently, he was genuinely puzzled by the popularity of those ancient authors in his time. Why? Juvenal had been a satirist. He wrote poetry at the beginning of the 2nd century, and it has survived. His poems are caustic and malicious epigrams, ruthlessly lashing both real and imagined vices of his contemporaries, especially those from the upper classes. He was an excellent painter of genre scenes, and in this regard, we might say that Juvenal and Ammianus, the poet and the historian, shared some common ways of seeing and ridiculing their contemporaries. Apparently, their personalities were similar. But it is possible that the historian did not know Juvenal's satires, for if he had known them, he might have drawn on them for his work. Perhaps he had been prejudiced against Juvenal by some random, external circumstance, for example, the fact that some person hostile to him was an ostentatious and snobbish fan of the poet. Or perhaps he considered these works, concerning matters and relations long past, as too onerous linguistically and too hermetic in content. Whatever the reason, he was surprised and irritated that Juvenal had so many admirers among native Romans. But in noting this, he was very observant. Evidence suggests that the 4th century, especially in its closing decades, the years of the last Olympiads, saw a fashionable revival of interest in Juvenal. A poet almost forgotten for many generations and buried in the proverbial dust of libraries. Somehow, suddenly, his satires came to be read with zest, their charms were perceived as excellent, and though the language was archaic, the gallery of scenes, characters, and situations was thought worthy of copying. Juvenal was republished and widely commented upon. Such revivals of authors from the distant past are a frequent phenomenon in the life of many literary traditions, and we have seen this in our own tradition within our lifetime. The revival of the popularity of Juvenal, proven so amply during Ammianus's stay in Rome, was to last for centuries. It did not die out even in the long period of the early Middle Ages. His descendants appreciated the poet as a ruthless critic of all moral degeneration and a master of biting and derisive wit. His work remained current during the Renaissance, too, because human vices worthy of satire remained the same, and the pomp and promiscuity of the papal court were a lot like those of the court of Roman Caesars. In turn, Juvenal's poetry affected the development of the satirical genre in various national literatures, including our own. All this is worth bearing in mind when we consider the phenomena of the period of the last Olympics. Many turned out to be surprisingly lasting, bearing fruit in various ways over the centuries. What Ammianus had imagined to be only a passing fad among a group of intellectual snobs turned out to be one solid foundation of the house of European literature. And the other writer named by Ammianus, Marius Maximus, who is he? In this case, it is more difficult to say much because his work has not survived, and we know very little about the author himself. He lived at the turn of the 2nd century, so almost 2 centuries before the time of our historian. He seems to have held the governorship of a province and, in 217, the office of the prefect of Rome. He wrote the lives of a dozen emperors, starting with Nerva, that is, with 96 AD, and ending with his contemporaries. His work embraced the entire 2nd century. It seems that he consciously imitated the famous biographies of Suetonius, who was widely read then and remains widely read today. Like Suetonius, Marius Maximus enjoyed collecting and recounting rumors, scandals, and spicy anecdotes from court life. He seems to have differed from his model, Suetonius, in excessive wordiness and perhaps a tendency to invent facts. All this must have irritated Ammianus, a proponent of the dignified writing style and an advocate of seriousness and drama in historical accounts. In any case, he certainly knew the work and must have exploited it to some extent, because the first books of his own history covered the same period, beginning with the reign of Nerva. And again, we have to say that Ammianus was right to report the revived popularity of Marius Maximus at the end of the 4th century. Marius was widely admired at the time and even found a follower. And that follower hit the public taste so well that he displaced the work of his paragon with a far shorter work. It has survived to our time. However, we can't say whether it is beneficial or detrimental to our knowledge of the late empire. This statement may seem strange, but you will soon see why it is so, for the character of the author, his real name, and the meaning of his work remain one of the greatest mysteries of Roman literature. The Jorge Luis Borges of the Last Olympiad. The Writers of Imperial History is the title of a small work describing the lives of the Roman emperors from Hadrian to Numerian and covering the period from 117 to 284, with a few gaps. If writers, then, of course, there had to be several. Indeed, the slim volume names as many as 6 different authors, of whom each supposedly authored one part of the whole. But it seems that this was a subterfuge and, in fact, there was only one writer. For some mysterious reasons, this man took on 6 different names and conjured into existence 6 authors, or co-authors of his book. Did he do it for fun? Or maybe these names, quite unusual and a bit farcical, are elusive in their form and meaning, in their selection and combination. Contemporaries, or at least some of them, the insiders, may have read them differently than we do today because they had the key, they knew the code. Or was the creator's objective to disguise his authorship? As we shall soon see, he had reason to fear his fellow scholars, not so much their vengeance as their mockery. Now, all these alleged 6 authors try to convince the reader in various ways, especially by their dedicatory introductions, that they lived and wrote at the beginning of the 4th century, during the reigns of emperors Diocletian and Constantine the Great. But a careful reading shows that the work must have been composed at least half a century later. Can we determine exactly when? This question has puzzled many scholars. Their debates have continued for almost 100 years, have not seen a successful resolution, and the last word has not been spoken. The riddle continues to intrigue and attract new generations of scholars, stimulating them to construct ever more elaborate arguments. There are dissertations, articles, indeed, entire books, devoted exclusively to this problem. Conferences are held, and the discussions are sometimes very heated. Someone on the outside, even a historian, but one less familiar with ancient history, may smile because this is an easy subject for jokes. Here are so many great intellectuals devoting so much energy, enthusiasm, and ingenuity to a book that is definitely not a masterpiece of literature and describes events and people that are not the most important in the history of our culture. So, is the interest in the imperial history a kind of scholarly frolic? Are these learned men and women, mostly men, too detached from reality to realize that the whole business is trivial? Well, no, for there are at least 3 reasons to take interest in this work. First, there is the normal, human, universal curiosity, the engine of all progress, the desire to solve a puzzle, break a code, unravel a rebus that no one has yet managed to penetrate. It is essentially the same curiosity that has millions of enthusiasts of various shades slave over crossword puzzles. Second, the exact determination of when the author lived would make it possible to guess what his objectives were, what he wanted to accomplish, what he stood for, and what he stood against. This, in turn, would help us, and this is the third factor, perhaps the most important, understand to what extent his information deserves credibility. And this last point is important. The imperial history is our only continuous narrative of the history of Rome in the 2nd and 3rd centuries AD. Yet, there are good reasons to suspect that its author deliberately distorted his material which he might have drawn from Marius Maximus. Indeed, he may even have forged some documents and invented some facts and figures. What were his reasons? An answer to this question would help us better understand the empire during those 2 centuries. Until recently, Most serious scholars of the subject agreed that this short work was created more or less during the reign of Julian the Apostate or soon thereafter, i.e., in the 360s. Today, a different date is generally preferred, shifting the time of the book's creation a generation later, that is, to the period that interests us here, the closing years of the rule of Theodosius the Great, the years of the last Olympiad. Thus, it seems at least probable that the author of the work was a Roman citizen contemporary of Ammianus, Symmachus the Younger, Nicomachus Flavianus, Sionius Albinus, and Aurelius Victor. And if he was their peer, he could well have known some of them. Passionate about Marius Maximus, he diligently browsed through that voluminous work, adapting its material to his purposes. True, here and there, he allowed himself to criticize his source, but this is a universal practice in the historical profession, to criticize the author to whom one owes the most. Assuming this, we can propose a bolder hypothesis. Whom did Ammianus mean by saying maliciously? There are also those who avoid all learning but read Juvenal and Marius Maximus voraciously. Did he mean the author of the imperial history? Familiarity with the usual herd behavior of scholarly circles may serve to support the view. Historians who are each other's contemporaries and deal with similar material often know each other, sometimes openly debate and argue, but do not usually appreciate each other's work or have sincere friendships. And they certainly do not spare each other little jabs, although those can often be quite subtle and only detectable to the initiated. This is partly due to envy, partly to the spirit of rivalry and ambition, but to some extent also to the inability to understand that an object as vast as the past is an almost limitless field of study, and that the results of historical research need to be presented in different ways because the tastes, education, and interests of different readers vary. Borrowing the poisoned stylus of Ammianus, we could say a few malicious things about professors who, having devoted themselves to a single issue over the years, or even decades, and familiar with only a narrow sliver of history, have lost sight of wider historical horizons, and yet consider themselves entitled to adjudicate on every issue concerning the past, and think that each of their words should be treated as authoritative and final because specialists are great. Let us recall in this context a different quote from Ammianus. It is not mine to judge this matter. But if, when making his caustic remark about some people who Ammianus really did mean the author of the imperial history, we must admit he had a point. The work aims to be a continuation of Suetonius and Marius Maximus, but while those two authors can be criticized on many grounds, their love of scandal and spicy anecdote and their limited intellectual horizons, we know this for sure about Suetonius and have reasons to assume that the case of Marius Maximus was similar. We cannot accuse them of deliberately misrepresenting the truth, fabricating documents, making up facts, and even bringing into existence people who had never existed. But those are exactly the methods we see on almost every page of the imperial history. Here, truth is mixed with fiction in a most perfidious way. That's why we said at the end of the last chapter that we do not know whether the fact that the imperial history survived down to our times is beneficial or detrimental to our knowledge of the late empire. And that is why we put the name of Jorge Luis Borges in the title of this chapter. But perhaps we owe our reader an example of these tricks of the imperial history, a story already known to us, the case of the Serapeum of Alexandria. Saturninus and Alexandria. In this part of the work, the author of the imperial history uses the pen name of Flavius Vopiscus. After presenting the life of Emperor Probus, 276 to 282, he turns in the next chapter to the discussion of the four usurpers, or, in Roman political terminology, tyrants, who had risen during the reign of that ruler. They were, to use the expressive term coined by the writer, a quadriga of tyrants, a chariot of rebellion pulled by four rebels. One of them, says the supposed Vopiscus, was a certain Saturninus. He came from Gaul and served the empire well, and, therefore, Emperor Aurelian, 270 to 275, entrusted him with the command of the Ducatus of the eastern frontier, but commanded him, prudently and with foresight, never to set foot in Egypt. And why? Well, explains our author, The emperor knew perfectly well the character of the people of Gaul. He knew that they were ambitious and inconstant and always hungry for power. And therefore, he could foresee that as soon as Saturninus entered Alexandria, still shaken as it was by recent disturbances, he would incline to rebellion. Despite this prohibition, the ducks went to Egypt. There, the crowd immediately greeted him with the shouts of "Saturninus Augustus, may the gods keep you," which amounted, of course, to acclaiming him emperor. Saturninus acted wisely and left the city without delay. But on his way to Syria, he stopped in Palestine. Here, he fell to thinking and concluded that after what had just happened in Egypt, he would never again be safe. So, he took his wife's purple dress hanging on the statue of the goddess Venus, threw it on his shoulders, and accepted from his soldiers the homage due to an emperor. For his authority in this tale, the author cites the alleged participant in this strange ceremony, none other than his own grandfather. I heard him often say that he had been present during the acclamation of Saturninus. He also said that the usurper later cried and complained, "Our country has just lost a man without whom, if it does not sound too proud of me to say it, it cannot do. After all, it was I who brought order to the Gallic provinces, restored Africa overrun by Berbers, and then finally pacified Spain. But what's the use of all this? It was all for nothing. It proved all in vain once I reached for the imperial dignity." Then he delivered a speech. The Piscus's grandfather recalled extensive fragments from memory, presenting all the misfortunes and dangers inherently and necessarily hanging over anyone who holds the highest authority, which, of course, all came to pass in due course. The usurpation did not last long. Saturninus was defeated and killed, supposedly against the will of the rightful emperor, for Probus had sent to the usurper letters mild in tone and promising him amnesty. But Saturninus's soldiers did not believe his promises. This is the essence of the story. What are we to make of it? First of all, it should be said that Saturninus was a historical figure. He rebelled against Probus in 281 and died shortly thereafter under siege in Syrian Apamea. So, we are not dealing with complete fiction, although the narrative is not free from mistakes, simplifications, naivety, and anachronisms. For example, Saturninus was probably not from Gaul but from Africa. His military title, dux, is suspect, as it appears in the hierarchy only at the time of Diocletian. Further, Aurelian did not have to expressly command Saturninus to stay away from Egypt, for the entry into that province had long been barred to all senators and dignitaries without special imperial dispensation. Finally, there is the motive of the purple dress of his wife, a dress thrown over the statue of the goddess Venus and used in place of the imperial cloak. The detail, undoubtedly fictional, plays an important role in the story. It serves as a prophecy that the usurpation was doomed to defeat from the first, for everything that's feminine bodes badly for any endeavor. And this garment was doubly feminine since it belonged both to a mortal woman and to a goddess. Perhaps something else is hiding behind the story, some hidden allusion to a matter unknown to us, but well known to the author's contemporaries? Something concerning a red dress? Nor should we believe the story of the author's grandfather, because that same grandfather also appears as an eyewitness in another scene, just as dramatic and fictitious, though far later, that of Diocletian being hailed by his troops as the new emperor, then immediately and publicly killing the murderer of his predecessor with his own hand. And Saturninus's speeches? These are typical rhetorical declamations of the sort taught in the schools of the time. But none of this is the interesting aspect of the story. After all, similarly carefree treatment of historical material is common in other ancient historians, and they nevertheless enjoy tremendous authority to this day. Something else is important. In the imperial history, the account of Saturninus serves as an excuse to express venomous personal opinions, for the good of historical truth, of course. Thus, the author first takes the opportunity to direct a diatribe against the people of Gaul. Then, he broadly and unfavorably characterizes Egyptians in general and the inhabitants of Alexandria in particular. Finally, he mocks the followers of several Eastern religions, that is, the followers of Serapis and Christians and Jews. As you know well, Egyptians are volatile, irrational, proud, unrighteous and vain, nonchalant, and so fond of street riding that they sing songs and write poetry and epigrams about it. They're astrologers, soothsayers, and witch doctors. There are among them Christians and Samaritans. And they dislike everything modern, which they show unabashedly. And lest any Egyptian should hold my opinion against me, note that my opinion isn't mine alone. Below, I quote a letter of Hadrian taken from the books of his freedman Phlegon. It will expose the true nature of the Egyptians. Hadrian Augustus to Servianus Consul, greetings. My beloved, I have learned that this Egypt that you so praise to me is reckless, volatile, and susceptible to every whiff of rumor. The local worshippers of Serapis are Christians, and the most ardent followers of this god call themselves bishops of Christ. And when the Jewish patriarch comes to Egypt, some compel him to worship Serapis, while others compel him to worship Christ. This nation is extremely prone to rioting, extremely vain, and always ready to cause harm. The city is populous, rich, productive, and no one lives idly here. Some blow glass, others produce papyrus, and others are weavers of linens. Everyone here has a skill or a profession. Even the gouty keep busy. Even the blind have something to do, and likewise, those whose hands have been twisted by arthritis. Their only god is money. Christians pay homage to him, and the Jews and the pagans. This letter from Emperor Hadrian was, in fact, brazenly fabricated by the author of the imperial history. Some recent research has clearly shown this. The writer wished to give authority to his own words by putting them in the mouth of a great ruler of almost 3 centuries earlier. Nevertheless, this forgery is an instructive document. It shows us that proud Roman aristocrats, educated in and attached to their own native traditions, looked with deep revulsion at everything Alexandrian, so strange and so exotic, and especially at the Alexandrian religious riots. Note how contemptuously these Roman aristocrats viewed all manual labor, the skill of craftsmen, and the industrious prudence of the common man. It is hardly surprising they did not have to struggle for their daily bread. In fact, even the Roman plebs, even the poorest of the poor, did not have to go too far out of their way to get sustenance. The plebs left it to the state and the aristocracy to take care of the importation of food and its free or almost free distribution, while they disported themselves carefree in taverns, circuses, and theaters, taking time out only to riot in the event of a delay in the supply of grain or wine. And apart from a handful of senators, no one cared about the good of the empire. Nevertheless, the people of Rome still considered themselves lords of the empire and were treated as such. And therefore, in his characterizations of the Romans, Ammianus emphasizes their idleness, indolence, and indifference to everything except spectacles, while the author of the imperial history criticizes the greedy industriousness of Alexandrians. There seems little doubt that the news of the destruction of the Serapeum in the great Egyptian city influenced Vopiscus's mocking words directed at both Christians and at the worshippers of Serapis. His readers would have clearly remembered the destruction of the temple, the chopping up of the god's statue, and the bloody street fights, and while reading the alleged letter of Hadrian, would probably smirk with satisfaction. The letter made it clear that everything that ever happened in Alexandria was a farce. After all, the most ardent admirers of Serapis were Christian bishops, and no one believed in anything there, not even the Jewish patriarch. There was only one god whom all Alexandrians worshipped: money. Part 5. Vienne and the River Frigidus. The head of John the Baptist. On November 10, 391, Emperor Theodosius ceremonially entered Constantinople. As in Rome, he was greeted with great enthusiasm because his arrival meant splendid games in the Hippodrome. But while Theodosius only visited the old capital, the capital on the Tiber, he was now returning to a city where he had stayed often and for long periods of time. It was his favorite residence, and it is fair to say that of all the emperors of the 4th century, Theodosius did the most to expand and beautify the capital on the Bosporus, the most, that is, since Constantine the Great, the city's founder. We will remember that shortly after leaving Rome, the emperor issued an edict ordering the restoration of Roman monuments and forbidding the construction of new ones. Here on the Bosporus, however, new fortifications, new public buildings, and new monuments rose constantly and everywhere, and the state generously supported them all. Following this November 391 entry into the city, Theodosius would remain in Constantinople for a long time, well over 2 years, until the spring of 394. And even then, he would leave it only reluctantly, as if sensing that he would not return to his beloved capital alive. And so it happened that the year of the last Olympic Games of the ancient world, the emperor spent not in the old capital and not in one of his residential cities, Milan, Aquileia, or Thessalonica, but on the Bosporus, where the second Rome flourished, the city which would preserve many Roman traditions for another 10 centuries. How symbolic it all seems in hindsight. On January 1st, 392, new consuls assumed office. They were the ruler's older son, Arcadius, consul for the second time, and Rufinus, head of the palace administration, for the first time. The fact that Rufinus attained the dignity would have received special attention. Only a year earlier, Rufinus had brokered the compromise between the emperor and Bishop Ambrose over the business of the massacre at Thessalonica. He had since become one of the emperor's most trusted advisors and one of the most powerful men at court. And now the consular dignity showed that he enjoyed full imperial confidence. It also indicated that from now on, the party of zealous Christians would be even more dominant in domestic politics. Arcadius and Rufinus, both Christians, were taking over from the previous consular pair, Symmachus and Tacitus, both pagans. True, pagans remained in the administration even now, sometimes overt and even belligerent. Tacitus continued to occupy the immensely powerful position of the prefect of the East, and his son Proculus was still the prefect of Constantinople. Neither did the prefect of Italy, Illyricum, and Africa, Nicomachus Flavianus, hide his attachment to the old gods. Time, however, was not on their side, and the tireless plotting of Rufinus was bound to bear fruit sooner or later. And it was about to receive a tremendous boost thanks to an unexpected turn of events in the West. The first months of 392 did not yet foreshadow the coming drama. In February, the court and the people of Constantinople took part in lavish ceremonies connected with the arrival of a precious relic, the head of John the Baptist, a prophet beheaded on the orders of Herod Antipas, when Princess Salome asked for it after performing a dance that had pleased him. The monks of the so-called Macedonian sect had found the head in Palestine some years earlier, during the reign of Emperor Valens. These Macedonians were perhaps a sect of deniers of the divinity of the Holy Spirit. On the order of Valens, the head was expedited to Constantinople, but the ceremonial procession got stuck near Chalcedon, just short of the Bosporus. According to legend, the animals pulling the cart lay down and refused to move further. More likely, there was some disagreement between the sectarians and the Orthodox. In any event, the relic remained in a little village near Chalcedon, closely guarded by a saintly Macedonian matron. It took the personal intervention of Theodosius to end the dispute. He visited the relic and covered it with his imperial cloak in an act of taking possession. The head was then enshrined in a church in a suburban district of Constantinople called Hebdomon, or the Seventh. These and similar celebrations absorbed the public. Meanwhile, the imperial chancellery purred on busily, preparing new edicts, regulations, and ordinances. A few of the legal documents published during this time deserve brief mention, both because of their content and because they highlight the emperor's attempt to keep some balance between the interests of the state and the ever-growing claims of the Christian clergy. And thus, 2 edicts from March and April threatened with heavy fines those officials who, under the pressure of bishops, clergy, or monks, delayed the enforcement of final and no longer appealable death sentences in cases in which it was well known that these were common criminals and had violated law and order. The tone of both edicts is quite sharp. For a Roman, the legal order constituted the highest value, and all attempts to flaunt it, even for the noblest of reasons, had to be firmly rejected. However, in order to diffuse the anti-clerical aspect of the law, Theodosius lifted his 2-year-old ban against monks entering cities. And in another edict, He reiterated that circus games were not allowed on Sundays so as not to disturb church services, unless, of course, the Sunday should happen to be an anniversary of the ruler's birthday. The Latin text of the edict calls Sunday dies solis, that is, the day of the sun. This old pagan term proved impossible to eradicate. Valentinian and Arbogast. At the end of May 392, tragic news was received in Constantinople, news from Vienne on the Rhone in today's southern France. There, on the 15th of May, the young Emperor Valentinian, the co-ruler and brother-in-law of Theodosius, died in mysterious circumstances. We find many mentions of this death in ancient sources because it shocked public opinion, both due to the young age of the deceased, he was only 21 years old, and its strange and never fully explained circumstances. The reports that have survived are too general, differ on many points, and some are downright contradictory. The most likely version is this: the young emperor was found hanging in one of the rooms of the palace. Immediately, the question arose, was it a suicide, or was it a murder disguised as suicide? Regardless of which it was, no one doubted who bore the responsibility for his death. All condemned Arbogast, the most influential person at Valentinian's court. As his name indicates, Arbogast was a Frank. He had served in the Roman army for many years and, like his entire family, was wholly Romanized. He had defended the empire faithfully and did not spare his tribal brethren in his wars. He was also widely praised for his temperance in property matters, i.e., he was not a thief. Rather, he harbored irrepressible lust for power and truly excessive ambitions. Assigned to Valentinian as his advisor with the title of comes, he quickly filled all key positions in the army with his men, refused to subordinate himself to the civil administration, and removed the emperor completely from any influence on state affairs, leaving him only the ceremonial role as a symbol of the state, a powerless figurehead. Indeed, he practically made the emperor a prisoner of the palace. Thus, Arbogast became the first Germanic commander in history to treat the rightful Roman emperor as his puppet. In the following decades, this pattern was to repeat frequently, especially in the West, until finally, in 476, 80 years after Valentinian's death, the Germanic chieftain Odoacer deposed Romulus Augustulus, the last emperor of ancient Rome. That event is still considered the symbolic end of antiquity and the beginning of the Middle Ages. Of course, the end of the Western Roman Empire was a long process, but we can see how many seeds of that process were sown in the years of the last Olympiad, a strange confluence of religious, political, cultural, and social developments. All these phenomena, when placed side by side, seem to reinforce each other's significance. In the case of Romulus Augustulus, things turned out prosaically. The last emperor of Rome received, by the grace of Odoacer, a fortune in the form of estates in beautiful and fertile Campania and a pension of 6,000 solidi a year. And from then on, he lived peacefully to a ripe old age, despite all the disasters that continued to befall Italy. He had left the throne as a boy of great beauty to which, it was said, he owed his life. He never took up any notable activity and never strove for any cause. But the attitude, and consequently the fate of Valentinian, had been different. He wanted to be a real emperor, just as his father had once been. He knew the powers to which his position entitled him, and he considered himself a bearer of the majesty of the Roman Empire. Despite his young age, he was a serious, thinking man, a sincere patriot, proud of his family and his homeland. If we believe certain sources, he had been interested in politics as a boy and spoken wisely in council meetings and court tribunals. He also had a great deal of sympathy for the plight of the lower classes, especially in the provinces. In this respect, Bishop Ambrose tells us, and such words in his mouth are significant, that he resembled Emperor Julian. Meanwhile, in Gaul, things got to the point that no one treated his person or his orders with respect, even his servants or his bodyguards. He, the Emperor of Rome, had to endure humiliation at the hands of a Germanic chieftain and his mercenary soldiers. He was not allowed to choose his place of residence or to move freely about the country over which he allegedly ruled. Arbogast countermanded his desire to return to Italy, correctly guessing that the young ruler would find ready support there among a population and officialdom generally hostile to foreigners. In vain did the prisoner of the palace send letters to Theodosius, with whom he shared not only power but also family ties through Galla, his own sister, the new, beloved wife of the older emperor. Letters to Bishop Ambrose also proved ineffective, at least at first. Only when Valentinian explicitly asked Ambrose to come to Vienne as soon as possible to baptize him and to mediate in his dispute with Arbogast did the shepherd of Milan set out, probably at the beginning of May. He had just left the Alpine passes behind him when the word came not to bother. Valentinian was dead. Valentinian and Ambrose. Later, when delivering the funeral oration in honor of Valentinian, Ambrose tried to justify himself. I have received your letter asking me to go to you without delay because you wanted me to baptize you and personally guarantee your loyalty to the Comes. Have I refused? Have I delayed? Your letter said that I should hurry and that I should not think that the purpose of the trip was to attend the Synod of Gallic bishops, for, on account of their bickering, I have often found excuses not to go, but that the purpose was that he, the emperor, wanted to be baptized. I had just passed the peaks of the Alps when the bitter news of your death reached me. I turned back and drenched my path with tears. What heartfelt good wishes of the population had bidden me goodbye as I departed from Milan. What groans of mourning welcomed me as I returned. It seemed to the people as if not just their ruler had been taken away from them, but all hope and all salvation. What a tremendous pain I felt to think that such a ruler, so dear to my heart, died while eagerly awaiting my arrival in vain. I later learned how impatient you had been between your last letter to me and your death. Your messenger had left Vienne in the evening, and on the morning of the third day, you were already asking if the man had returned or if I was coming. You expected me to save you. Oh, young man, had I but found you alive! Had but some delay kept you among us until the day of my arrival. I do not dare to think that my virtue, or my reason, or my prudence could have achieved anything. But with what care and with what dedication would I have tried to bring harmony and reconciliation between you and your Comes. And if the Comes had turned out implacable, I would have remained by your side. So Ambrose. But could his more timely arrival in Vienne have saved the emperor? If he really asked himself such questions, he was mistaken. In recent weeks, the conflict between Valentinian and his Comes had intensified to such an extent that one of them had to go either from the court or from this world. There was no longer any possibility of reconciliation. During a meeting of the consistory, that is, the Imperial Privy Council, one of the participants had sharply criticized Arbogast. Right there, in front of the emperor, the Comes attacked the daredevil with his dagger. Valentinian tried to save the attacked man by covering him with his purple cloak. But the enraged German paid no attention and killed the dignitary in front of the impotent ruler. During the next meeting of the consistory, Valentinian, seated on the throne and staring at the Comes, with an expression of utter hatred, handed him a document. It proclaimed that he, the Comes, had been relieved from all his offices with immediate effect. But the general responded with a new attack on the emperor's majesty. He contemptuously ripped up the document in the presence of all and shouted angrily, "You didn't give me power, and you won't take it away from me." Losing all self-control, Valentinian tried to snatch the sword from the hands of a soldier standing next to him in order to stab Arbogast, but the soldier, probably also a German, did not allow it. From that moment on, there was no going back for the emperor and his Comes. And perhaps Valentinian did commit suicide, unable to bear his position and perhaps fearing an even more painful humiliation. Or was he strangled at night and then hanged to convince others that it had been a suicide? Antiquity did not know the methods of modern forensics, and such a murder could never have been proven. It was widely suspected that a murder was committed by the emperor's own bodyguard, bribed or intimidated by Arbogast. The Comes must have realized that he had gone too far and feared that Valentinian might find an advocate, perhaps another Germanic commander. There was no shortage of such candidates, or even Theodosius himself. Finally, Another circumstance seems to confirm the theory that Valentinian was murdered. The young emperor, though not yet baptized, was a pious follower of the new religion, and Christianity has always treated suicide as the gravest of sins. The body of the deceased was soon transported from Vienne to Milan and temporarily laid in the imperial palace, awaiting Theodosius's decision as to where the funeral should take place. But Theodosius hesitated for 2 months, until the end of August. Meanwhile, Valentinian's 2 unmarried sisters, Justa and Grata, mourned their brother every day, publicly and with such ostentation that even Bishop Ambrose tried to restrain and admonish them. His third sister, Galla, wife of Theodosius, was in just as much pain, but she was almost certainly with Theodosius in Constantinople. The empress despaired all the more because she now feared that the sudden death of her brother might adversely affect the future prospects of her own daughter, Galla Placidia. She knew perfectly well how much Arcadius, the elder son of Theodosius from his first marriage, hated her. He had shown ample proof of his hatred recently, in 390, when, taking advantage of his father's absence, he drove her, his own stepmother, from the palace in Constantinople. With Valentinian gone, Theodosius was now little Galla Placidia's only protection against Arcadius's ill will. After so many centuries and with so few clues, it is difficult to tell what the cause of that animosity was. Was it Arcadius's insecurity? Galla's pride? Courtiers' intrigues? All we can say is that Galla's fears would soon prove irrelevant. She would die in childbirth within 2 years, and the life of her daughter, Galla Placidia, who would be orphaned first by her mother and a year later by her father, while turbulent, would turn out quite successful in the end. As a young girl, she would be captured by the Visigoths in 410 and compelled to marry one of their chiefs, Adolf. After his death, she would return to Rome and become the wife of Constantius, who would become Emperor of the West in 421 as Constantius III. She would bear him a son named Valentinian, and this son, born in 419, would rule the West for nearly 30 years, from 424 to 455. But Valentinian would rule only formally because, in the early years of his rule, his mother would have the most to say, and in the later years of a Roman strongman, Aetius. Galla Placidia's son would bear the name of his great-uncle, the emperor who died so young and so tragically, and would share his fate. Although he would live 15 years longer, he too would die in his prime, murdered by Roman soldiers. And he would be the last male member of that unlucky family. The most beautiful and durable monument erected by this family would come from this Galla Placidia. She would build in Ravenna a mausoleum and the Church of St. John the Evangelist, both decorated with gorgeous mosaics. Both still stand today. Theodosius's decision concerning Valentinian's burial came only at the end of August. The emperor decided that Valentinian's body should rest in Milan, next to the tomb of his half-brother Gratian, who had died in battle against the usurper Maximus 10 years earlier. Bishop Ambrose arranged for a magnificent porphyry sarcophagus with beautiful carvings on the lid. Almost all emperors of that century, beginning with Constantine the Great, were buried in such sarcophagi. Most of these funerary monuments stood in the capital on the Bosporus, in the Church of the Holy Apostles. There, in 3 years' time, in the year 395, the sarcophagus of Theodosius himself would stand, even though he was to die in Milan. And who knows, maybe it has survived to our times and is one of those gathered in the former Church of St. Irene, today a museum in modern Istanbul. We have the complete text of the speech that Ambrose gave at Valentinian's funeral, mourning the death of the young man in flowery periods. His words of encouragement were meant for all those present, especially to the sisters of the deceased, but also for himself. Theodosius and Arbogast. And what was the attitude of the senior and now only remaining ruler of the empire to the events in Vienne? Of course, his reaction could be neither immediate nor unambiguous, and for good reasons. The situation which arose after Valentinian's death posed risks, including that of an armed conflict, but in one respect, it seemed to be beneficial. It simplified the emperor's plans of succession. It had seemed until now that, after the death of Theodosius, the empire might have to be divided into three parts. The west, that is, Britain, Gaul, and Spain, would remain in the hands of Valentinian II. That is why he had been sent beyond the Alps and away from Italy. The central part, Africa, Italy, and Illyricum, would go to Honorius. This was pre-announced by the young prince's entry into Rome alongside his father in 389. And finally, Arcadius would rule the east. Such a system of tripartite rule had been used after the death of Constantine the Great more than half a century earlier. Each of his three sons ruled over one of the parts mentioned. Of course, formally, the fiction of the unity of the empire was kept up, but the system did not produce stability. It turned out to be fragile and bred civil wars. It was fortunate, then, if we may use this turn of phrase, that Valentinian passed away without a successor, and a tripartite division turned out unnecessary. It was now possible to establish in advance that the empire would be divided in two between the two sons of Theodosius, Arcadius in the east and Honorius in the west. Such a division would give each of them more resources to oppose the barbarians threatening each half of the empire and to maintain internal peace. It must have been important to Theodosius that the whole empire was now going to remain in the hands of his sons. Valentinian II had only been related to him by marriage. And so, looking from the perspective of the centuries, we note that what happened in Vienna in May 392, the last year of the last Olympiad, decided the future division of the empire in 395. And that division would prove permanent and would have an extraordinary influence on the subsequent history of Europe. For now, all of this still lay in the future, and the most pressing question was, what was Arbogast going to do? One thing seemed obvious. He could not assume the imperial purple himself. As a German, he would face immediate open hostility of the Roman Senate and the people, and the passive resistance of the civilian administration. Even the reaction of the army, though it was largely foreign-born, was unforeseeable. So, what were Arbogast's options? First, he could claim that he was in no way guilty of the death of Valentinian, declare himself entirely loyal to Theodosius, and ask the emperor to appoint a successor to Valentinian. Or he could arbitrarily place some Roman from the west as his next puppet on the vacated throne. At first, it seemed that Arbogast would go with the former solution. His envoy showed up in Constantinople, announcing that, to the great chagrin of the Comes, the young emperor had committed suicide. Coins with the image of Arcadius were minted in the mint subordinate to Arbogast, a clear indication as to whom he would like to see as his next superior/puppet. In this complicated situation, Theodosius acted cautiously. He accepted at face value the report submitted by Arbogast's embassy. He put off any decision concerning the funeral and, in the end, ordered the body to be buried not in Constantinople, but in Milan. This gave the ceremony a different, more modest character. None of this happened because he trusted the Comes. Theodosius was merely playing for time, gathering strength and making the necessary preparations. Meanwhile, the sister of the tragically deceased emperor, Empress Galla, did not hide her conviction that the version of events presented by Arbogast was a lie and that Arbogast was the murderer. She demanded vengeance. And for all the hostility of her stepson, Arcadius, this beautiful young woman had a considerable influence over her husband. Rufinus, now almost omnipotent, acted in the same spirit as she, perhaps because he saw in the situation a good opportunity to deal with his own opponents at court. The post of the commander-in-chief of the East had been held for several years by Ricimer, a Frank by origin and a close relative of Arbogast. We might expect this German to support his kinsman, but we would be mistaken. Although Ricimer was of foreign origin, he was completely Romanized and identified his interests with the empire and its ruling dynasty. He had served several emperors with unparalleled fidelity, loyalty, and courage. He managed to rise so high that, in 384, he received the most honorable dignity, the consulate. He seems to have had some education and was eager to associate with intellectuals. During his stay in Antioch, he befriended Libanius, who publicly praised his devotion to ancient cults. In Constantinople, he maintained contacts with the highly regarded rhetorician Themistocles. And finally, in Rome, where he spent a short time in the summer of 389, he met and patronized a certain professor of Latin literature living there. The emperor, of course, was well aware of the kinship between the two Franks, Ricimer and Arbogast. Even so, he seemed to trust the former completely. And thus, in the summer of 392, both sides, Theodosius and the Comes of the West, stalled for time. In the end, Arbogast was the first to act. He took an irreversible step, but one not necessarily amounting to a declaration of war. On August 22nd, he elevated a new emperor to the vacant throne. Eugenius. The professor of literature whom Ricimer had met and patronized in Rome was one Flavius Eugenius. He was an accomplished scholar and was distinguished not only by erudition and didactic talents, but also by good manners, a pleasant personality, and a good sense of humor. At least such is his portrait drawn by one of our ancient authors. Who recommended Eugenius to Ricimer? Probably Senator Symmachus, a powerful man, well connected in the world of the Roman intellectual elites. As a man of books and scholarship, Eugenius appealed to the German, who, in turn, recommended him warmly to his relative Arbogast, who was also in Rome at the time. In this way, although he had never held any office, Professor Eugenius was given a responsible position in the administration. He was named Magister Scriniae, that is, the head of the Secretariat of Emperor Valentinian. And with him and Arbogast, he went to Gaul. The choice seemed fully justified. He came from Rome, commanded literary Latin, had good manners, and enjoyed a good reputation. For the Comes, it was more important that Eugenius was prepared to collaborate. Thanks to him, Arbogast knew about every letter that came to or left Valentinian's office, and about every document being prepared there. It follows that Arbogast had known in advance the contents of the letter dismissing him from his post, and that he was not at all surprised by it, and did not tear it up in a sudden bout of anger, but with full premeditation. There is a mystery in this, however. Here is an intelligent, cultured Roman, a professor and a scholar, acting as the ally of a Germanic officer against his rightful Roman emperor. One might guess perhaps that the matter is simple. Eugenius has been bribed or bullied. How many similar cases do we know from history, not only ancient? Intellectuals are not immune to corruption or intimidation. On the contrary, they can be too soft and are often flattered by the opportunity to cooperate with the representatives of brute force, even if they silently despise their raw and untutored minds. However, we have too little information about the personalities involved and their relations. Maybe Eugenius had some deeper and perfectly valid reasons? Perhaps Eugenius and Arbogast had to cooperate, keeping an eye out not only for their own good, but also for the good of the country? Who knows whether Valentinian was really as flawless and as admirable as Ambrose painted him? At least some deeds of the young emperor give us food for thought. Above all, he seems to have acted too impetuously in certain circumstances. He was irritable and tended to respond unpredictably to any, even indirect, criticism of his conduct, even in relatively minor matters. He once ordered all the animals in his park to be shot because someone accused him of being too fond of hunting. And when someone else noticed, perhaps as a joke, that the emperor sat down to breakfast very early, he stopped eating in the morning altogether, and from then on, he would come to official receptions on an empty stomach. None of these matters is important in itself, but in their totality, they seem to suggest that Valentinian may have been difficult to deal with. And then there was his Christian zeal, exemplified by his decision not to visit the circus or the theater, even on emperors' birthdays. Meanwhile, Eugenius was a lukewarm Christian, and thus, in terms of religious attitudes, he was probably closer to the pagan Arbogast than he was to Valentinian. Rumors later emerged that Eugenius had known from the outset about the plan to remove Valentinian. At first, he hesitated, but later joined the plot and even participated in the murder, already knowing the reward that awaited him. It is difficult to judge these reports. There are no first-hand accounts, and it is possible that their source lay in rumors deliberately spread by the court of Theodosius in order to disgrace the usurper. Meanwhile, The new emperor of the West began his rule by seeking reconciliation with the ruler of the East. His envoys appeared in Constantinople. This is significant. Eugenius acted in his own name alone. He did not even mention Comes Arbogast in his letter. The members of his embassy also remained silent about the German. Theodosius long hesitated with his answer. He eventually dismissed the usurper's envoys in a dignified manner, sparing no gifts but giving no definitive answer. He did make an extraordinarily gracious speech, gentle in tone yet so convoluted and diplomatic that no one understood what position he was likely to take regarding Eugenius's embassy. The fall of Tacitus. In fact, regardless of what the emperor said or how he behaved, the decision had already been taken. Theodosius had no intention of recognizing the usurper. To defend the unity of the empire and his own legacy, he planned to pass it on to his sons whole and intact, and to assure this, he was ready for anything, even war. For the time being, however, acting on Rufinus's advice, he limited himself to carrying out a purge among his highest dignitaries suspected of being unreliable. They were, of course, the pagans. It is difficult to determine whether this happened before or after the elevation of Eugenius, as there are errors in the dating of the relevant documents. But there is no doubt that it happened before the fall of 392. The first to go was Nicomachus Flavianus the father. He was the prefect of the central part of the empire, which, in the event of war, would be immediately targeted by the usurper or would serve as a base of operations against him. Then Tacitus and his son Proculus were gone, one the prefect of the East, the other of Constantinople. Tacitus's place was immediately taken by Rufinus, a consul of the year. Rufinus thus reached the peak of his political career. He was now both formally and effectively the first person in the empire after the emperor and his sons. But that was not enough for him. He decided that he had to destroy his opponents physically. Evidently, he feared they might yet somehow return to favor and seek revenge. Thus, accusations of various abuses were leveled against both prefects, the father and the son. The first of them, Tacitus, was accused of unlawfully and excessively increasing the tax burden and of being too rigorous in confiscating private property. A special tribunal was established to consider the merits of the case. At its head sat Rufinus. Proculus, rightly foreseeing where all this was going, fled and hid somewhere so cleverly that no one could find him. Only the father knew where to look for him. In time, Tacitus allowed himself to be persuaded that it would be better for both of them if Proculus were brought back to the capital. Rufinus swore that nothing bad would happen to Proculus, and even the emperor himself gave assurances that an imperial pardon could be expected. But as soon as the former prefect of Constantinople appeared in the capital, he was imprisoned. The process dragged on for many months and ended with a double death sentence. First, there was the execution of Proculus on December 6, 393, on the outskirts of Constantinople, in the presence of his father. It was later said that, at the last moment, the emperor sent a messenger to stay the execution, but Rufinus, expecting it, deliberately prevented the messenger from leaving the palace. This sounds like the usual Theodosian fairy tale. You will now recall the inscription on the base of the obelisk, which still stands to this day in the former hippodrome of Constantinople. The obelisk had been brought in and erected by Proculus. There are actually two inscriptions, one Greek and one Latin, both similar in content. On both, the name of Proculus was erased, then recarved anew. It was erased, this seems obvious, right after his condemnation and execution. It was recarved some years later when it was Rufinus's turn to be publicly beheaded in the same suburb of Constantinople on the orders of Emperor Arcadius. And what was Tacitus's fate? He was eventually pardoned, but his property was confiscated, and he was exiled to Lycia. After the fall of Rufinus, his titles were restored, but not his possessions. He died in old age, supposedly blind. Some say he died like a beggar. November 8th. Emperors Theodosius, Arcadius, and Honorius Augusti to Rufinus, prefect of Praetorium. Absolutely no one of any class or condition, none of the officials, whether those who still perform their functions or those who have already retired, nor anyone who is powerful thanks to his birth, nor anyone low in condition, status, and fortune. No one, in any place or in any city, is allowed to kill an innocent animal in sacrifice to dead statues. Neither may anyone worship with secret sacrifices, the lares with fire, the protective spirits with wine, the penitus with spices. It is forbidden to light lights, burn incense, or hang wreaths. But if anyone should dare to sacrifice an animal and examine its still smoking entrails, he will be treated like a man who has committed a crime against the crown. Anyone can bring an accusation against him, and the guilty will receive appropriate punishment, even if he didn't do anything to the detriment of the health and well-being of the emperor. For to merit the maximum punishment, it is enough that such a person wants to know the laws of nature itself, look for what is not allowed, reveal what is hidden, learn what is forbidden, find out what the end of someone's life is, or promise hope of someone else's demise. These are the first sentences of the edict, promulgated on November 8th, when the consuls were Arcadius for the second time and Rufinus for the first time, that is, in AD 392. This is probably the most comprehensive anti-pagan law in all surviving Roman legislation. It collects, unifies, expands, and clarifies all the previous edicts on this subject. And during the 4th century, various emperors had issued a lot of them. The edict forbids the performance of any pagan rite in any form without exception. Such rites must not be practiced by anyone, anywhere, in any way, not only in temples but also in private homes. It is forbidden to offer in sacrifice not only animals, but even the most modest of symbolic gifts, flowers, incense, lamps, or candles. And he who, after killing a sacrificial animal on the altar of the gods, examined its entrails for the purpose of fortune-telling, as ancient tradition dictated, risked the punishments reserved for those who offended the majesty of the emperor and of the Roman people. And that meant, if strictly applied, confiscation of property, exile, imprisonment, and even death. The law of November 8th turned against the simplest and, therefore, the most common and most vital of cults, especially those observed by the peasants. Whosoever tied a ribbon around a tree and whosoever erected a simple altar of earth covered with turf committed a religious offense. Thus, the owner of the house or land where such a ceremony was held would be punished with the confiscation of his property if he had known that such a crime was being committed or if he participated in it. But even if the pagan rite had been performed unbeknownst to the owner of the land, he had to pay a fine of 25 pounds of gold, as did each of the participants of the rite. City custodians and members of city councils were to report any and all violations of the edict to the courts as soon as possible and initiate proceedings without delay. Should the authorities try to conceal such a matter, they themselves were to be punished, and the judges who postponed the proceedings or the sentence were to pay a fine of 30 pounds of gold, as were their subordinate officials. And thus, the day of November 8th, 392, when the law was promulgated, was to be the day of the official death of paganism within the boundaries of the empire. Such was the intention and will of the emperor and his advisors. However, against all the efforts and expectations of the lawmakers, even this powerful blow did not completely overwhelm the old faith. Though it was pushed underground, it remained alive for centuries, and one might say, without any exaggeration, that it never really died out. Yes, it has undergone certain metamorphoses, assumed different masks, changed names and interpretations, but only to remain stealthily within the enemy camp. But that is another story. What concerns us here is that, as of November 8th, it became necessary to look for very clever ploys to be able to practice the worship of the old gods. And for a researcher looking for an edict that may have put an end to the Olympic Games, this law may be the document they want. The games had always been associated with religious rites at the altars of the gods, especially in the temple of the lord of the village and the guardian of all professions, Zeus. One could try to argue that perhaps alongside this very broad prohibition, some other law, not preserved to our times, but specifically ending the Olympics, had to exist. For how else to explain the fact that, despite the law of November 8th, the Olympic Games in Antioch continued apparently unimpeded? It is possible that, as the edict came into force, the Olympic Games of 393 had already ended, or that they were ongoing. One way or another, the year 393 is their last possible date, for we remember the testimony of the chronicler that the Olympics died out during the reign of Theodosius. One way or another, it happened during the last revolt of Roman paganism because, in the same year 393, Eugenius and Arbogast took the side of the old gods. Year 393. At first, it did not seem that the usurper and his comes might cast their lot with paganism. When the Roman Senate, knowing full well the religious sympathies of the comes and the lukewarm nature of the former professors' Christianity, asked them to finance from the state treasury the cult of the old gods in the capital and to restitute certain confiscated temple properties, both requests were refused. Twice. Eugenius, still hoping that Theodosius may agree to some accommodation, did not dare make any controversial decisions, fearing especially the reaction of the Christian clergy. In particular, he was careful about all matters related to Italy, which remained in no man's land, as neither side had any troops there. He seemed willing to give up any claims to the central part of the empire in return for the official recognition of his sovereignty in the far west. In an effort to legalize the new state of affairs, he proposed that the consuls of the year 393 should be Theodosius and himself. The Eastern court passed over the suggestion in contemptuous silence. Instead, it announced that on January 1st, 393, the consulate would be assumed by Theodosius for the third time and Abundantius, the commander-in-chief of all armed forces, for the first time. And this was how all provinces under the authority of Theodosius stated that year. In the West, however, official documents bore the date, during the consulate of Eugenius, meaning that he acted as the only consul. And sometimes, in the first year after the consulate of Arcadius and Rufinus. A solemn ceremony held in Constantinople in January 393 constituted an even clearer sign that Theodosius would never recognize the current ruler of the West as his legitimate partner in power. Honorius, the younger son of the emperor, only 8 years old, was proclaimed Augustus. He thus received the same title and rank as his father had held for 14 years and his older brother, Arcadius, for 10. However, the West was able to counter these symbolic demonstrations of the Eastern court with real and significant military successes. First, in the winter of 392 to 393, Arbogast crossed the Rhine near Cologne and ravaged the lands of his countrymen, the Franks. Eugenius himself remained behind in Vienne. This was dictated both by the court ceremonial and by the professor's prudence. There, he received the envoys sent by the Franks and the Allemans and made peace with them on terms favorable to the empire. It is necessary to mention this campaign because it was not just another of the countless minor punitive campaigns against the barbarians. It was a massive undertaking, and it showed that, even in the days of the last Olympiad, the Western Empire was still a formidable military power capable of carrying out offensive operations beyond its borders and ravaging the lands of the most powerful Germanic tribes. And yet it was here, in the West, that a military and political catastrophe was just around the corner. Was it inevitable? Who knows? Perhaps if it hadn't been for a series of unfortunate accidents, everything would have turned out differently, more favorably for the continuation of the empire and for the unity of Europe. One of those unlucky accidents of fate was the usurpation of Eugenius, with all its tragic consequences. Such was the first serious military success of Eugenius and his comes. The second was the capture of Italy and Rome in the spring of 393, all without a fight. Even Bishop Ambrose did not deny the usurper the title of emperor. True, he did wisely leave Milan on some urgent church mission as soon as he found out that a ruler still unrecognized by Theodosius was coming to town, but the pagan aristocracy of Rome welcomed the new emperor with open arms, he being their former friend and colleague. Eugenius, rewarding or perhaps buying their cooperation, this time granted their requests. He restituted certain confiscated temple estates. He wished, however, to avoid open conflict with the church and executed the restitution in a somewhat circular way. Individual senators who held priesthoods of the ancient religions received these estates as private property, with the proviso that the income of the estates should be used to cover the cost of the cult, both ongoing sacrifices and building maintenance. The most devoted supporter of Eugenius's policy in Italy, his most ardent ally, and passionate and selfless advocate of the cause of the gods was Virius Nicomachus. Thanks to the usurper, he now regained the dignity of the prefect of Italy. What were the chances? Under the leadership of the new prefect of Italy, Flavianus, paganism went on the offensive for the last time and with surprising vehemence. The days of Julian the Apostate seemed to be returning. The most important Eastern and Roman cults celebrated their resurrection in the capital, even those that had not been celebrated for half a century or more. Edifices erected from the building materials taken from old temples were demolished. Some estates were reinstated, and other estates were confiscated. Some Christians were persuaded to apostatize. Flavianus did not use coercive measures, but he did not make it a secret that, after the defeat of Theodosius, Christians would be proscribed and priests drafted into the army. And Eugenius's supporters had no doubt that Theodosius would be defeated. They all believed a prophecy made by Flavianus, who was generally held to be a great expert in the ancient art of augury. A historian who limits himself to the reporting of facts might never ask what course the religious and intellectual history of our civilization may have taken if the prophecy of Eugenius had come true, but we are free to speculate. Many arguments speak against the popular view that all hopes of a pagan revival were already lost. Let us note that 2.5 centuries later, Christianity surrendered almost without a fight to the domination of Islam, and did so in lands where it had the oldest and strongest roots. Furthermore, the great propaganda power of selfless devotion to a worthy ideal, which had contributed so enormously to the early expansion of Christianity, had gradually lost its efficacy as men of lesser ideological commitment joined the victor's camp for self-interested reasons. The cult of Emperor Julian was still alive. The Spanish Christian poet Prudentius paid homage to him as late as the year 400. And the leading senators of the empire lovingly fostered the inheritance of the past. We largely owe the survival of the Latin classics to their philological enthusiasm. Such reflections came to Ernest Stein, the great Austrian Jewish Byzantinist and a historian of late antiquity, an expert on the late empire, and an author of works still considered fundamental to our understanding of this period. These reflections came to him as he discussed the case of Eugenius and Flavianus and their pagan revival in Rome. His words, coming from such an authoritative source, allow us to understand better the enormous historical importance of that last war fought by the defenders of the old gods in the year of the last Olympic Games. The war was significant and its outcome profound, and yet it is almost completely forgotten today, neglected, and even disregarded by many historians. The figure of Julian the Apostate has for centuries attracted the interest not only of researchers, but also of writers, playwrights, essayists, and philosophers. He awakens passions, disputes, and arguments. He becomes a symbol of certain views and ideologies. How many different studies have been devoted to him in all European languages? How much controversy is aroused by the very mention of his name, even today, by any attempt to calmly investigate his mindset, his goals, and his methods. And yet, Julian ruled only briefly and was free to put his ideas into practice for an even shorter period of time, only a year and a half between late autumn 361 and June 363. The pagan gods gave almost the same amount of time to their last politically significant champions, Eugenius, Arbogast, and Flavianus, if we count from their capture of Italy in the early spring of the year 393. So, they and their efforts are not forgotten due to the short duration of their rule. They are forgotten for a different reason, the meager amount of surviving documentation. Several volumes of Julian's own writings have survived. The books of the historian Ammianus Marcellinus, the panegyric speeches of Libanius, and the pamphlets of Gregory of Nazianzus have all been preserved, to mention only our most important sources on the reign of Julian. But about the professor of literature who donned the imperial purple in the West, about the aristocrat who defended the gods of his fathers as the last pagan prefect of Italy, and about the Frankish comes faithful to old Rome and her deities, we know only from a few chance fragments and oblique mentions. A novelist's imagination could flesh out the story, but a historian must modestly settle for what is known. Yet the poverty of information does not diminish the importance of the fact that these pagan champions active in the years of the last Olympiad probably came close to victory, at least a victory on the battlefield. And it is easy to imagine what immediate consequences such a victory could have had in the sphere of religious and cultural policy. The River Frigidus. The battle took place in the late summer of the following year, 394, at the beginning of September. That year, too, was dated differently in the West and in the East. Under Eugenius, the year was dated during the consulate of Nicomachus Flavianus. He was the only consul, while his son held the dignity of the prefect of Rome. In the lands of Theodosius, we find a different date, in the consulate of Arcadius for the third time and Honorius for the second time. Eugenius and Arbogast did not attack because they were content. With Britain, Gaul, Spain, and Italy firmly in their hands, they had sufficient resources, population, tax base, and prestige to maintain power for many years to come. They were prepared to defend their possessions by all means necessary, but they did not intend to march east, especially not through the Balkans. That terrain was harsh, mountainous, riven by deep valleys and fast-flowing rivers, where the enemy could easily ambush them or force them into battle on unfavorable ground. There had been warning examples aplenty. Military catastrophes had befallen two daredevils in the Balkans, Magnentius 40 years earlier and Maximus only 6. Both were usurpers, both were proclaimed emperors in Gaul, and the armies of both had been largely recruited there. Forewarned by their examples, the present ruler of the West and his comes did not think to repeat their errors. Instead, they left the initiative to Theodosius. Left with no other choice, Theodosius had to go on the offensive. He had made extensive preparations, and his army was enormous. It included soldiers from various provinces of the empire, but also mercenaries and allies from beyond its borders, Goths, Medes, Armenians, and Arabs. The whole was at first commanded by Ricimeres, the Frankish relative of Arbogast, but he died before taking to the field. The emperor appointed several commanders in his place. He entrusted the Roman troops to Stilicho, the Goths to Gynas, and the Easterners to Bacurius, a Caucasian. Theodosius himself took supreme command. It seems that he did not leave Constantinople until May. He left in profound mourning. His beloved second wife, Galla, had died in childbirth of a stillborn child. The enormous army advanced slowly. It stopped for a while in the city of Sirmium on the river Sava, just east of today's Belgrade. Theodosius seemed to be waiting for news of his opponent, still hoping that Arbogast might decide to cross the Alps. Eugenius and Arbogast did leave Milan in July. Leaving Milan, the comes promised that when he returned as a victor, he would turn the local cathedral into a stable, so inflamed had the rhetoric become on both sides. But they did not cross into the Balkans. They only occupied the first mountain range that separated the ancient Emona, today's Ljubljana, from the lowlands of northern Italy. A strategically important road connecting Aquileia with Emona led up the valley of a river called Frigidus, or Cold. This tributary of the river Isonzo is now called Vipava. In this valley, Arbogast set up his camp, surrounding it with a wooden palisade and towers, while in the surrounding mountains, he placed detachments led by Arbicinus. They were to cut off the retreat of Theodosius when the right moment came. On the surrounding promontories, he raised statues of Jupiter with golden lightning in hand. They augured victory and, at the same time, symbolized his cause. On September 5th, the troops of the barbarian allies of Theodosius crossed over the mountain passes and began to descend into the valley. Only here did they encounter the enemy. Due to a lack of space, they were unable to develop their ranks, were attacked unexpectedly from various directions and suffered terrible losses in a murderous fight. One of their bravest commanders, Vicurius, was killed. Eugenius's victory seemed certain. The only disappointment was the defection of Arbicanus, who, by going over to Theodosius, assured his safe retreat. By evening, the triumphant usurper was handing out prizes to his soldiers, fires were burning in his camp all night, and there was feasting and celebration. Meanwhile, in the tent of Theodosius, feverish deliberations took place. Many commanders argued that it was time to retreat. Ultimately, however, this view was rejected. Theodosius decided to exploit the lack of vigilance in the enemy camp, to deploy as many troops as possible into the valley under the cover of darkness, and try his luck in battle the next day. Thus, on the morning of September 6th, the two armies faced each other for the second time. We do not know the exact course of the battle, but we do know that two accidents decided its outcome. A strong wind called Bora hit Eugenius's men in the face. The gusts of the gale-strength wind pushed back their projectiles, while those of their enemies were given more impetus. It is possible that this unexpected natural phenomenon led to the second accident. Theodosius's men were able to set fire to the wooden fortifications of the Arbogast camp, where a large part of his soldiers had already taken refuge. Eugenius's troops, scattered and pushed towards the river, were still putting up resistance when he himself was captured. He was brought to the victor's feet and immediately beheaded, allegedly against the emperor's will. His head, stuck on a spear, was carried triumphantly over the battlefield to prove to the Gallic soldiers that their cause was lost. To those who surrendered, the emperor showed mercy by sparing their lives. Arbogast managed to escape. For 2 days, he wandered in the mountains, hunted by the enemy. Not seeing any chance of escape, he killed himself with his own sword. Flavianus the Elder, the prefect of Italy and consul, also committed suicide, apparently to Theodosius's great chagrin, for the emperor had planned to spare him. He spared his son, Flavianus the Younger, the prefect of Rome. Flavianus and his brother had taken refuge in a church. Theodosius allowed both to go free on the condition that they embrace Christianity, which they both did. They were also allowed to keep their family estates, except that they were required to pay back to the treasury the salaries which they had received from the usurper, and therefore illegally. In the following years, during the reign of Honorius, Flavianus the Younger held the office of the prefect of Rome twice more, and at the very end of his life, during the reign of Valentinian III, he even achieved the same dignity as his father once held. He became the prefect of Italy and Africa. But his activity in another field proved more important and enduring for European culture. Like his father, an ardent lover of his homeland's past, he edited the manuscript of the first 10 books of the enormous history of Rome by Livy, the part which bears the title of Urb Condita since the foundation of Rome. He worked on this edition on his estate in Sicily, near Enna, which we know from short notes, the so-called subscripts, made by him on the last pages of several books by Livy and copied mindlessly by medieval scribes. If a significant part of Livy's work has survived to our times, it happened largely thanks to this effort by Flavianus Nicomachus. The battle on the river Frigidus in September 394 was the last armed conflict between ancient pagans and Christians. At about the same time, the last Olympic Games came to an end, unmentioned and unrecorded. Two very different events, chronologically close to each other, carried the same significance, the end of a great historical epoch. Eleusis and Olympia. And since our story has now come full circle, we should return to the first pages of our book. Theodosius arrived in Milan in the early winter of 395, already greatly weakened. His retinue explained his condition by the hardships of the campaign against Eugenius, but in fact, the cause of the weakness lay deeper. The emperor felt so bad that he considered his days numbered. He was also depressed, or so it was said, by the prophecy he had had from the mouth of a hermit named John. That hermit lived in the south of Egypt, on top of a high mountain, in a cell he had built with his own hands. He had not left it for decades. And because he never kindled a fire, he ate only raw fruit and vegetables left for him on his doorstep by local residents and pilgrims. One could see him only on Saturdays and Sundays when he briefly opened his cell window. On such occasions, he dispensed advice and sometimes, so it was said, revealed the future. When the fame of his holiness and prophetic powers reached Constantinople, the emperor sent a trusted eunuch to ask him what the result of the coming war would be. Later legends said that John had replied, "Your master will win this war, but he will die soon thereafter." Whether the story is true or not, the emperor, having defeated his opponent, became very ill and now expected the worst. He summoned his 11-year-old son, Honorius, from Constantinople. As soon as the boy arrived in Milan, his father seemed to regain strength. Indeed, so much so that he considered it advisable to celebrate his victory on the river Frigidus with a chariot race. The race was scheduled for January 17th. On the day, Theodosius came to the hippodrome with his retinue in the wee hours of the morning. For this emperor, during whose reign the Olympics died out, was by no means an opponent of this kind of entertainment. Who knows, perhaps he was even passionate about it, thus sharing the hobby of the vast majority of his subjects. Perhaps, like them, he did not really want to accept that the emotions evoked by the circus and the stage were really nothing but the tricks of Satan and his servants, sinful material pleasures, disastrous and polluting for the soul. Theodosius died that same day, late in the evening, in the imperial palace in Milan. He had been expected to celebrate the 16th anniversary of his reign only 2 days later, on January 19th. After his death, the empire was divided between his two sons, and this time, the division would prove final. And then, in the same year, 395, only a few months after the death of the emperor, a painful blow fell on the eastern half of the empire. It fell on its richest monuments, its most hallowed places. Let us list their names, sacred to each Hellene, and you will understand. The enemy sacked Athens, the city of Sophocles and Socrates, Plato and Aristotle, Eleusis, the home of the ancient mysteries of goddesses Demeter and Persephone, and Olympiad, where, for over 1,000 years the herald had proclaimed Ekakeria, the sacred universal truce for the duration of the games. And how did this happen? Why, the allies of Theodosius, the Visigoths, who had fought at his side at the battle of the river Frigidus, rebelled. They were led by Alaric. They ravaged the Balkans, then passed through the Thermopylae Pass. They captured and sacked Athens and the nearby Eleusis and drove thousands of their inhabitants into slavery. They burned Corinth. They entered the Peloponnese. And while plundering the surrounding country, they raided Olympiad, too, where many precious objects had accumulated in the temples over the centuries, votive gifts and ornaments of all kinds. The structures themselves they left alone, as they did most of the statues. The barbarians neither had the time nor cared to destroy them. We do not know what happened to the most famous work of art of Olympia, the huge statue of Zeus, the lord of the town, made by Phidias. We have conflicting reports. Some say that the statue burned down in a fire that consumed the temple in 426. If so, this would only have been the wooden skeleton of the statue because its shell of gold, ivory, and jewels must have been stripped away by robbers before, and not even necessarily by Visigoths. Another report says that the statue had been carried away before 426, perhaps even by Theodosius the Great himself, to Constantinople and placed in a palace called Lausium. There, it fell victim to a fire along with other masterpieces of art in 476. And here is another symbolic coincidence connected with the Visigoth invasion. They sacked both Olympiad, where the last games had just been held, and Eleusis. With Eleusis, they dealt far more brutally, for they also destroyed its buildings. And thus, just as the Olympic Games came to an end, so did the ancient mysteries that had been presided over by priests known as hierophants for over a millennium. This is described by Eunapius in his Lives of Sophists. First, he proudly recalls that a certain hierophant of Eleusis once initiated a young student, the later Emperor Julian. And even later, the same priest initiated him, Eunapius. It is because he introduced me to the mysteries that I cannot reveal his name, but he was of the lineage of the Olympiad. He also foretold the ruin of the temples and the doom of all Hellas. He foretold that he would be followed in his office of Hierophant by a man who ought not to be allowed even to touch the throne of the Hierophant, for he will have been consecrated to another god and have made a steadfast oath never to follow any other cult. He will do it, however, the Hierophant assured me. He will do it, even though he isn't even Athenian. Indeed, in my lifetime, he said, these temples will be destroyed and torn down, and the false Hierophant will watch it happen, surrounded by general contempt. The worship of the goddesses will come to an end in my lifetime, and he shall lose his office, nor will he live to an old age. And it all came to pass. A man from the town of Thespai, already holding a high priesthood in the cult of Mithras, became the Hierophant. And soon, there followed a deluge of great and indescribable misfortunes. Alaric led the barbarians through Thermopylae as easily as if he were traversing a stadium or an equestrian field. The gates of Hellas were opened to him by the ungodliness of men in black cassocks who came in his wake and by the violation of the sacred hierophantic laws. These black robes are, of course, Christian monks. It seems to follow from these words that some faction of Christians was able to use the barbarian invasion to bring about the destruction of ancient temples and cults. That would explain why, in Eleusis, the destruction was so thorough and so systematic. Exactly 15 years later, in AD 410, the same Alaric sacked Rome. Despite all the upheaval and turmoil, the eastern part of the empire was to continue for a very long time, more than 10 centuries, until its tragic finale in 1453, when the Ottoman Turks stormed the walls of Constantinople, and the last Roman emperor, Constantine XI, died heroically fighting to the end, his body never identified among the piles of corpses in the city's streets. The fate of the western part was different. It ceased to exist without a peep in 476. A person born in the last Olympiad could easily have lived to see the death of the Empire of the West. The year 476 is accepted in our cultural milieu as the caesura closing the history not only of Rome, but also of the entire epoch known as antiquity. Is that the right way to look at things? One of the goals of this book has been to show that if we wanted to look for such a turning point, then an earlier one is incomparably more justified, the date associated with the period of the last Olympiad. We hope you enjoyed this wonderful book. It is the first audiobook in the series of English editions of AleksanderKrawczuk's legendary books on antiquity. For more of his books, visit AleksanderAntiquities.com. That's Aleksander with K-E-S. AleksanderAntiquities.com. And thank you for reading with us.